steps you're gonna be able to do. In the meantime, while you're all checking in, I'd like to know, especially if you're gonna ask some questions, because we're going to have Q&A. Drop in the comments where you're from, because we're gonna be answering your questions today. So let's get that started. I want to know where you're from, where you're looking to do some deals. I'm gonna get the party started. We live in Florida, and we're doing deals in Florida. We're doing a lot of deals in New York. That market is still up there. My gosh, it's still red hot. And today we're going to show you why we're letting y'all check in certain places around the country, what is going on in this market right now. We're going to go over some current news of what's happening. I see we got Los Angeles in the house, California. You guys are up early. Good to see
You
you.
know,
But we're going to go over some market trends because what's happening in your market might be different, not that far away. And these were some things that were really eye-opening to me. So we're going to go over that today. We're going to talk about some how to generate you leads for free. Guys, this is like one of the hottest topics we get asked about the most. And usually the downfall of every investor is they're having a problem like, how do I find sellers, especially motivated sellers? We have the easiest way to do it. You don't have to put gas in your car. You don't have to drive for dollars. No cold calling. And these people are reaching out to you. And this strategy right now is crushing it, not only for us, for clients we have got all over the country. A little bit about us. We're Joe and Jen. Thanks for coming today. Um, because of real estate has completely changed my life. And I got a course on TV 25 years ago from Ron LeGrand. I think I have the VCR tape right over there in that drawer. But what this did was it was able to listen to somebody who's already paved this way. And I got my first deal a month later. Put a house under contract, my first house I ever owned. I owned it for half an hour. I made $12,733 back in the year 2000. And that's what really got my mind thinking of this real estate thing is a lot different than just having a W-2 job. Fast forward, I meet my wife. I work at a car dealership, and I meet this lovely young lady sitting next to me. She's a school teacher. But I had these ideas of buying real estate, accumulating our future plans this way because working at a car dealership, there's no pension, just your 401k and whatever you save, right? So there's always the thought process, well, I'm having this job. What can I create as a side hustle where I'm not having a full-time job, a second one, but how can I start grabbing, growing some wealth? Many of you might have heard in 2008, the real estate market was crashing. A lot of buyers got out of the market altogether. And what we found is we found these houses that we were buying in upstate New York, out in the suburbs. The deals were just popping up right on the MLS. And when we were finding these deals, we were putting in some cash offers, and we finally got our first one October 2008. This is when we learned what Burr was because it was a fixer-upper. It was a bargain. We bought it for $45,000. We remodeled the house. We put a renter in there. We went to the bank, refinanced it, pulled our money out, and we just started. That's what started that trend for us. We realized that the bank's going to give us another check. We could go reinvest that into another deal, and then they're going to give us another one, just refinance. Well, in 2016 is when I learned that they're going to put a stop to that because when I was refinancing one of our next properties, the bank was cutting us off. That's when we learned about creative finance. I started going on YouTube and Google. My poor wife on every single date was listening to like some podcasts I was listening to, but this is when I learned that we could actually do this. So about 5, 6 months of into it, we just started learning how to. We surrounded ourselves with some really smart people. We hired our first coach. And because of that, we were able to buy our first seller finance deal. From learning from that coach that one deal, that has now accumulated us into doing multi tens of millions of dollars in real estate transactions. It has now grown us a very nice portfolio, which has made us multi-millionaires times over from this, and just really one small step at a time. And what we've learned was getting around the right people in the right rooms was the game changer for us. Because I learned from all of their mistakes, I learned from all of their trainings, we were students of it. We put into action. We were very coachable. So I want to kind of give some like credit where credit's due because I didn't invent any of this stuff. I promise you, I didn't. But we put it all into action. So our first coach was really Ron LeGrand, and Ron's in his 70s. He's been doing it since 1981. And his course was the one I got back in the day that said make $3,000 in 30 days. And I was so broke that was like a couldn't believe that was even real. But I did it, and I made over $12,000. And he was one of our very first coaches. He was the first one that we spent some money on with his programs. We actually hired one of his coaches, Tony Pearl. And Tony was one of the very first guys that really helped us start putting these methods into practice. We started spending some money on ourselves and some, marketing and things like that. So we learned. We've worked with Josh and Tiffany High. We've worked with Lynette and Brian Wolf. We've got to work with Nate Armstrong, even somebody like Tom Kroll. We've got to work, and he's the creator of Wholesaling Inc., founder of it. Matt Andrews, who has the Family Mastermind. And because of that Family Mastermind, Jen and myself have been members for almost 3 years. We're connected with some of the most brightest minds and the biggest names in the industry from all over the globe. Tons of them. Everybody who's on YouTube that you've seen who are really doing it, they're all in the same mastermind. So being able to be around these people and share ideas and strategies of what's currently working in their business has been really the game changer for us. And so you can't figure it out all on your own. And this is why we go over these free training because, guys, we've spent over $200,000 in all these coaching things for the last 10 years almost. So you don't have to. And we're going to go over the steps that we've learned that you're going to actually be able to do today and change your business today. So if you are somebody who just likes to watch YouTube videos and bounce on to the next one, this won't be the best fit for you. Because we found that what takes to get successful is taking action. And you just mostly got to know what to do. Like, what is the first step of what I need to do? And if you're an action taker, this is where these steps are going to start coming into what we're going to do, one small step at a time. And this isn't a get rich overnight quick thing. You have better luck of probably winning the lotto. But I have seen some really impressive checks. I've gotten to buy a lot of deals. And what I can say is it happens, but it happens one small step at a time. But if you get really laser focused, and this is one of the biggest challenges us investors have with real estate, is that there's so many different things we could do in real estate. I could do self-storage, I could do developments, I could do single family, multifamily, Section 8, like all of these different things, right? And you just got to really focus on dialing in one. And these are the things that we've learned to be successful. So the first topics we're going to talk about today, some current events going on. And just the other day, the Feds met and Jerome Powell talks about how they're going to leave interest rates the same due to uncertainty in the marketplace with tariffs and things like that. It's really becoming to the point where they're not going to charge less interest. And what's that going to do to affect the banks? Well, interest rates are hovering around 7% roughly. And it sounds like to me, they're going to be there for a longer time. And I think what's happening right now, that's causing some pressure in the real estate market. And it's not just for homeowners, it's for real estate investors. It is for homeowners. It's for everybody. And we're all in this together. So what we've noticed is right now, from March 2025, around the country, they've seen the biggest drop in home sales, which has been the largest since 2022 at almost 6%. So what does that mean? It's been the slowest March since 2009. So these are usually the months where the market is really kind of cooking, all that pent up from the holidays and winter. Usually that spring market is where it gets to be red hot. Well, it's been really, really soft as far as March goes. And the biggest markets right now that are getting hit are the Florida market is one of them. And I'm going to go over the top 10 markets where they're actually having the biggest amount of price drops in new listings. So nationwide, states like Georgia, Colorado, Arizona, California, Oregon, Washington, they're all seeing big declines on prices. People are doing flips and they're not moving. I see Dwayne talking about that. And that's happening in many places. And these are some of the places where they're going to see a correction. In 2008, I remember places like Florida and Arizona and Nevada. Some of these states were like the first ones that were having some pressure on them. And that's what seems to be the same places that are having a little pressure now. I think really what it boils down to from the facts I've been reading, it's new buyer hesitation because a lot of the buyers right now are saying these prices are too high. These are overpriced houses. And it's a lot of the things is where these prices jacked up so high in the handful of years. And it was due to the interest rates being so low. Because what it really boils down to is affordability challenges. And right now, mortgage payments consume 38% of your pay, which is one of the highest it's been. It's actually tied for the second highest in the last 72 years. And typically, this is around 29%. And the only time it was higher was in 1981 when these mortgage rates were 18%. So what does that mean? With the interest rates, the prices, it's just becoming too unaffordable for most people and they're waiting. And if interest rates are going to stay where they're at for longer, that's going to put a lot of downward pressure on the housing market, especially in places where there's going to be an over amount of just new construction, where you're going to see an inventory increase and it's just sitting there. So the areas, and we're going to show you some statistics, some software that I have that we're going to show you live in your area. So if you have a zip code you want to see or a county that you want to see live, drop that county down in the comment section and we'll pull up the county or that zip code and it breaks down what is going down in that area. Because here's the deal, some of these places are actually still really hot. And I'm going to show you some niches. So if you're worried, there are some really good places right now. You have home builders in places like Florida and Texas where they've already pulled permits. They've already had construction in place to do so many thousands of new builds. And if the old inventory isn't moving, these new builders are actually now fighting with existing inventory because of all the new home incentives. There's so many incentives. They're getting flexible. They're doing closing cost incentives. They're doing deductions on price. These builders now are competing with the houses they just built a handful of years ago. So my thought is, why would anybody buy a house that's 4 years old when the new one costs less? It costs less to buy the brand new one. So if that's the case and that's what's happening, that's going to definitely put some pressure on these existing homes. And somebody who just bought a house in Florida, in Texas, in some of these places, just a handful of years ago, if they're trying to sell now, especially if they need to sell, they're going to be in a jam. And so this is where creative finance and doing the things that we do could help. I talked to a seller last night. We have our coaching group. Live on our coaching group, one of our clients brings a lead. Seller wants to sell her house in Texas. She has a 2.75 interest rate. Some of you here might have been on that call listening last night because I see some of my crew in here. So good to see you guys. But on that call, once we talked to the seller, she understood is that we're able to pay a fair price for her house, beautiful neighborhood. She says she doesn't need money down. She just wants to make sure the payment gets off her back. And with taxes, insurance, and everything included, if we could just get that off her back, she was thrilled because she's moving to a smaller house, already got it done, just wants to move. The great thing for us, once I explained to her how seller financing works, and we're just going to be able to pay her old mortgage directly, she's got a 2.75 interest rate. And I told her the real value of this deal is that interest rate you have. And if I could buy the house and just make that payment directly, bravo. She gets it. She's like, oh my gosh, this could be the greatest thing ever. Heck of a call. If you drop your information down below, I did record it because it was on our coaching. So if anybody wants to hear that call, maybe we could send it to you.
Ooh.
So drop your email down below or
Yes.
just send it to me. Write that and we'll just get your information. Flipa, if you're watching, make sure we'll send it to him. So if you hey, send that to me right now in the comments, we will send you notification. We'll make sure you get it. But this was a
Gotta chop it. I haven't even
it was a live call late last night, guys. But
had a chance to chop the Zoom.
yeah, but if you want to see what these calls are like and what they sound like and what the sellers say and the questions that they have and how we handle it, guys, this was textbook. This was actually textbook. And this wasn't our deal, actually. This is one of our clients' deal because they bring their leads to us and we call them for them and help them lock those deals up. And that's what that one is. So we got a bunch of emails coming in if you want to see that. I see a lot of them, but it's we'll give you guys a little gift. I wasn't even planning on doing that, but this call was too good to pass up. But she was psyched and she wants to make the deal and she's ready to roll. So I'm going to pull up some software and then we got some guests coming in today, guys. First of all, we got two rock stars out of Pennsylvania, Abby and Ryan. And these guys are just one small step at a time. They are doing buying deals with creative finance. They've now done rent to own. They bought some beautiful houses. They did a creative fix and flip where they bought the house with really just a couple grand out of pocket on seller financing, and now they're flipping and getting a big old check that way too. So they've been doing some strategies, which is really great. They're going to hop on today. And then a lot of you know Grace. Grace has been an author with Bigger Pockets. Grace and Amelia run the Wired community, women in real estate investing, and she is just an absolute powerhouse. She's going to come on in the afternoon. Guys, if you guys have any questions, you're definitely not going to miss that. But if you got any questions, drop those later today, and we're going to get your questions answered live time. So a little bit extra bonuses. But guys, here's the deal. People are struggling right now. Credit card debt is at an all-time high. People's savings account is at all-time low. There's a lot of folks out there struggling right now, and it looks like there's a lot of pressure happening. Prices of stuff are high. Doesn't look like there's much relief in sight. So for some of us, and I could think about back in 2008 and 9 and 10 when Jen and I were first get started buying properties, when nobody else was and when everything else was crashing, those are some of our very best deals.
Hmm.
What we bought those properties back then for compared to what they're worth now, holy cow, I still can't believe it. So the thing with real estate, which is super important to remember, is you make your money when you're buying it, not when you're selling. So if you learn how to buy real estate the right way, there's always a good time to buy if you're able to get good terms. And I'll tell you, my favorite thing to do is to get some type of cash flowing asset with no money down, no banks involved, good property, beautiful neighborhood. And we even scored one just a few months ago. What house was built in 2022, right? With a 4% rate on it. The sellers already moved and they were super motivated. So we have some case studies we're going to be able to share with you guys today of some real world examples of these deals happening right now, not just hypothetical, no smoke and mirrors, like actual deals that are getting done now. And I'm going to show you one that we wrote up last night. And I can show you the DocuSign. We just put a property under contract and the seller just wants to move. And if he could get some move out money, he's okay with letting us take over his house in upstate New York. And yeah, it's going to need a little bit of work, but guys, we bought a house for $43,000 and we bought it with seller financing. So we're not even giving him $43,000. And we're going to show you all how that's working too. So I'm glad you're here. And if you got any questions, things like that, I see a lot of emails. So if you're just popping in, we did a live seller call and training yesterday, got a 2.75 interest rate. And guys, if you want to hear that example, wasn't thinking of doing this, but drop your email. We'll make sure you get a copy of that call, the live call, so you could hear what that was like. I'm going to share Reventure app real quick. So Reventure app is a pretty neat thing. And I'm going to share this with you. This is some software. We paid to get the subscription. So if you want to see how this goes, and I saw we had some people drop some counties. So we'll be able to show up your zip code or county. I'm going to share my screen. Bam. Okay. Everybody see that? Yay. So this is Reventure app. You got to pay to have it, but they do give you a couple things for free. But if you want all the extra jacked up things, you got to pay. And it's like 39 bucks a month. It's pretty inexpensive. I like it. I like geeky stuff where it shows me statistics and numbers because that's what's really relevant to me. So this right here is going to go over home values. And this is going to go over just state. You could bring it down to county. You could break it down to zip code. I could bring it down to metro. So I will show you a couple things. Actually, it's kind of crazy, and I can't believe it's true, but it is. Rochester, New York, where we're originally from, is rated like one of the hottest markets in the whole country. Some places are ranking at #1 right now. So when you can see the average home price in Rochester, New York is $260,000. This is Erie, where Buffalo, New York is 270,000. So it's still really affordable, if you don't mind super cold weather most of the year. But here's New York City, things like that. But so now we're looking at for sale, well, home value growth year over year. So what does this show? And I'll give you an example. Last year, from March 2024 to 2025, overall, Monroe County went up 7.5% value. So that's a pretty strong value. And I'm going to give you the reason why. In a lot of these places, they're not building new homes to the amount of people who are still looking for a home. And you can see home prices are affordable. So you can still live there and don't have to spend $1 million on a house. So you're seeing a lot of this is 8%, which is strong growth. This is where Syracuse, New York, outside of that. So there's still some strong growth. You start getting into Vermont, a little bit of a decline, right? So in some spots, you'll see some declines. It's really interesting. This is just year over year. So this is comparing 2024, 1 year ago, to 2025, March to March. So you'll see in some spots in the country, it's cooling off. Some prices are dropping 2.4%, 6%, but you'll start seeing some trends as the further you go south. And this is where we live now. Shout out Florida, but the market here has definitely changed. Pricing here has got insane. Insurance, we've had some really bad hurricanes the last few years, so insurance is sky high. What we used to pay for a policy in New York for a house for a whole year was $1,500. Here, it could cost you 5 to 10,000 for that same policy. So in certain areas, there's a fourth. Here's almost a 5.5% drop in value. 7.8 in Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Charlotte, Florida. It's got almost a 9%, right? So there's some things happening in Florida for sure. And this is why we're getting a lot of people say, hey, take my house if you could take over payments. You're seeing the same things happening in Austin, Texas right now too. So you're seeing some price drops. We could scan out a little bit bigger, and then we could even get into states. So what kind of states are having some price drops and some issues right now with pricing? Well, Florida, Arizona, Texas, and what's up with Vermont? Like, really? There's not even that many houses out there, but maybe
Hmm.
whatever. But you can still see some places where the markets are still pretty strong. And so here's the part of the business, which is I love it. Never been easier to do business virtually now. So maybe you live in California. I have a lot of California clients who don't want to do business in California. They love living there, but they want to buy somewhere else. Well, I could see why Kentucky's so hot. What's happening in West Virginia right now is a lot of people who move down south realize how expensive it is, and they're moving somewhere back up north. And West Virginia is actually some of the most affordable housing in the whole country. I mean, you can see the average price went from 157 to 167. So you could live pretty inexpensively there, Kentucky. If you're in New York, that's impressive because usually New York City takes up a lot of it, but upstate New York right now, that market is thriving. So these are the things that I'm looking for. Now, the next part I look for is inventory, because this is going to make a big difference to me is what is the inventory looking like. So I'm going to break this down into some small counties. But guys, if I start seeing some issues with inventory, I'm going to go over some examples. If there's a certain area we want to see, drop it. Okay, sorry about this.
You did have two counties people dropped.
Okay, go. We'll take a look at those. Okay, so in upstate New York, this is why, once again, the inventory issue that they're having in the whole county, 700,000 people, there's only 402 homes for sale. So this is what keeps it strong. Okay. When you look at population growth, they're having a tiny bit of growth, but they still have 750,000 people in the county. But the challenge is for all of those people, they only have 402 homes for sale. Buffalo, New York, big county, it's got 600 homes for sale. When you start getting to Syracuse, same thing, only 300 homes for the whole county for sale. So when you see a lack of inventory in some of those other counties, it's the same thing. You start getting into Massachusetts, you get into places like Boston, there's just not a lot of inventory. That's what's keeping things sky high. You get down to Florida though, and you can see some of these counties here. Um, I mean, Hillsborough County, it's got 6,000 homes for sale. Does have about 1.5 million people. Manatee County, 4,400 homes. So it's got 4,000 more homes than upstate New York. So we could see a lot of this swelling inventory in some of these counties in Florida are really alarming because when we first moved here, you could go into some of these counties and there'd be a few hundred homes for sale, and now there's thousands. And if that trend continues to go up, we're going to start seeing a lot of price cuts. So when we look at price cut, this is what's kind of alarming. Hmm, pardon me. So in Tampa, you've got 35% of the houses are having price cuts. They're dropping the price. Manatee County, 35, Sarasota, same thing. You start getting into Cape Coral, Lee County, 32%. You get down to Fort Lauderdale, area, 25%, Miami, 20%. So when you start seeing these high numbers, 35%, you know, you start getting to Pasco County, some of these places you can see, Orlando, they're having a lot of price drops. So they're pricing their houses, they're not selling, and they're having problems. You start looking at some markets and you can see that's happening. In other markets, it's not. They're not having the swelling of inventory. So if you're doing this real estate and you see some people are talking about price drops and the market is crashing, you're starting to see some things happen. Atlanta having the same thing. 31% of homes, 21 or 26% of homes, but you can move to other areas and guys, it's not happening. So when you start getting into Kentucky, you're having 15%. Some of these numbers get to be single digits. Upstate New York, where we're from, it is 2.9% of homes are doing price drops. 7.7 in Buffalo. We have a flip going live. What was it, yesterday in Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
How many? I want to know how many looks has that gotten in 24 hours?
Let me pull her up here.
Because the house we just flipped in Rochester went over asking. And the agent says that this house was going to go over asking too. You start getting to some other areas here, and we could pull this up. We could get a little bit more detail.
For 23 hours, it's had 1,600 views and 187 saves.
Nice. Okay, so price cuts, you could see obviously back in 2017, 18, 19, before COVID happened. I mean, it was 30% of houses were still having price cuts, 20%. But then COVID happened and they've just continued to have a shortage of inventory. And right now it's at its record low as far as that goes. Um, for sale inventory. So pre-COVID, there was 1,500 homes on the market. That number was steadily dropping, and now they're at 400 homes. So you could see what's going on in Monroe County. There's just a shortage of homes. They're inexpensive. So if their interest rate jumps up, it's not going to change the payment that much. So there's still people who could afford these payments. And this is the tale of two different cities, two different parts of the country. Oops, I went way too far there. So you look at the Tampa market. Well, before COVID, they were used to having about 5,000 homes for sale. And then COVID happens and that number gets to 1,300, 1,200. And this is for the whole county, Hillsborough County. Well, now you can see those numbers have sprung up to where it's even higher than it was before COVID. So what does that mean? Obviously, there's a lot more people who live here now compared to then, but we're starting to see an increase of inventory. And if it's heading that steep that quickly, I'm just curious to see how high that number goes. And I think this is where we're going to see this in a lot of other places. What were some of the counties in the chat? Do you know?
Yeah. I'm just responding. One gentleman, Jakai, is saying he gets super frustrated because he hasn't had much success with agents with homes not being willing to present these creative offers to their clients. So it's making him think the motivation might not be high. But, at the end of the day, it's really about like, is the agent open to learning a little bit more about creative?
Well, and I'm going to kind of buck the trend. I know a lot of folks talk about how it's great to do agent outreach and do this and this. Listen, I've been doing this for a long time. I've dealt with tons of agents. I love real estate agents when I'm selling my property. Love, love, love them. When it comes to me buying a property through an agent, it is sometimes, I mean, there's some great ones out there. So I'm not saying this about all agents, but majority of them they're not super dialed in for real estate investing too. So when we're explaining to this process, they're kind of so stuck in their lane. They don't want to listen to it. They kind of just weed you off. And I will tell you, it is the most frustrating thing in the world. So I feel you. I feel what you're going through. A lot of times their seller could be highly motivated, but the agent might not be, or that agent just plain stinks. Think of Krabby Patty. I mean, These people could have had their house sold years ago, but she was the gatekeeper, didn't want to present the offer. Meanwhile, the house never gets sold, although she was very arrogant and cocky. The house gets sold immediately. 2 years on the market, never sold. They took it off, and they've been making a $3,500 payment every month for 2 years while this house sits vacant. Family struggling. She doesn't care to even bring them the offer. So yeah, that's a challenge. And now they have it rented, but they're taking a loss and they're having to manage a property that they don't want to. So it is frustrating. And that's why I love going direct to seller when I am buying 100% of the time. If I can never have to deal with an agent while I'm buying and you could just do it this way from now on, I would be tickled pink. And I'm going to teach you guys how to do that today without spending any money. And then eventually, if you want to spend some money, I can show you what we do.
All right, I just text you a couple of counties people are interested in.
Nice.
And that's why we really focus on, we talk about the blue ads, our 5-5-30 strategy. We're going to get into that in a little bit, but really, you're going to get realtors reaching out. But what we really want are the motivated off-market sellers. And that's exactly what that call that Joe said he's going to gift to you guys later. Like that's where that seller came from. She has an off-market property, not even listed, not even like no one else has talked to her about this yet. And that's like the magic of this. And I can't believe how many people sleep on this opportunity of free leads that they could be getting from sellers. So,
Yeah, spot on. Well, so here's Harris County, Texas. Who asked for Harris County?
oh goodness.
Let's find out. Because this is all about you now.
Augustin Gomez.
Dustin, this is for you, bud. Thank you for coming. So home values in Harris County. Here we go. We can see what's been going on there for the last how many years? Okay. Oh, since 2000, really around that 2013 mark. So like you could see 2000, early 2000s, the market was going up. And all of a sudden around 2008 is when it peaked. We had a pullback. That pullback lasted 5 years, everybody. We forget about that. It started really in 2007, although here it happened a little bit later, but in most places, in big places, it was happening in 2007, 8, but it took 5 years for it to really flush out. So when you see a market correction, they do take some time. And right now we're in about year 1.5. So I feel like we're still around here, but I still think we have a little bit more to go in most markets like Florida and some of these big ones. But you could see why buying real estate, even if you bought it at the peak and it did take a hit, guys, you could see what happens by holding real estate. So when everybody talks about get rich quick overnight and have flashy Lambos and private jets, it's because they rent that stuff. But this is the reality of real estate. Because if you bought it even at this last peak in 2008 before it crashed, you still held it. I mean, your value still doubled. Okay, so here's the thing with that. I'm really mindful for sale inventory. So here's the thing we need to consider right now. Obviously, the for sale inventory before COVID happened, you're hovering around that 14 to 15,000 mark. So your average is probably a little over 14,000. COVID happened, just like most places, interest rates go to 2 to 3% right in this range, makes a shortage, right? And then all of a sudden they start changing rates in what was it, summer of 22? Summer of 22.
Yeah, it was
It was
like
like,
August.
yeah. So around this time, you could see inventory started to spike back up. Everybody who could work remote jobs during this time in COVID, they were able to move other places. And a lot of times their jobs get called back and some of them had to move back. So you're starting to see an inventory spike there is what I could see. Home price forecast. I think that there's going to be some downward pressure, which I think that's going to happen in a lot of cities. Home value growth, you could kind of see what your median was, right? And what each time was happening. So 5 year growth from 2000 to 2025, you're still at 36% value. Price cut, what's going on right now in the market? So you're still having a large amount of price cuts of homes. Okay. And then population growth. So you could see there was obviously something that happened here, and then you've been having a pretty stagnant, nothing too crazy population growth. So that's for the county. What else we got?
I think
Wait,
Jean was looking for the next one.
giddy up. Here we go.
is it Pima? Is that how you say that? Or
Let's say Pima County.
Pima County, Arizona?
So we're
Or is it Pima, like Lima?
right. That's a great question. Okay, so home value, once again, guys, you knew there was the peak here, 2007, 8, 2006. We had some big pressure, downward pressure. Houses went from 137 peak down to 138. So you lost 100 grand. It's a big portion of your value. But once again, and this is why really, if you think about it though, when people say that, Joe, I only work on appreciation, I don't care about cash flow. Well, if you bought here, or if you bought here, or you bought here, any one of this point, and the market does take a dip, by the time you start getting close to those same values, I mean, you're talking, 14, 15 years, and 14, 15 years of not making any money, cash flow per month. It's a long time of owning a property without making any money, just to break even. So this is why for me, I've really focused on it's got a cash flow. Yeah, real estate does appreciate, obviously over time, especially the long time. And if it does have a dip, if you hold it long enough, it will come back. But you still got to make money every month. If that window breaks, the roof has an issue, something like that happens, you're going to need some cash flow in your business. So for me, holding real estate, even if I bought at the peak, obviously, from 2007, well, it gets back to that value in 2020. So I had to hold it for 13 years. If I'm averaging five, six, $700 a month in cash flow over that time, what do I care? I've got money coming in every month. If I'm not, if I'm breaking even, if I'm losing money, but I'm just hoping for appreciation over time, because I hear people talking about that, that's a 13 years of just you getting back to even again. So once again, this is why timing in the market could be important, but buying them right is key, and that's the key to being successful. For sale inventory, what's going on right now? Pre-COVID, you're about 3,000, a little over that. Right now, you're about that number again. So you're super low on inventory, just like everybody else was these few years. We got some places like upstate New York who are still declining. And we have some places like Arizona, Florida, Texas, like we see this happening in a lot of those areas. So I see this happening for sale inventory and it's spiking. This makes me really, really think that there's going to be some price drops. Um, Population growth, what happened here? Same thing, moved, nothing too crazy. So we had a huge boom in population in 2013 for the state of Florida, what we call net migration, how many people moved in, subtracted by how many people moved out. What's the difference, that net number? And in 2022, Florida had 320,000 new people net moved to Florida. Last year, it was 60,000, which is the lowest been in 30 years. So we're having a lot less people move to Florida right now, or we are having the same amount, but way more people moving out. So this is where you could see overvalued. This is being based on the income average for the area versus the monthly payment, and they still say that there's roughly still 10% overvalued, and the fair home value for this county should be a little over $300,000. So either two things have to happen, prices have to come down, or salaries have to increase. But if you make the average salary for the area, the prices for the homes need to be a little bit less. So that's how they predict that number. And that's not as bad. There's some places that are much, much higher right now. Last county, oh, we got one more.
Yeah, a couple more.
We have a couple more. All right. Well, you're here. We're gonna do that. Tarrant County, Texas. Okay, so we're talking Fort Worth. Here we go. So your home values have shot up. Holy cow, right? Even if you bought the peak right here, didn't matter. Texas stayed flat, really didn't go down that much. From the peak of it, 2007, 8, you're about 138. It went down to 124. Prices didn't drop a whole lot, but then you could see all of a sudden it's taken off. So that one house, even if you bought it at the previous peak, about 138, now that average is 326. Thing like doubles in value, more than doubles. So home value is there, but you can see it's starting to kind of head in a downward direction. home value year over year growth. So just like many places before COVID, you guys were experiencing a 4 or 5% increase in values, dropped right before COVID, but then you guys shot up 23% increase in values. So what does that mean? March 21 to 22, it went up 23%, average of 256. Now you're at 316. That's big. But now it's in a slight decline right now. Um, March 2024 was 330. Now it's at 326 is the average for the county sale. So what does that mean? It's definitely heading in a slower direction. This is what I look at for sale inventory. And this is what we're seeing in a lot of these places right now. The inventory shooting up. Interest rates are kind of ugly. They're not even that ugly, but they're ugly compared to what we've been used to and accustomed to the last 5, 6 years. So to us, it is a little uglier, right? But over the long term, it's not that bad.
It's so
But
crazy how different every space and place is. Like all these little charts over the
mhm.
years.
Well, this could help you start making some really educated decisions. That's
Mhm.
why I spend the couple bucks to get the software because like you might not know this is happening. And here's the thing, I talk to a lot of sellers who in Florida, they don't know this is happening either. They still know that the neighbor sold their house down the road a couple of years ago for this much. And even though theirs is still dated because that one sold, that's what they think in their head they're going to get for theirs. They don't know this. They don't know there's so much more inventory if you don't stay dialed in to what's currently going on. And this is why we, as ourselves, are investors. Yeah, we teach other people how to do this too, but we are very in tune to what's happening in these different markets because we have got deals going on all over the place. Home price forecast. See, it's definitely turning into a buyer's market right now, right? So it used to be a seller's market, pretty darn high. Higher the number, lower the number means it's a buyer. So with that mean, there's a lot of inventory. Buyers are calling the shots more than sellers are. Price cut. Please hold. There we go. So 33% of houses that are on the market currently in this county are having a price drop. 1 out of 3 are dropping the price. So that shows what's kind of going on there, a little bit of a snapshot. And Polk County, Florida,
Not too far.
it's right in our own backyard. Do a lot of deals over in Polk County. Um, I think there's a ton of opportunity in Polk County that I'm super excited for. I'll tell you why. If you're local or somewhat local, you know the Tampa corridor between Tampa and Orlando is filling in. And with that happening, we own property in Lakeland, did a lot of deals in Winter Haven and a few others in the same area. But even though Polk County right now is getting hit, it's still pretty inexpensive. So I'm definitely looking for some deals there. So if you're in here or put this county, you find some deals there, especially some seller finance deals at cash flow, like I want to buy as many as I can. Insurance is a lot less expensive here. But home values. So you could see Florida does definitely get affected more by peaks than some other places. Some places we just witnessed didn't really have much of a difference. Florida does. I mean, that's a almost a 50% price decrease from the peak in '07 to the bottom in 2012. But now here we are, fast forward, even if you bought at this peak in '07 and you just held, well, guess what? You're able to cash flow. If you cash flowed, didn't matter, but for 12 years, you're just now finally getting back to even again. So if you needed to sell down in this range, you're taking a loss. So to own a property for that long, sometimes sellers were hitting big losses. But now you can see what's currently going on over there. But you can see the direction of where it's heading, right? Home values in 24 were 316. We're down to 308 right now. Home value growth year over year. Florida definitely got insane. Well, you could see the spikes, 15% in 2005. 2006, it was 27%. Still at a 10% in 2007. But then in '08, it was a negative 8%, down 20%, down another 14, down another 15. And so you could see they had a big, big drop. Gets back up there again because obviously there's some bargains. People start buying, and then all of a sudden, here we go in COVID. The same kind of chart. If you look at the charts, you can see some similarities here. And I think that's what's going to happen here more. I don't know if it goes all the way back down this far again. Nobody knows until it's already happened. But this is what it looks like here for inventory. The for sale inventory before COVID was 2 to 3,000 houses. And now we're over 5,000. And that's because all these builders, we have a lot of people who move to the area. The area is filling in. If you live in Orlando, or if you live in Tampa, or if you work in either one, you can live in right between them, and it's usually about an hour, hour and a half commute either way. So, and it's affordable. So that's why you're seeing a lot of people move to this county, but this inventory, there's so many builders building new. This is definitely going to hurt their existing inventory. Home price forecast. They're predicting it's definitely a buyer's market for sure. We already knew that here. Price cuts, probably gonna be 30 something percent. There we go, 30%. So 1 out of 3 are doing that. Population growth. So you could see a lot of people, we had a decline in population here, but then all of a sudden we started spiking up, slowing down though. But this is what we're finding here in Florida. So to me, there's going to be a lot of opportunities as pricing is a little high. It's going to go down. Inventory is high. That's going to cause some downward pressure for sure. Sellers need to sell. And the deals that I'm looking for are the ones that have a 2% rate, like our seller call did last night. So if you want to hear that live seller call, we're sharing it with y'all. Okay, last one. Los Angeles, City of Angels. So here we go. Los Angeles County, home values. Once again, you could see once they did experience that spike, they did have a good sized decline. But since then, houses have come back and they're just keep going. Once again, even if you bought at the peak, if you bought it right and it cash flowed and it dropped, yes, it would take you some time to get back to even again. When you're talking 11 years. But if you just held, and especially if you bought it here and held, holy cow, you're building some real true wealth that way. And that's what's awesome. So year over year growth, what's happening in California, Los Angeles County. So you can see they've had some real big growth, especially in the beginning of COVID. Many places were. It's kind of petered out a little bit more. Let's see what your for sale inventory. So before COVID, before it peaked, you peaked at 13,000. You're getting close to that again too. So we had a big lull. Inventory's getting back there again. What's your pricing forecast? So it's same thing. You're in a buyer's market like we're seeing most places right now. Price cuts online. 18, almost 19% houses are being priced, having cuts. So these are some of the things, guys, will help you make better decisions when you're doing the business. So I like Reventure app. That's been one of my favorite things I use. And it's just knowing what it's happening. So going to the meetups, going talking to other investors, talking to the agents. And I'll tell you, this is why when we were kind of mentioning earlier, I have some agents who still are in disbelief that there's even a crash coming. I've got some that tells us that in Florida, there is no crash and it's not happening. But it is. But then you can see there's pockets like in the Northeast, especially Midwest, where some of these states are still red hot. So guys, this is what we're going to be focusing on today. What time do we have?
Got about 10 more minutes, and then Grace, or not Grace, sorry, Abby and Ryan. I don't think they're here with us yet. They are going to be popping on, and we're going to be talking all about their journey, what's going on with them, and how busy they're staying up in Pennsylvania while having multiple businesses, homeschooling their kids, and traveling. They just got back from Utah.
Yay. And we're going to talk about today about how to generate leads, guys. So you can see what's happening. We want to do the right type of deals. And here's my favorite by far. And we've done fix and flips. We do some wholesaling. But then I love buying these houses that are turnkey and beautiful. No contractors really needed. And I don't need a bank approval because this is what really changed the game for us. And this is what we're still looking to do because that monthly revenue that comes in every month and you've got other people paying down your debt for you while you're getting a monthly paycheck and hopefully houses are going to go up or maybe they do drop a little bit. Either way, we're still young and I still want to hold properties for a really long time. So this is where I just want to start really accumulating. And what we're going to talk about is how to buy single family homes. We're going to talk about how to do multi-family homes. We're going to be able to talk about even doing small businesses this way too, because it works on all three of the things. But I'll tell you some of the easiest things to do when you first get started. The number one thing is talk about how to generate leads. You got to find out where are these sellers. Here's the big thing that we've noticed. It's how to separate just every seller is not the same. We got to find out who are the motivated sellers. We've actually created a chart, a scale of 1 through 10 of listing out things that are the most motivated or not. And what we found in all of the decades now that we've been doing business, we really went back and audited all of these sellers and thought, what was their scale of motivation, 1 through 10? And what we found out was that we only do business with people who are on the very highest end of that scale. They're usually at 8, 9, 10 motivation. What does that mean? They have a real estate problem and they need some help. Sometimes it could be a death in the family or a divorce or an unwanted house. And I remember before somebody asked Jen, who has an unwanted house?
Yeah, who in their right mind would want to have an unwanted house? Like they don't, people just have houses lying around. Well, they actually do because things happen.
Well, and I think about like a lot of the deals that we've done, we've had deals where they've inherited their grandfather's house and it's sentimental, but they don't want some low offer. They sometimes don't want to list it on the market.
Mhm.
I think of the accidental landlords where they bought a house, they've moved, and they've been renting out this house, but they're not landlords and they don't want to be.
Yeah, we were just presenting on the Wire community, the women investing in real estate, and we shared one of the deal breakdowns that it was a lady who owned a house and then she found someone she wanted to marry. So she moved out of that house and moved into his house. They got married and now she had a rental. And of course, she didn't want to be a landlord. She wasn't really prepared for that. And she ended up having the tenants leave, not pay, and in the middle of the night, they just poof gone. So she found us through Google because of our Facebook page. And this was in 2018. But even organically, if you put enough content out there on Facebook, if you have a website, a blog, and you tell everybody who you are, what you do, these people will literally find you. And those are the highest motivated sellers that you can find because they are not going to give you a hard time about anything. They just want you to take their house.
Well, so if you think about it, she was legitly scarred by having this rental where renters moved out in the middle of the night. Has anybody else had that happen in this group where you've had a tenant just abruptly leave? Because I don't know what it was with that house. Because actually, with our first renter that we put there, we did rent to own, and he just said, "Hey, I left too." But although he paid rent, he wasn't behind.
Mm.
But he said, "I left, and I left a key on the gate." Forfeited his $10,000 deposit.
Have your house back.
Said, "Have your house back." So things like this happen, and people have unwanted homes. So our job as investors is how do I find these? Do I go on market and talk to a real estate agent where the house is listed, and before they will talk with you, they want to see proof of funds or they want to see that you're pre-approved and all of these hurdles that you have to jump through. They don't let you talk to the seller. They don't even want to present the seller terms sometimes where I would buy it with seller financing and they don't want to do it or they refuse to do it, right? That gets to be really frustrating. And I'll tell you what, if I had to focus on just that one source of lead generation, I probably would have thrown in the towel a long time ago.
Well,
Just
thank
like,
goodness you did.
well, just like I got sick and tired of cold calling. Has anybody cold called in here before? If you have, drop a comment down below. Said, I have. Okay. If you've cold called before, I say, yes, I have. I want to see the comments. Still cold calling. I have. I have for years. Shout out you, Mike. Holy cow.
Mhm.
Years. I got, holy cow. There's a bunch of you saying, I have. I
Every
cold
morning.
call every morning. You guys are my heroes. Well, then I have a special gift for you that you guys are going to love because you can cold call, but you don't need to. And we're going to talk about that right after we sit here and talk with Abby and Ryan about some awesome stuff. And these guys are the testament of how to do it. They've done exactly.
No excuses. Is like, oh, I'm busy. Well, guys, so are they. Like really busy. And they're finding the time to make it happen.
And we're going to share with you exactly step by step how to not have to cold call unless you just love doing it. If you're one of those special people who are like, there's nothing more fun than cold
Nothing
calling
better than
people.
cold call.
And because it works. That's the good news. It works, guys. Yellow signs on phone poles that say I buy houses. It works. You put your phone number, whatever on there, and they'll call you. Um, Uh,
Dwayne says his wife says he's special.
and you know what? So here's the thing. All of these ways work, and I never want to knock another person's hustle. Like, go get it. And
Yep.
I'm proud of you for doing it.
Maybe you love door knocking, have at it. But if you don't have a lot of time, but you're sitting in a car line at school or your son's baseball game, or you're, just in the grocery store, like waiting in line, like this is a simple tactic that you can literally post in like less than 3 minutes. And it's crazy. I want to right now, everybody, we are getting ready to bring on Abby and Ryan, but make sure if you are loving this and you want to share it, make sure you're following us on Instagram. I'm dropping below. We've got the Creative Finance Playbook Instagram page. It's a baby page. It's brand new, but it's out there. So go follow that. Give us some love. And then if you're on Instagram, make sure you're following myself and Joe. And, if you wanted to take a quick picture, love to see your faces. If you're working, I get it. You can't unhide. But guys, if you can, show your screen and or show who you are behind the screen. Yeah, there's Jeff. Love it. And I see Nate and Mike. And we got Abby and Ryan. It's so awesome to see everyone's faces. So if everyone wants to go 1, 2, 3, yay! And then we'll post these onto socials. Tell everybody, like this is a 5-hour free training on how you can grow your rental business without having to go to the banks, not using your own credit, and little to no money down. And we aren't just going to stand here and yap about it. We've got proof from our community of the people that are doing it. And I'm so, so, so excited. Grace has been saying that she's posting 5:30. Girl, get it. What kind of traction? Can you post below? Like, is it like, 2 people commenting, or are you talking like multiple comments? So again, the 5:30 method that Ryan and Abby are going to get into, it's posting what we call the blue ad. So if you need the blue ad, we will share that link below here. The blue ad is simply where you go into Facebook groups where you want to buy a rental property. So if you want to invest in Buffalo, New York, I'm going to go join all of the Facebook groups, not investor groups. Again, these are buy, sell, community groups, garage sales, mom groups. I'm going to join those and I'm going to say, does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And then you put the blue background, and that's where the blue ad was born. And this little trick, this little hack, this little way of getting in front of thousands of people within minutes is really building wealth for so many people. You're helping sellers, you're building your portfolio. Maybe you're even turning a renter into a homeowner with rent to own, which we'll get into later too. So 5:30.
Guys, if you're watching this, this is legitimately my post I posted 1 hour ago. That's it. Nothing flashy. And don't change it. Like I'm just sharing with you exactly what works. And
The
now
only thing you can change is the color. So I'm calling it the blue ad because that's what we started, but he loves his hot pink.
that hot pink has been popping
Pink
right
is
now.
like the best.
Don't do the poop emoji. I tried that one. You do not get the attention you were hoping for. I said like we
Can't
buy as
remember the
is,
name.
right? And no, I've tried. Here's the thing is I've tested all of these things that work and don't work. I've taken all the thinking out of it. And here's the challenge when we're doing something new, we try to think while we're doing. You don't need to. Just do what works and just stick to it. We actually have a whole list of rules. Rule number 3, don't stop doing what works. So we've already taken all of that legwork out of it. But if you join, this is just a Rochester, New York Facebook group. I'll join the garage sale groups, the yard sale groups. Each little suburban town around it has their own little garage sale and yard sale groups. I join them all. And I post that little silly post in there. And some of these get nothing. And that's the point. Some of them, nothing happens. But if you just do this consistently, and think of all marketing. McDonald's doesn't do one commercial and stop. They're doing multiple commercials a day. So what we talk about is posting into 5 of these groups every day, 5 days a week. So you take a couple days off. But if you do that for a month straight, if you could do that for 5 months straight, 6 months, 10, if you just did that from now on, you're going to have more incoming leads than you could handle. I promise you. And it doesn't cost you not $1. You don't have to go anywhere. And it just happens. You just got to do it consistently. And we've had tons of deals come from this, what we call blue ad. So with further ado,
Okay, I am pulling them
we
up
got to
here.
introduce some rock stars, Ryan and Abby,
Bear with me. I'm not done this part. I'm trying to
husband
make
and wife,
How do I get
mom and
Can
dad.
you guys say hello? I want to see if you pop up here.
Yep.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Hopefully this works. I was trying to get it side by side. I'm new at the back end tech stuff here, so.
Well, good. I am glad you two are here and talk about your business, right? And talk about the things that you've been able to accomplish because it's really been awesome. You guys been on our podcast. But I want to kind of talk about like we're going to get into some business stuff that you guys are currently doing because that's really exciting. And you guys have a fix and flip. you've got rentals, rent to own, you're wholesaled some deals, you're generating leads while doing all of these things. But before we even get into all of these awesome things, can you explain what was it like life before real estate? And then the second part of it is like, why was real estate the thing?
Yeah, before real estate, I mean, I guess we kind of got into it because we decided to move from one house, to a new home, and we had gotten a really good interest rate on the old home. So we decided, well, maybe we'll kind of try real estate investment and see how it goes, and have it as another way to kind of grow and get some passive income is kind of what we thought of it as, to try to kind of add to my income and just give us a little bit of extra kind of breathing room financially. So we tried that out, and that went really, really well. And then we took out a home equity loan on that property and bought a couple more properties. And this was all conventional. This was using banks. And we ran out of money really quickly because the down payments, if your investor, is like 20%. And so at that point, I was like, well, I guess we're done for a while because we're going to have to save for like the next 3 years before we can get enough cash to continue to grow. Um, yeah, and that's when we kind of stumbled across creative finance. We met you guys, and it's been quite a journey ever since.
Well,
Awesome.
and I kind of want to dive into that because like we always have like our why of why we want to start doing this, and they're all different. And that's good. But like the fact that you guys recognize like, hey, we started with our own house and like maybe this is even a more of a fruitful way if we take this as a business, right? And then how to grow that. And you're not alone because most of the time I hear where, I've already bought a house and then how do I continually come up with 20% down plus closing costs, plus, the insurance policy and all of these things. And then what we call that is the cost of entry. How much cash do I need to come up with to get into a real estate deal? Rather it's creative finance, rather it's the conventional way. And I'll tell you the number one reason what crushes most deals is having a too high cost of entry, no matter how you're doing it, right? So you start recognizing that. So what made you look up creative finance? I mean, how did you guys even, I mean, I know we've been friends for a long time now, but how did
Yeah.
you meet?
I stumbled across, I think, some like sub two videos on YouTube, and then came across you guys on, I don't know if it was Spotify, or I think it was actually you guys interviewed, or maybe it was Grace and
Grace was interviewed.
Amelia. Yeah, they
Yeah.
interviewed you guys, and I listened to the episodes on Spotify, and then we were taking a car trip, and I was like, Abby, you should listen to this. And we listened to like all of them.
I was a little
And
lost.
but it was enough. I was pretty excited about the possibilities. And this was, I mean, at this point, it's almost 2 years ago
Mhm.
when this happened. And I was just like, I can understand how the numbers work for this. There's so much potential. It's just a way you can continually scale. And I was really excited about it. So that was kind of when we, reached out to you guys, and were able to join the coaching group.
Oh my gosh. So I've got to pause you right there because it reminds me, like Joe was sharing, how he just kept playing all of these podcasts, or I don't know if they were on CDs or whatever he was listening to. And I was just like, this just sounds wackadoo. Like, I'm like, I can't understand, wrap my head around any of it. I don't know. I don't know. But he just kept listening and he kept making me listen. And so there's a tip. If your spouse is not on board, it's probably just because they don't understand. So you just have to get on the same page, maybe share the vision. Did you guys talk about like, hey, like if we learn how to do this, then we could buy more rentals and do more things? Like, because that's what helped me understand like the whole power of creative financing.
He definitely repeated it and listened to that podcast. I think we listened to it on the way to our trip and on the way back, like multiple times, of just for me to understand. I still was like, what? Because that's just not how my brain works. And then it was like, oh, it clicked. And I was like, this is genius, actually. Even though I'm the one who was terrified to even get into real estate. And I was like, this is like way less terrifying, even though it's still like I'm still confused. And then he kept learning more and more and making it. And then when we joined, I was like, oh, I really understand this now. Like it's genius method, because otherwise, like our backup plan was originally sitting in our driveway. It's an RV we rent out because that was our way of like, how else can we earn money to buy more real estate before we met you guys? We would still not have bought any more properties with this
Yeah.
RV rental,
Wow.
but instead we've bought many more properties
Mhm.
So
with
I
barely any money down.
I gotta ask Abby, because a lot of times I hear from folks getting into this is how do I get my spouse on board? And my thought process was like, I'm just gonna let Jen listen. It's gonna soak in through osmosis, and she's just gonna like absorb this stuff, and eventually she'll start knowing what wraparound mortgages are and all of these things. And like, okay, maybe it worked a little bit, but what was it for you that Ryan helped you with or did, or what was the convincing fact for you that was like, this is it? Because that's a big challenge for a lot of us.
I think even when we signed up, I still did not fully understand. But I understood that he was passionate about it and really wanted to grow. And I was willing to just be that supportive wife. I think it really just came down to then sitting in the calls, like weekly calls, that it was finally like clicking. Because I'm just slow like that. But like, I don't know, it just came more from like the starting point of just supporting him, but I don't know what it was that shifted, but just wanting to be like, okay, if this is really what you want to do, we can do it. Like, okay. But
Well,
yeah, probably not the proper answer, but yeah.
No, I think it is. And I don't think it doesn't mean that you're slow. It's just, I think we all think really differently, or we're going down this one path. And then all of a sudden somebody starts thinking bigger, like Ryan and Joe and everybody in this room, right? Like you want something more. And it's like, how do we get more? Well, you got to help more people. And traditional way is just going to cut us off. And so it's just like getting out of a traditional mindset, I think, is really what for me, and is kind of what I'm hearing from you too. And being a supportive spouse, marrying the right person, I think is first and foremost the key there, because that was how I felt with Joe. I was like, well, he's really excited about this. He really believes in it. Like, I can't say no, right? And so supporting him was definitely important to me too.
well, and I think sometimes it just takes that one call, right? The one conversation. Sometimes it's that first deal
Yeah, Steve, for us.
where where that first deal that we do, like the deal itself made money, cool, great, but it was like that put the stamp of approval on like what we were doing. And that's when I think for us things got a little bit more serious on Jen's side, is like we actually had a whole bunch of these stamps already done, and I got in over my head because like I'm working, I'm doing all this stuff, and like, how are the taxes getting paid? Well, the tax bills actually got mailed to one of our renters' houses, and we got
So
didn't
they
even
weren't getting paid.
then they weren't getting paid, and we didn't know this, right? So I was like, wow, and then she's like, oh, you definitely need help. You're a little bit of a mess. So it's like we find these things where we work well together. So that's super important when you're working with your spouse. But I just love how you're supportive. You said, holy cow, let's go ahead and do it. Was it that first deal that you guys did where things started feeling a little bit more real for you, Abby?
Yeah, for sure. I remember he came into the bedroom and I think was I recovering from a surgery on that one. And I just remember being like, what? Like this actually worked? Like what? Like losing my mind in excitement for him. And I did absolutely nothing to help.
You can't
But
say that because you guys have your lanes and you're
that's
really
true.
social media. So Ryan, speak for us on that part. Like how much
Yeah.
Abby's helped for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I love what Joe was saying about like, each of you kind of has your strengths. And for me, like the social media stresses me out because I don't know, it's just like having to come up with content is just like I don't know, it's just not the way I'm wired. But Abby is like phenomenal at that and she's super consistent with it, which is so important. Like it's so foundational. It's just like the bedrock of the
Yeah.
business is the marketing and the branding. And Abby's so consistent with it and creative and just always putting out great posts. So I don't know how this would work or if we would have leads without what she does for the business. So it's neat to have kind of that, partnership with your spouse for sure.
And shout out to Abby, legit powerhouse. Like makes such like great content that's like just real, looks fun, looks exciting. Like you just, and I've been complimenting you on this for the longest time because legitly inside of our community, I should have you actually do one of our support calls just talking about that. Now it's like, okay, we need to actually have that because like this is an important thing that like we just take for granted. And business 101 is like marketing, right? And we all want to get to the next level, but the first one is like you got to get attention. You got to get loud of what we do. And you do it in such an elegant way that makes it fun, doesn't make it look salesy. So, just before I forget, like we got to drop, I think we already did drop your link down below. So if anybody wants to follow and see what they're up to, like
Mhm.
just legit powerhouses. How much money have you guys spent on marketing since you've
None.
None.
none? And you've done a bunch of deals,
Hmm.
right? So how to do it organically is really, really important. And I love the fact that you guys picked your lanes. So that first deal that you did, what happened in that situation?
So I had posted the blue ad, and a seller reached out to me. He was very motivated. I mean, so you guys talk about like the script to run through with people through Facebook Messenger. We got through the script really quickly and actually got on a phone call like that same day, like an hour later, when it was able to work out for both of us. And we kind of talked through, what he needed. He had moved actually out of the house already, and was living somewhere else because for work his commute was too long. And so he was just kind of he had it on the market with a realtor, but it hadn't moved. It had been like 2 months. He was struggling to make the two mortgage payments. So we kind of talked through how we could purchase it, keep his existing mortgage in place. He already had his next mortgage, so he didn't, it wasn't a problem as far as like, going with the bank, getting a second mortgage. So it was really straightforward there. Yeah, and we got under agreement, and then we were able to close on it. And yeah, so that was how our first deal kind of came about. Just the blue ad, posting that, following up with the sellers who reach out, and walking through, getting on a closing call and getting the deal done.
And this was a brand new property basically too. Like
Yeah.
not like this is like kind of house, but it was brand new, beautiful house.
Yeah, it was really such a contrast to the rentals that we'd done before, like the long-term rentals. The only like the price point we had to be at to even purchase the properties, you had to get like these old row homes in the city that were like maintenance nightmares. So being able to buy a house that was like worth 3 times what those are worth, it's brand new, doesn't need anything. That was incredible. And the money we needed to close on was less than for any of those.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Well, and that shows a lot right there, right? So you make your money when you buy the deals, but also too buying better properties, because I've had some of these which are just maintenance, like I'm like, what just happened, right? Like all of the time. And
Mhm.
then there's been many times where we're buying these like beautiful turnkey houses in these neighborhoods that are like newer. And I'm like, I don't need a contractor. I don't need nothing. Just go close on it. And I got the nice house. So, and then you were able to help a family get into the property with rent to own. Is that what we did on that? Or you guys did on that one?
That's right. Yeah, we marketed it for, it took a little while to get some tenants, but we did some advertising, got a few people interested, and then we were able to get them moved in.
So I know a nice non-refundable option deposit on that one. And you're helping other humans, which is wonderful. So you
Hmm.
do that first deal, but then you guys don't stop there. You continually do deals.
Yep.
Um, and you've got a fix and flip that you bought with seller financing that you're working on right now.
Yep.
Um, and my big question is this, because here's where it's exciting to see, like to watch like before and then where you're at right now, like legit the most amazing thing. But you guys homeschool,
Mm-hmm.
you both have your own businesses, which we're going to get into as well. Um, how do you find the time? Because we're all so darn busy, right? How do you guys manage the time, and how much time would you say you spend on your real estate business, like per day or per week? What would that look like?
Yeah, day in the life, day in the week.
Yeah, it takes, I mean, it varies a lot because it's just, sometimes like if you're in like deal mode where you've got a deal and you've just got a lot, you're talking title or you have to find insurance, stuff like that can take a lot more time. But I mean, the average is probably, less than an hour just to post the blue ad, respond to sellers. That's kind of where it starts. And then once you have a deal, it takes a little bit more time, kind of working that through the pipeline. But rent to own can take a lot of time because you're talking with a lot of different people on the phone, doing showings. That takes a lot of time. But yeah.
But
Uh,
like the other things of like either just responding or putting out social media stuff or putting the post, it's just throughout the minutes of the day of like,
Mhm.
here, like, let me pop this up when, I don't know, you're cooking dinner, or my brain just literally blanked on what I was about to say. But like on those little tiny minutes, or like you're sitting down and watching something and you're like, oh, here, I can just be responding.
Mhm.
And it's just the little moments of the day. And then obviously phone calls they're not long phone calls, but obviously you have some time for those, but yeah, like the little tiny things really don't take much time of the day because you can fit them in whenever.
Mhm.
I gotta ask, Abby, are you all running the bookkeeping business on Facebook too, as far as like social media?
He doesn't
And
do any of it.
okay, so
Sometimes even his own
posting,
personal posts, I do.
oh my gosh. So
Not
she's
all
literally
of them.
posting for the real estate, trying to buy houses over here, posting on the real estate, rent to own. She's posting, she's got a personal business that she's doing wooden flowers, which she's making me a wreath. So stay tuned for that. I'm so
Yay.
excited. And she's putting content out for all of this every day. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to keep up with Abby. And then they just started a bookkeeping business, which we're going to talk about. So is there like any hack that you could share with all of us of like, how are you doing this? Like, all the time, like, and keeping up with it.
Well, a lot of them are repeated sayings, just copying, posting them, and then putting a new picture that's more.
Yeah.
But I know like I know nothing about bookkeeping, so I like literally don't do numbers or anything like that. So ChatGPT is actually helping me, and I was really leery to do that, but that's writing the post most of the time. And then I copy and paste from there. But yeah, like it's just a lot of it is, and also my brain is just wired to like, oh, here's a picture I want to put up, and let me just come up with this witty saying with it or whatever too. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, so this is the point of you guys are making a plus team. Abby's working on putting out the post, getting attention, right? And showcasing what they do. Rather it's Abby's business with wood and flowers, rather it's their real estate business, rather it's their business that they have where Ryan does this part of it with the bookkeeping, right? Because for me, I wouldn't want to do the bookkeeping part because I'm not that organized. So thank goodness you got somebody like this who could do that. So what made you want to start that part of it, Ryan?
Yeah, so I'd always kind of done, like for our personal finances, I had this crazy Excel spreadsheet for as long as I can remember. So I always enjoyed kind of tracking the numbers. And then when we started our businesses, I was also kind of trying to stay organized that way as well. So I did the bookkeeping for us there. But more recently, I did kind of a deep dive into like accounting fundamentals, assets, liabilities, equity, credits, and debits, and all that, and found that it was something I really enjoyed, something I really loved, and just fit well with my personality. And since I was already kind of doing it for our real estate businesses, and small businesses as well on the side, besides just real estate, I figured it was something I could do for other small business owners as well who might need it. And I think it's such a need. It's not something we talk about a whole lot. I feel like it's kind of like taking out the trash in a way. It's like something that needs to be done. And if you don't do it, it just kind of piles up and gets worse and worse. But sometimes as people starting, new entrepreneurs, it's not something that we really talk about a whole lot. So yeah, I thought it was an opportunity to kind of help out some small business owners, some real estate investors, using some things that I had learned along the way.
Wow. Well, and that's incredible analogy. My wife is cracking up over here. It is true, and obviously because you
Philippa, our assistant, just texted me too and said she feels that. So you are spot on.
shout out Felipe, she's here.
She's listening. Yeah, she helps our bookkeepers. But yeah, it's something that if you do let it pile up, man, you're gonna be in a heap of garbage. It's gonna be so hard to get yourself out. So words of advice. First of all, go check out that YouTube episode that we have with him. He shares all about what you should be working on there. And I really hope like that you're taking away that you can prioritize what matters most to you and what you find important. So I challenge all of you here today to take a really hard look and a really wide lens at where you're spending your time. Because I know the saying is we all have 24 hours in a day, but if we don't know exactly where every moment is going, it just slips away. And then so do our dreams and goals. And I say that because I have so many times, every quarter I try to do it, I audit myself and I know like my goals of this or that, they don't get accomplished if I don't make the time to get them done. So to Abby and Ryan, sounds like a priority is to get those blue ads out there every single day to make sure that they're posting fresh content. When they do go to a property, which is very rare, they go and they film the content. And you're going to see that in their pages. So it's just be really mindful. And then, of course, you're adding in homeschooling, and Abby loves to cook all organic and natural ingredients too. So you will not find any sort of like paper or, ready-made product in their house because she shares that on social too. So it just comes down to what matters most in your life. What is it you're trying to accomplish? and find these folks as inspiration, because if you're thinking, man, I could never, that's a mindset shift, because everybody here is very capable. It's just, where are you spending your time and who are you surrounding yourself with? So again, I have to give you guys so much kudos for being here today on a Friday, all locked in, taking notes, listening. Maybe if you're working, you've got an earbud in, we're not going to tell your boss on you because you want something more. So when you walk away today, I really challenge you to take a look at where your time is going, because as Abby and Ryan are like walking, talking proof, like they're setting up a huge foundation for them and their girls and generations to come.
Well, and I think it's really awesome too, because you're just doing what works. You don't reinvent the wheel. You do the process like A plus. And if you just do like we talked about, you're not spending money to generate leads, right? You're able to talk to sellers and help them in an issue where they tried putting it on the market. It didn't sell. This is a beautiful house. It's new in a beautiful neighborhood, right? Like who wouldn't want that property?
Hmm.
That's the thing that blows my mind, is because if we limit ourselves, that there's nobody who has a hard time selling a new house, or why would anybody go for this? Like these are just some mental roadblocks that what happens is, once again, and Ryan and Abby hit this in the head, they dealt with a motivated seller. So on our scale of 1 to 10, what would you guys rank your seller in that situation?
He'd probably be like an 8 or a 9, if not a 10. He's right up there.
Every month he's got to make that 2 mortgage payments. He's probably squeaking
Mhm.
closer to a 10 every month. Every month when, you're making 2 house payments. Like if anybody has a mortgage, would you guys be okay if your mortgage payment doubled? You're making 2 of them, right? Well, like that could be a problem for a lot of us. I know my wife would be mad at me, boy, if we had to do that stuff. So I can only imagine the stress that puts on a family, especially if you got bills and other things going on. Like that's a lot. So the fact that you can hop in when another agent couldn't, create a win for the seller by also creating a win for yourself, and then creating a win for your renters, because they moved in, gave y'all a big deposit to move in with, rent to own. They're paying, they're taking care of the property, and they're in a beautiful new home where maybe they couldn't get into something like that yet, but they're working on how they can. And your next deal, what on a scale of 1 to 10 was that seller?
He was right up there too. Probably about 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there. He had lost his job actually, and he had moved out of the house. He wasn't even living there. Um, and he was in pre-foreclosure. He was behind on his payments. So that was another blue ad. We got connected him that way. It was another like really quick run through the script. There's no pro. He didn't care if he was sharing his like mortgage balance. And we got on the phone. Actually, he wanted to do it more through chat, so we kind of actually worked the whole deal out without even getting on the phone, until we did get on the phone later, eventually. But this was one guy who was just, yeah, he was really super motivated. He was probably a 10. Yeah, and so we were able to work out a deal where we got his mortgage up to date, help his credit out, um, purchase the home. We didn't pay him any money down for it either. He's holding a little bit of equity, until we're able to pay that out at some point in the future, 0%. And we're just making it as a great mortgage, 2.75%.
Bam.
So the win-win for both of us.
So
Well, that's like a golden deal right there. Let's break that one down.
yeah, well, I mean, how many people are still getting rates at 2.7 something percent right now? Because but here's the good news. I'm gonna deliver some good news. There's a lot of those deals out there. There's a lot of sellers. It's like 60 something percent of mortgages have an interest rate in the 2s and 3s still right now. So those properties are still out there. We could buy them, but so he lost his job
Hmm.
and already moved out of the house. So this place is sitting there vacant. It's getting behind on payments. What was the condition of the property like?
It was not bad. We had like some carpets replaced, some painting done. I don't think we even replaced any carpets. I think they cleaned the carpets really
I
well.
think they stretched them.
Yeah, they stretched the carpets. I mean, we were able to get some good, like a good contractor out there. So we basically just had to clean it out.
They
Do a
definitely took advantage of the, we buy as is, and left
Yeah.
because he already moved out. He was like, okay, I'll leave it all.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Whatever.
that right there, if you're taking notes, that is one of the weirdest but biggest selling points that we've heard. And as you can hear, like they hear too, that a seller that's like magic to their ears. Take what you want and leave what you don't. And it literally, you can hear people be like, oh my gosh, really? Because that stuff we accumulate that they don't want, that they don't now have to deal with, like sign them up. They are so, so excited and they will take you up on that. But for us, it's just part of the job, right? Like get a dumpster or get a crew over there and haul out whatever it is. And then minor cosmetics, it sounds like here.
Hmm. Yeah.
Wow.
And that's one of the things I love because it's like one of the easiest jobs to like, you can find junk removals, contractors super easy and they're not that expensive.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just helping other people's problems, right? And this is a tremendous one that gets overlooked. So when Ryan and Abby just dropped this and Jen kind of brings it up, I just want to make sure we put that stamp on there. Everybody listening, like we came for some training today, right? Raise your hand. Yes, we did, Joe. Yes, we did, Jen and Ryan and Abby. Good. One of the big things when you're talking to a seller, make sure you're always like put this in your vocabulary, the sentence, but anything that you want and anything of value, make sure you take that with you. But if there's anything you don't want, like an old sofa or an end table, just leave it behind and we'll take care of it for you.
Mm.
That is tremendous value. If somebody says they've been in a house, especially for a long time, oh my gosh, they're going to take you up on that offer. We've returned laptops to schools. We've returned cable boxes. We've got houses that had the couch and table and all that stuff in there.
Old TVs.
Old TVs. We've done all of these things, guys. But when you listen to the seller call that we're going to send to y'all last night, when I said that to that seller, her voice, are you kidding? Like she was like chirped right up. She was excited about that. And when you're talking to sellers, if you're listening to their verbal cues, because we're doing this on the phone, so you got to listen more than I could see. I will tell you that was a game changer for her. So if you want that call recorded, that what we did last night in our coaching session, make sure you drop your email below and you're going to get that. I just want to bring that up because that is a big point that we don't discuss enough as investors. We all talk about analyzing deals and getting leads, but when you're talking to them, what do these conversations sound like? This is a big point. I just want to make sure we clearly get that for everybody.
Yeah, so tell them we buy as is, but then break it down a step further and literally tell them that you will take care of all of the rest of the stuff that they don't want. You just take what you need. So like quick message, hey, we buy as is, but then break it down real simple for them. And that is such a huge selling point.
Yep.
And then I want to also circle back to the fact that you said the seller has equity, but you did not give him any yet. And you also aren't paying him on that equity right now. So I just think there's a little bit of a misconception out there that you have to structure a deal by maybe giving money up front or having these like hybrid whatevers. I don't know. We've never done it. And so I'd love to kind of just share a little bit more on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually both the deals we were talking about, both of those sellers have some equity in it. We agreed on a purchase price that was a little bit more than what their mortgage balance was. But they were both willing to say, down the road, whenever we sell the house or, we have a maximum term length of like 10 years with both of them. Within that time frame, we'll get you the rest of your equity paid out. But they were both good with, no payments on it, just holding that for us until we were able to get them paid.
And why do we do that?
Well, wait a minute. Holy cow. You're telling me a seller's got all this equity in their house and they're not charging you any interest. You're not paying them a monthly payment on it. They're just willing to let you sit there and float that for a decade.
Yep.
Now, anybody's listening, you're all scratching your heads right now saying, why would somebody do that, right? Stop over guessing it. Just ask the questions. And the way our scripts are run, we just ask questions and the seller makes us the offer. So part of one of the questions that probably Abby or Ryan asks the seller, it's a question, but it's also a statement. And I'm going to share more training. That's what we're all here. Everybody want training, right? Yay. Yes, Joe. Okay, cool. This is what we say. I know this is going to blow your minds. It's super easy. I mean, it's going to be like wild. I typically buy with no money down, okay? I'm going to say that one more time. So I'm talking with the seller. Hey, if I pay your price and I buy it as is and you take all the important things, I typically buy with no money down, okay? I'm asking a question, but I'm also making a statement all at the same time, okay? And then after you ask that question and slash makes that statement, you got to do one super important thing. Zip it. Don't start talking. Don't start blabbing. Don't start having diarrhea of the mouth. And we're going to talk about all the other things too. You sit there and you wait for them to say, okay, right? Is that what happened in those situations?
More or less, yeah. I don't actually remember because the phone calls were so long, a while ago, but I think so. I think at that point, yeah, I'd heard you say that in the coaching calls a bunch of times, so I already knew what to say. I think that, yeah, I think I at that point was incorporating that in the sales calls, definitely by now.
So they left thousands of dollars in the deal. You're not having to pay any equity, any interest, any payments on that. Because if you're making a mortgage payment, their mortgage payment, plus now you have to add some monthly payment of their equity into that. You add those two things up, there goes your cash flow. Right. So I tell them I'm solving their problem. And in both of those situations, it sounds like to me their big problem was what? Would you say, guys?
Just making the mortgage payments.
Getting the payment off their back, right? It's the monthly payment. Once again, like we talked to, it's about, can you afford two mortgage payments if your mortgage is doubled? The big pain is just getting that mortgage payment off my back like right away. And so we're talking about a new house, beautiful house, house that's still beautiful, just need to have, a little bit of paint and then it's good to go. But these are two situations where the sellers were extremely motivated, right? One lost their job, one already moved. Either way, these are beautiful houses, both vacant. So we're kind of giving you what our avatar seller situation looks like, some of these situations that they're going through, some of the questions that we ask to qualify them to make sure that it's a good fit for them and us. But they had real estate problems. And you guys had more than one strategy because on the beautiful house, if you put in a cash offer, a lowball cash offer, they couldn't have taken it. They wouldn't have taken it. Right?
Right.
But you guys were able to solve their problem. Second guy, house is vacant. He's behind on payments, putting it on the market, trying to list it. Who knows how quick it would sell or not? And they don't have time like that. So they need to get that thing moved. So I want to talk about the fix and flip you guys are working on right now. Can we dive
Yeah.
on one? And I know we're just
Yeah.
shifting gears, but we got a lot of stuff we got going
A
on.
lot of deals to talk about.
But you guys have stuff, and this is what's so cool about it because your fix and flip right now. This was brought to you by another investor who they weren't able to move the deal, right?
Yeah, they had locked it up with the seller and were looking to assign it to somebody. I guess it was they already had enough deals for themselves at the time, so they were like, well, we'll try to find somebody else who's interested in taking this one over. So we kind of looked at it initially and we're like, I don't know, it's kind of a remote spot. But we actually, in one of the coaching calls, I brought it up and you're like, well, you might as well call some realtors in the area and see like, is it an area where there's nothing on the market, so things will just fly off as soon as as soon as they get listed. So I did that and talked with I think three different realtors, and they were all like, yeah, it's anything that gets listed is going to be moving pretty quickly. And they gave me kind of some pricing on it, and when we looked at all the numbers, it was like actually we could make a good amount by buying it and doing a creative flip with it where we don't have to find a hard money lender. We're just taking over the existing mortgage. We had to pay an assignment fee, to the investor who brought us the deal. I think we paid the seller a little bit of money down, but then we're getting that money back real quick because we did a little bit of work to it. I found a great realtor in the area who listed it for us, and then we got it under contract within like a week of listing it. So we're just waiting until we get to close probably later this month.
Wow. Well, and that's such a great story because I know before when I fixed and flipped, I had to buy the house. I had to pay for it. And you guys didn't have to come to the table paying for the whole house. You bought it with seller financing. So out of pocket with some closing costs, a little bit of cash to the seller, an assignment fee, which is a fancy word for a finder's fee for the investor who had the deal, right? So they paid a finder's fee, a little bit of money down to the seller, some closing costs. Now they own a house. And on that house, you've got seller financing. So you could take over their payment and turn it into a rental if you wanted to. But this one needed some work. And that's why I love why we call it Creative Finance Playbook. Shout out the shirt today, wore it for all of you. But the playbook is because there's so many different options I could do. There's not just one thing I can do here. I can buy it and turn it into a rental. But also I've got to put some money into it. So my theory is if I have to write a good sized check, I want to get a bigger check back pretty quickly. That's how you win in real estate. So this is what we talked about on the call. Did it make sense for a rental? Maybe. Could have squeaked it in and made it work, right? But then also too, there was an opportunity because there was a lot of what we call free equity. What you're able to buy it for compared to what it's worth by just doing a couple small things to it, you could turn around and flip the house now by putting it on the market, and you can because it's your house. You own it. So you'd buy it, just seller financing it. You're gonna do some renovations, list it with an agent, and then now you guys are getting, another deal that way too. So you're just doing it creatively. Whether you're buying it, on seller financing and things like that, whether you're just putting a rent to own renter in there where they're getting big deposits and, without the headaches and phone calls and maintenance and repairs, and now even doing the creative flips on this. So the fact that you guys are doing all of these things, is this why you started your bookkeeping business, Ryan?
Yeah, we just got a lot going on. I like to keep track of it all. So
Well, you got a lot of things coming and going and renters and,
Mhm.
deals and renovations and purchases and selling and things like that.
There's a
So
lot of moving parts, but definitely dial back to like the very first step was just getting in the right room. You heard us on a podcast, and then you were like, okay, well, I hear it, I kind of get it. The same thing happened with us, but there's just a couple like pieces that weren't clicking. And so I dropped the link there. If you want to hop on our wait list, see if it's a great fit. Anyone who's listening, Ryan brings these deals. Even last night, Ryan and Abby brought a deal, and this place had like a flower shop and like a whole bunch of stuff going on, because sometimes you encounter things and you need another set of eyes, someone who's really been, obviously like Joe, studying the market, like pulling up Reventure app, like really looking and seeing like what are the things you need to be looking for, because I think that's what happens with a lot of new investors. They get burned out so quickly because they don't have all of the knowledge yet, and they're not surrounding themselves with that proper support. So like, again, kudos for you to be like super coachable and teachable and just taking that next right step, and then honestly like blowing it up out of the water at this point. It's so fun to watch your journey and your growth. Guys, if you have more questions, drop them below. I see Nate is asking, how many markets would you pick for the Blue Post? Do you guys have one market that you're in, or do you kind of pick and choose all over?
we kind of do at this point all over Pennsylvania. I've done a little bit in New York because that's where I grew up. That's where my parents live. So there's sort of a connection there. We've done maybe a tiny bit in New Jersey because that's where she's from. So it's kind of like areas, I mean, the past like 3 homes we bought, we never even stepped in. So we don't feel limited by geography or whether it's close to us or far from us. It's just kind of markets that we're more familiar with at this point. But I've talked to people in Florida with houses they're trying to sell, Tennessee, like other places. None of those deals have worked out, but we'd be open to doing deals in other places as well. But mostly at this point, we're focusing the blue ad on Pennsylvania.
So I gotta ask, you just said something that was pretty wild. You mean you bought 3 houses that are without ever going to them?
Yep.
What was that like the first time? Was it scary or wild, or were you just like, yep,
It kind of just rolled right off your tongue a little too easily there.
yeah.
Yeah, I think the first time was it was kind of unnerving to me. Um, I had called up a contractor in the area and he went and kind of scoped it out for me. And then the next two is just like, well, they were like, well, all these homes have been like 3 hours away from us. So it's like, well, I can't, if I have to go to the house, it's gonna take so many hours. So if you can just get somebody local to go and kind of who has a little bit of experience. The other one, it was like the wife was the realtor I was talking to, and her husband's the contractor, and they both went to the house together and looked at it, checked everything out, and he was able to tell me, yeah, it's got good bones and needs a little bit of work here and there. But getting somebody who's got good eyes to look at it in the area is really critical. But like I wouldn't want to buy a home without having anybody see it, but it's easy to find somebody who's ready to help you out.
Well, I love that too, because we've to save my own and for my wife
Your
not to
sanity or my sanity?
both, because what happens is I don't go to houses anymore when we buy them, because if I do, I usually come home with stuff and then she gets mad, it piles up in the garage, and then we have all this stuff that we don't need. And for some reason, it was like, oh, I mean, when we lived in upstate New York, I must have had 25 shovels in my garage because everybody sells their house, they leave
He's
their shovel.
not
Right.
exaggerating. We had
I'm
like
not.
10.
I'm not. Like when we finally moved to Florida, we had like a small garage sale, anybody came over, like, you get a free shovel. Like everybody got free
They were like,
shovels.
thanks, because
Oh
we
yeah.
needed it and we don't.
Rather you need it or not. I'm like, there's no shovels in Florida. We don't need snow shovels here. But the fact is you're able to do this virtually, um, makes a huge difference, because here's the thing we talk about. We only have the same 24 hours. You guys are doing a great job of getting other people to put eyes on the property for you. Because a lot of us think drive 3 hours there, spend an hour there, 3 hours back. There's 7 hours. On those 7 hours, you could have been marketing. You could have been talking about getting your next deal. You could have been pushing that property rent to own,
Could have making social media posts.
social media posts, while paying somebody to go be your eyes for you. Right. And when we're buying not junkers here, we're talking about beautiful houses and beautiful neighborhoods. Guys, you don't have to do it. And even if it's a junker property, I'm still sending somebody over anyways, because they're probably going to know more about the junk than I do. So finding the right people is crucial. And I want to kind of talk about that because we had on the call last night, you actually have a multi-use building that we're looking at now. And
Yep.
this one has some opportunity to it. So I know that you guys are doing a little bit of research on it, but it's a single family home connected to a florist shop. There's a food truck that does business on the property, and then it's got a garage in back, which you could either rent or run a small business out of too.
Yeah.
And this is a property where like it's over $500,000. And I know what everybody thinks, which is kind of crazy, but this seller is agreeing to some pretty amazing terms on this deal, right?
Yep.
So, A, no money down,
Sure.
like $500,000 building, guys, no money down. I
Mhm.
hope you're listening here. And then you didn't think they were even gonna go for that, did you at first?
No. Yeah. I was
And
like, if I'm
then,
gonna buy it, we were doing it through a realtor who listed it. So I told him like, if I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna need it to be no money down because my closing costs are going to be pretty high because of how expensive it is between the Pennsylvania transfer tax and title insurance. So, and I told him that I didn't really expect that, it would go anywhere, but he came back eventually and said like the seller was open to doing that.
and this seller has like what, 400,000 of equity,
Yeah.
400,000
He
equity.
has a small mortgage on it, but yeah, he has a huge amount of equity.
And so the seller's willing to sell, no money down. So hopefully we're all listening here. And then they said, well, for the equity, I want payments though, and that's got to be at 7% interest, right?
Yep.
How'd you handle that?
So I saw that he said the realtor kind of mentioned the seller was thinking like a 30-year amortization with 7% interest, and I looked at the payment for that, and it was going to be like on top of the existing mortgage payment, which he was okay with us doing a wrap mortgage where we take over that mortgage and start making his payments for him, and then buy with no money down, seller finance for the rest of it. But he wanted it was going to be like $2,700 a month type of payment, which is going to just be I mean, we'd be negative cash flow at that point. So I kind of figured out in my mind where I wanted the highest payment I wanted to have every month and told the realtor, well, at this purchase price, with a 30-year amortization, I'm going to need that rate to be like 2%. And I thought there's no way the seller is going to agree to 2% because he's thinking 7%, but I just kind of put my number out there. And I didn't hear anything from the realtor for like a week and a half, but he just got back to me just recently and said, well, the seller's thinking he would probably do that if you were still interested.
Wow. So once again, $500,000 property. House is in turnkey shape, nice house. It's
Hmm.
got an active business in it. It's got the active business outside of it with the food truck, and you've got the back place that you could rent out too. So it's got four different streams of income off one property. There's a school close by, so you could either rent it by the rooms, things like that, if you choose to, or do the single family method. But there's a lot of things here, and you're able to get into this deal, no money down, paying some closing costs, working at a small commission for the agents. Um, but the flip side of it too is the seller's being flexible. He's got $400,000 over that of equity. He does want some of that monthly, but on top of his low mortgage payment, we're just making sure that we could back into a payment that Ryan and Abby could buy the deal and still cash flow monthly. And then does that leave opportunity to maybe get a little bit more money from the food truck because they're only getting like very little, and you could up that a couple $100 a month. Maybe do the rent by the room if you want to, but then also there's some alternatives with the back storage, which you could maybe turn that into something too, which you could even increase revenue from that business and turn into a cash register for you guys. So this is how you create wins, everybody, is by finding motivated sellers. The property's been on the market for what,
Half
Half
a
a
year.
year. Yeah.
year? Yeah, I know it's been a while, right? But now over time, the seller's back to a spot where they're motivated. So if you're thinking, why would anybody sell a $500,000 multi-use business that could actually rent and make money with no money down at a 2% interest rate? Once again, the deals are out there. You just have to either A, find them, and then B, like tell them what you can do. Sometimes I can't always agree to 7%, but I could do 2%. Where many of us fail is we just say I can't do 7%, but we never tell them what I could do. Do we want to make sure everybody want training? Yes, Joe. Awesome. We always want to make sure that we're telling
No,
them.
nobody wants your training.
Well, that's what we talked about today, right? But this is what we want to do. Ask great questions, have the seller make us the offer, and then if we could do the deal, do it, right? If it's that great. And if it's not, Counteroffer said, I can't do that, but here's what I can do. And back into the numbers where they do work. And Ryan figured out I can make the deal work at 2%, just 7 crushes my cash flow. So I can do 2%. And he didn't panic. Waited 10 days probably before you made that, and they finally come back. So that's good. If they came back quick, they'd probably said no. If they came back quick and said yes, you know you went too high anyways. So the fact that they needed a week and a half to think about it means you got it, right? So there's still some more preliminary work we're going to look into on that deal. But just, I love how you guys are just making it just doable, right? And you're doing it one small step at a time.
Simplifying it too, I think. And sometimes, we almost go into too much training and there's so many shiny objects, but if you just simplify and you stay really focused and how can I help the seller, I think that that's really what it comes down to. And for me too, when we first got started, I was always like, well, why would somebody do this? And maybe you're sitting here thinking to yourself, well, why would a seller do this? And we're going to continue to share all of the different stories, all of the reasons why people, get into strange situations, they lose their job, they have to move, they maybe wanted to own a business or, be a landlord and now they don't want to be. And so you got to remember, we all are in different spaces and places, and it just, opening up with that blue ad and then running our 10 magic questions, and I'll drop that script here in a second, but, stick to that process, get those answers, and then see what you can do to help them and really remove that stigma of, there's only one way to buy real estate and only these type of people would sell, because I'm telling you, like, that all goes out the window when you really start hearing these stories with people.
Yeah, and I think when you talk direct to seller off market, you're talking directly to the seller. You're finding out right from their mouth their situation that they're going through, right? And I don't have a middleman or a gatekeeper or the bouncer at the club who won't let me talk to them, because that's what sometimes agents do. It's just what it is. I mean, I'm not knocking them, but just the truth, because I've talked to not too many, but thousands. It's just what happens, guys. And so once again, finding out when you're talking to sellers, they are in some jams, right? Every single one of these situations. This seller here, I don't know if they're in a financial situation. It's been a year since they've been trying to sell this property. It's still bringing in money every single month, but they must be at some point where they're motivated enough to say, yeah, I will do no money down. I will do it 2%. And what we kind of factored last night on the support call is that they're actually going to be making way more than their purchase price because of all the interest that you're going to be paying, even at 2%, right? Even at 2%, when you tack that interest onto the price that they're getting from the property, our offer, the way that we're doing that deal, they're making more money on that than they would any other way. Plus, when you're buying it with seller financing, you're helping them defer some of their taxes they're going to have to pay for the property. If it's an investment property and you buy it low and you sell it high, you're going to get taxed on that difference. Well, when you sell it, that's when you get a big tax burden, right? And it could be a lot. Well, a lot of times investors love selling it with seller financing this way because they're only taxed on the income they received that year. I'm not an accountant, but I know my accountant loves it. I know a lot of these other investor accountants do too. So if you want to learn more about it, talk to your accountant. But that's how that stuff works. So
Bam.
Dwayne
says he loves that you always come back with what you can do. So many agents don't respond to the offers. Absolutely. So yeah, just, think about a creative structure, offer it and see what happens. And patience, right? Time and circumstance we've heard before, and just following up. Fortune is always in that follow-up.
Yeah.
Nate has one more question too. When you take over that property, how are you paying the mortgage payments while they're vacant? Do you have to use your own money?
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah, I was asking you.
Yeah, that's something you have to factor into the kind of cost of acquisition, is having enough money to hold it for however long you're going to need until you get like a rent-to-own tenant or whatever else you need.
Well, and you bring up a good point. This is one of the reasons why our exit strategy is the lease option, aka rent to own, is because our renters don't just give us a security deposit and first month's rent when they move in. And that happens to every landlord. In upstate New York, you can't do first and last month's rent in a security deposit, only first. Florida, they could get you on last here, but that's still not a lot of money. Your renters don't have much skin in the game, right? So there's also that factor there too. But if I do have to come up with some cash to buy the deal, part of the reason why I could scale and grow, and this is part, everybody want training? Yes, Joe. The part of which is great is when I do get that non-refundable option deposit, that helps with the cost of buying the deal. So just yesterday, we had a wire transfer into our bank account for $13,000. We had a renter who did rent to own, was moving into one of our condos in Florida. Okay, $13,000 is a lot more than you would get as a security deposit, right? And so this is why when we buy the deal with no money down, we had to float payments for a while till we found the right candidate. But this is what's going to help us get back all of the money that we put into the deal, because the goal is to get that money back as fast as humanly possible. Sometimes I get it all back right away. And I'm
The day before closing.
the day before closing, right? There's sometimes that happens. Sometimes it takes me a few months to get that non-refundable option deposit. I'm making a little bit of money on cash flow, and then I'm back to like, it's just profit from my here on out. And that's how we're able to get these infinite returns, is by buying it with no money down. Yes, Joe, we heard that, right? Pay some closing costs, but then offer it as a non-refundable option deposit, because our renters are giving us 10, 20, 30,000, sometimes more to move into one of our rentals. And that's why I love that strategy so much, because if I had to come up with some cash to buy the deal, my renter gives me 10, 20, 30 grand down. A lot of times I'm profitable buying the house. And now I'm just getting cash flow every month, renter paying down my debt, house hopefully is going up. I'm getting a monthly cash flow, and I'm getting a write off on my taxes. Like check, 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 check. Now, how many times could I duplicate that? Well, if I could buy deals without 20% down and closing costs, and I could get that money back quickly by offering that lease option. This has been the recipe for us to grow our business without getting the maintenance calls and repair calls, because our renters take care of that. They're going to pay a lot better than your normal renter will. They're definitely going to pay more because they've got skin in the game. I've got a renter, they just got behind $11,000 behind on rent. We were about to send the eviction paperwork and get all that stuff started.
No, it was all started. We
It was-
literally had the warrant, like, because in New York it took so long. That's why the balance got so high. And by the grace of somebody, she was able to, at the last second, come up with $11,000. Even the attorney was like, "What? This never happens." So
Well,
rent to own.
and that's the reason why, because if they have a security deposit, that's the U-Haul truck that backs up into the driveway in the middle of the night and they take off. Okay. But when they're about to lose a $20,000 deposit and they've have some skin in the game, they want to get that back to current again, right? And they're going to do whatever they can to do it. So our renters are even a different caliber of clients than your normal renter. So these are, when I started putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, I'm like, oh my gosh, no more rentals ever, only rent to own. Like that's just what it's going to be. And I'm going to absolutely just love it with this strategy. And guys, this is what has helped us. And yes, we have had people buy their house. It happened. It's great. I'm helping another human. It's sad to see the house go, but we helped another human turn into a homeowner. And guess what? If they do buy it, we get the big back end check, the third payday. The first one's when they move in, the monthly cash flow, but the third payday is that big old check when they buy the house. Here's the thing, we don't cry. I congratulate them. I love on them, but then I reinvest that property, that money back into maybe 2 more properties. So if I lose one door, I might pick up 2 more or 3 more, because I typically buy with no money down, right? And then when I do buy those properties and I offer them rent to own, I'm raising more capital. And what it does, it turns into the snowball effect. I had explained that to my 10-year-old and my 12-year-old the other day of what that means, right? When that momentum starts growing, it could start really getting pretty exciting.
Is it because we moved from New York? They don't really know anymore.
They don't know what snowball
They were
effect
too
is.
little.
Yep. But this is the case, guys, and some of these keys and these recipes. So if you're speaking to the Abby and Ryan a few years ago before you've got started, and you had to give the old Ryan and Abby some advice, what would your advice be back to your old selves?
Don't do rentals. Only rent to own.
I love that.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd say, don't be afraid to take the risk. Do it the right way though. Find, coaches who can help you be more confident as you take kind of the massive, messy action, who can encourage you in that, and also who can kind of help guide you so that you're not, making, a deal that doesn't work. That's, I know something you've said, Joe, over and over again, is some of the best deals that you've done are the ones you haven't purchased. So I think that's the way we've been able to grow so much, is because of having the coaching. Jen and Joe are the real deal. They really know how to do this. They've been doing it for so many years, and they're just top-notch coaches as well. Joe has called me up so many times for different deals that we were looking at, just to kind of check in, see how things were going, even outside of the calls, like the group calls. So yeah, it's just been huge. So we tremendously appreciate being able to be part of it and learn so much and be able to take our business and kind of continue to grow it, because otherwise we were really dead in the water just with the traditional approach.
Oh, well, thank you. But again, like guys, you're putting in that work and you're doing it without having to pull lists and spend money on mailers or have a dialer or, fancy CRMs. If you don't have any of that stuff yet, you literally are using your cell phones or a laptop and Facebook.
Well, and I got to give you
Remember?
guys credit, tremendous amount of credit, because the thing is, you guys are A plus, like you just do what works. So many of us, and I'm not going to pick on all of us guys in the room, but I'm a guy, so I could do that. But like, we guys tend to hear what works, and for some reason, the first thing is like, how do I change this now? And right, I see the marketing, I see the script. Well, this is the script Joe and Jen's team that's helped them close hundreds of deals with them and all their clients. But let me get this script and change it, or not do it the same way that they're doing it, and so I could say it doesn't work. Right. And so this is what us guys tend to do. And the reason why you guys are so successful, first of all, you came as A plus people who were hungry, right? I don't have to call you guys up in the morning to say, hey, Abby, did you get out of bed on time? Like an accountability coach. You guys don't need that. All you guys need to do is just like show you what to do one small step at a time, get out of your way, let you go do it, and then be there when you need some help or have some questions. And knowing that the real magic happens not on the calls, it's between the calls, right? So we do our live Zoom calls 5 days a week, but you guys are making the magic happen between those coaching calls and taking the steps and taking the action, because it's easy just to show up and listen, pop in an earbud and listen to the coaching call and listen to everybody doing deals and talk about their business and things like that. That's easy to do. But after that call hangs up, are you actually putting into action what you just learned? And this is where being accountable of yourself, being an action taker, right? Knowing that I'm going to be put in these positions, and when I have a question, I got somebody to turn to. But this is credit to you guys 110%, because you guys are taking action. You're actually doing the business, and it is just exciting. And with your mindset, your attitudes, like the sky is the limit. So if somebody wants to follow you, I know that we dropped your business link down below, but do you have a Facebook or an Instagram or a website?
The best way to reach you. You can
Best
guys
way
can
to reach
drop
you.
it in the comments there for everybody.
Sure.
Yep. And then I had a couple questions about small group coaching, guys. I have a waitlist link right there dropped. If you are interested in hearing more about it, like Joe said, we give 5 days a week value. So Joe runs a call on Monday. I run a call on Tuesday. We've got Brittany on our team. She was on our first 5-hour live. She worked with us for years. She's a part of our community. She loves giving back. She is queen closer is what I like to call her.
Girl, legit.
Girl is on fire. Every time she picks up a call to talk to a seller, she is so nurturing and caring. Used to be an ER nurse and then went to real estate investing full time. After she stopped working with us, her and her husband did 16 deals. Yeah, 16 deals in their first year going full time in real estate investing, all in the Pennsylvania area, right in their own backyard. And they spent $0 in marketing as well. So again, hustling a dream, putting in the work, and she's incredible. And then Thursdays is Joe and I, and then we have Lexi, who's just getting ready right now, I saw, because we have a WhatsApp channel. She just dropped in there that she's fired up at 1 o'clock Eastern. She goes live with everybody, and she is our personal acquisitionist, but she loves giving back to the community too. So she's all geared up, wondering whose call is she making today. And again, that WhatsApp channel to support what we have that is so incredible. We're able to chat back and forth, answer questions, as live time as possible. If Joe and I are tied up, an incredible community. We're huge on culture. As you can see, Ryan and Abby, complete rock stars, but humble, down to earth. They want to give back. They're always, sharing and caring. And it's just such a great place to be. So if you're just like on the fence of, is this the right fit? Then fill out that waitlist form. We'll hop on a call and see. Because if we didn't take that chance, and I didn't, trust his crazy but less, so 2017, all those years ago, then we wouldn't be sitting here today being able to share all this with you. So it's just the power of really pouring into yourself and investing. It always pays off as long as you put in the work, as long as you're not afraid of taking that action.
Yeah, and on these calls, that's what I love, because we are about deal making. So it's no fluff. I don't want to hear like all the other things. Like, this is deal making time. Like, it's about diving in your business. We have some hot seats we're going to do. But it's about getting you results, and that's what we focus on. And I like making the seller calls myself, and this is why we create it the way we do, because all of the coaching programs that we've been in, and I gave a whole bunch of them shout outs, like they wouldn't call my leads for me. And I'm like, hey, everybody bring your leads to class. Like, let me call them for you. So, like,
Mhm.
once again, we're going to send a bunch of you. I saw your email addresses. Like, you're going to hear the call we did last night's class and how this lady's got a 2.7 rate and she's thrilled for the deal and no money down.
She's here. Rosanna's here. I don't know if maybe she can get her
Uh-oh.
mute
Oh,
for a
Rosanna is
second,
here.
but she's in the crowd and we called her seller last night. And when you guys see, I'm sure it's going to show like the whole like screen of faces. We were all like, oh my gosh, you know, how the call was going, because even she said how nervous she was listening to it, because it can be a little nerve wracking your first couple calls. And that's where someone like Joe, who is cool as a cucumber because he's made these calls before, can really help out.
Yeah, and it's about really helping, and that's what we kind of dial into. So you'll get on a call with me. I'll be the one talking with you about it. See, make sure you're a good fit. But if you want, hit that link. But I want to kind of give you guys some credit once again and some love your way, because you guys are A plus. Like, you just keep doing the things to do. You show up to class, you're taking the action steps, and you're building it one day at a time, one deal at a time. And thinking back when you first got started, the first day doesn't feel like, oh my gosh, I hit it now. But when you look back these last months, last years, like the things that you've been able to accomplish, looking back and like, wow, we actually did do a lot. And then here's the exciting part. Like, you two and your attitudes and how you are, what's the next 2 years going to be? What's the
Mhm.
next 5 years going to be? What's the next 10 years going to look like for you two, as long as you just keep doing what you're doing? And I will tell you, it's exciting. So if you're listening here, y'all need to get in watching them now before they start having millions of followers and they're writing books and they're traveling the globe and doing all these crazy things. So you could say, I was there when they were just getting started and I could watch this in the beginning, because I will tell you the things that they're accomplishing, they're the next big thing, right? And it is this. It's the family who are just like no shine, no fluff, like myself and Jen. Like, I don't want to be the Lambo dude. Like, it's not me. Like, I'm just a regular guy, but I like doing real estate deals. And it's fun to me and it's exciting. And so this is why I get fired up during these. That's why we host these trainings for you guys, for everybody else listening, because this is what we love to do. So even on a Friday, it is sunny outside. We could be at the beach, but I'd rather be hanging out with my real estate friends talking about some stuff, because this is the needle mover.
Yeah. So guys, show them some love in the comments there. Go follow them. Most importantly, if you need a bookkeeper, or you may in the future, Ryan is going to be your guy. Make sure you follow Abby for inspiration, because she is just following the blueprint. If you go look at our business page and see hers, she's just tailoring it to them. But that's the point. We don't have to reinvent the wheel on everything. You want to just showcase who you are and have fun along the way. I think that's one thing I love about you too as well, is you just, you know, do it with a smile, and like life's happening, stuff comes up, surgeries, kids, you know, all the things, but you are just doing the darn thing. So thank you so much for taking some time with us today, guys. Oh, somehow I got muted.
Did you mute him?
Did you?
I don't even know if I can.
I don't think I did. Here we go.
There we go. Yeah, thank you so much for having us. It's been a blast.
Aw, thanks, guys. Well, again, if you have anything you need to reach out to them for, there's all their information. It'll be saved in here, and don't be shy. Definitely, they're there for you.
Yay.
Awesome.
Thank you guys so much.
That was so fun. How did an hour fly by like
I
that?
am telling you, we're going to have a ton of fun today, guys. So here's what we're going to do. It is 12:04 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to take a 15-20 minute break,
Well, your lunch isn't quite here yet.
and then we're going to come right back, okay?
It might be 20 minutes.
Then I might be eating with you. Who knows? We're going to take a quick break, but here's what we're going to do when we get back. I'm going to talk about how to get you guys leads. If you want to talk about like how they're getting leads, like we've been talking about this, I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. Yeah, Nate's like,
Yeah.
give me some time to get a coffee.
I need a refill.
Yeah, mine, I got the big one today. But here's the next step, guys. I want to help you be able to get leads like what we talk about. How to get it for free. I see some people doing it. Some are doing it great. Some of you need a little bit of help. And I'm going to be here to help you with that, because if you can get leads coming into your business, that is the first step to being successful. And if you don't have leads, y'all don't have a business.
Don't have a business.
So what we're going to do when I come back, I'm going to show you how to generate off-market incoming leads for free, step by step. And then shortly after that, we're going to have Grace, legit powerhouse, come on here. And she's going to talk about how she's grown her business from like one to a whole bunch so quickly, what was able to make her travel all over the world, start the WIRE community, which is Women in Real Estate Investing, in which now she does that with her partner. They host some of the most greatest things. And for us guys, we ain't invited. For the women, because Jen goes to these events, I hear they're completely awesome.
They
Okay.
are.
But they do a lot of these things, and it's to give back to the community. So she will be on in
1 o'clock. she'll
1
be here,
o'clock. So 55 minutes. Grace will be on. So if you got any questions for her, definitely drop those in the chat. We're gonna grab some lunch real quick,
Mhm.
and then we'll be right back, guys.
All right.
We'll see you shortly. Don't go anywhere. Or do, but come back. Damn, there we go.
Ooh,
What a session that was.
it was so fun. So we just wrapped up with Ryan and Abby Witherall out of Pennsylvania, and they shared their last couple years here since joining Creative Finance Playbook coaching community and what they've really been able to accomplish without having to go to banks, because that was their sticking point. They had a couple rentals, and then they realized that they weren't gonna be able to scale. So they even had an RV. That, what was their plan?
Their plan was they're going to live in their RV or rent out the RV just to get extra money to be able to save some money to be able to start investing in their next property. They really weren't sure, but they knew that going and putting 20% down just wasn't an option. And what I love, like what they did back in 2016, what we did was I just went down the rabbit hole of trying to find out. I was listening to podcasts, but back in 2016, there really wasn't many people talking about this. So when I'm starting to Google this, it really didn't have all the terms and phrases like it does now. It's been really getting popular over the last few years, but the good news is like these strategies have been working for decades since the 1900s, as my kids say. But this hasn't been something new. But the one thing that I've realized was when we've worked with all of these coaches, one of the big things that really I could see was the issue was marketing expenses. We were just at a mastermind two weeks ago, and we're a lot of influencers, a lot of people who have got different programs. And the one common thing that I really knew was the big difference was how everybody says if you join their program, you have to spend a minimum of 2,000 a month in marketing, 3,000 a month in marketing in order to generate leads. And I'll be honest with you, when I first got started, when we signed up for Round the Grand's coaching, I thought giving them that much money was going to be enough. I didn't realize we also had to spend money generating leads. So we pulled a list. We actually had to call a company called Melissa Data. I still remember. And I had to tell them what county I wanted to buy real estate in. I'm looking for absentee owners. So that means that the tax bill is getting mailed to someone else's house. And I was looking for high equity. I wanted to make sure they had a lot of equity because, I might put in an offer for a low cash offer. I might put in an offer for seller financing, depending on what kind of condition the property was. So I paid that money to pull the list. We had to find a company that was going to print it. And we found she was called the Yellow Letter Lady, Christy King. And Christy King will then take that list, will print out letters that look handwritten. She will stuff them into an envelope and then mail them back to your house. Then after you get this big box of envelopes to your house, you have to then go get a stamp and stamp them all. But I've noticed if you do bulk mail, it doesn't look like it's a real letter. It looks like it's just mass mail. They teach us how to make it look like it's a real letter. We got a great open rate, but that was a lot of money. When you add up the list, the shipping, the printing, the stamps, which are super expensive, they're actually just about as much money as the actual letter itself. You're talking about spending about $30 to $1.40 per letter, which means if you spend $5,000, you're going to get under 4,000 letters. And here's the challenge with doing direct mail is you get about a 1.5% response rate, which means you send out 4,000 letters, you're probably going to get about 50, 60 calls. And out of those, half of those are not true leads. They want to know how you got their information. They want to know why you're sending them mail. They really don't want to buy or sell a property. They're just kind of grumpy. So the real leads are about half of that. So you're talking about spending about $5,000 to send out about 4,000 letters, slightly under that, to get about 40, 50 people, 60 people to call you. That turns into probably about 20 to 30 leads. And those are the people you're going to be making your deals with, your offers with, right? And you're going to talk about doing one out of maybe those close. Maybe you could get two if you're real, real good, depending on how many people call you and depending on a few things. But usually you're going to get about one deal. And that's the industry average. And this is what stops a lot of us investors from getting started, is realizing you might need a $3,000, $4,000 in marketing just to get one deal. And this is what single-handedly stops us investors, unless we're going to go on the MLS where everybody's fighting and picking over the same deals. So when we figured out how to do this Facebook marketing, I'm going to touch on this. I got Grace coming on in half an hour, y'all.
Yeah.
I am pumped. But in this next half hour, I want to make sure we're going to help you. Everybody want training? Yes, Joe. Awesome. What we're going to be doing is talking about how this is going to start changing your business. And it doesn't matter if you're an agent, if you're a stay-at-home mom, if you're a doctor, a pilot, unemployed, whatever, it don't matter. This stuff works. And I'll tell you something also that's awesome. It works everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you think it works in your area, guess what? Good news, it does. If you think, yeah, that's great, but this doesn't work in my area, well, then bad news. For you, it wouldn't, but for everybody else, it will. And it just comes to attitude, guys. But I'm going to go over it, and I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, well, because Dwayne brings up a good point here. 2,000 a month is just the beginning for marketing, and then some businesses and companies, sure, they end up spending 100,000 per month or whatever it is. But that is after years of being able to grow and scale and form a team. But we're talking about the folks that are just trying to wrap their head around, like, what is a wraparound mortgage, and what am I supposed to say to sellers? And so if you're just getting started and wanting to, maybe you have a couple rentals and you're just looking to grow your portfolio like Ryan and Abby were discussing. And if you just don't have that extra capital for budgeting, this method is gold.
Thank you for saying that.
Well, I just wanted to clarify because sometimes I think we let the $100,000 people stop us. Well, geez, I will never get there. Well, you're right. If you never take the first couple steps, and maybe you don't even want to be there. Maybe you don't want to be a big, huge company with all these employees. Maybe you just want a couple cash flowing rentals. And what could that do for your family? Like, think about that. And so start with one property at a time. And it all starts with talking to sellers.
Yeah, and taking some action, talking to sellers. And, I know when we first got started and I learned about this, you remember that scene from Tommy Boy where he was sitting in the cafe and he's all excited, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's how I felt. I felt so excited. I'm like, just let me find where I could find these sellers. Do I have to hold a sign on the corner of the street saying I buy houses? Like,
I mean, you could, because we've shown this one before. And if you're gonna hold a sign, maybe hold this one.
this is the one I do hold when I do it. Okay. No joke.
Yep, we pay full price.
As is, close quickly, right? Any condition. So if I'm going to stand in the corner, that's the one I could use. But if I'm not going to stand in the corner,
Because you're gonna get burned out here in Florida.
you could only do it for so long when the sun is pulverizing you. But here's the thing. We've realized all lead generation does work.
Mm-hmm.
But now we really figured out how to kind of do it without needing an expensive budget, without needing to leave my house and drive for dollars. Although when I'm still going places, I'm still always keep my eyes peeled because I found deals this way. We found a bunch of deals that way. But once again, it's about using Facebook as a powerful tool. Instagram, TikTok, all of these things, it's really distraction. And if you want to know where a lot of your time goes, right in your settings in your phone, it actually tells you per day how much you're on your phone, the average times, what platforms you're spending the most of your time on, right? And then you could go back, holy cow, I spent a lot of time on Zillow. Oh my gosh. So
I could have told you that.
that's a lot. But so here's the deal. If you're doing that self-audit yourself, there's some hours you could pick off TikTok or Instagram or whatever that is and spend some time in your own business. Okay. And it's about first thing, top of the funnel, generating leads. The reason why I like Facebook is because there's groups. There's groups everywhere. So I know we went over some counties today. Well, let me explain. If I'm going to be doing marketing in Los Angeles County, this is one of the counties that y'all picked today that I was doing some research on. A lot of activity going on in Los Angeles County. But if I were to spend money on Google ads or running TV commercials or radio or doing direct mail, it's going to be very expensive in Los Angeles County. Huge population there. A lot of activity, expensive properties. There's a lot of big money to be made there. Okay. But now, how do I get in front of LA? Am I standing in the corner? Heck no. What I'm doing is I am joining every Facebook group in the area. Everybody want to learn? Yes. Cool. So garage sale, yard sale, community groups, town groups, local groups. It doesn't matter. Whatever kind they are, join them. The ones that have 5 to 10,000 people and up, join them. Some of these groups I'm in have 100,000 people. I have a few that I'm in that have 300,000 people. Don't matter. I'm joining them all because I could target LA County. If I want to go to Houston, Texas, that was one of the areas you guys picked. I could start going to Houston. I could start joining all of the groups in Houston. Which ones? Garage sale, yard sale, for sale groups, community groups. I like this kind of thing in town groups, anything that it's local to that group. I'm joining all of them. And for no joke, I am in over 1,200 groups. It doesn't cost you any money to do that. I got Mike Collins here watching today. He's in our community, and Mike, he's doing this stuff, right? All of us are going to be doing this stuff, and this is what we're going to be talking about. This is what we talk about in our coaching. You guys are getting a crash course on this because I want to help you get leads. So once you start posting, you start joining all of these groups, and there's hundreds of them. Good news, why I tell you all of this for free is Facebook has over 10 million groups, and I can't post in 10 million groups. None of us can. So we have a rule because if you do it too much, you'll get flagged for spamming. So what we came up with called the 5-5-30 method. Post the blue post that we talked about, and I'm going to show you once again. Post that blue post into 5 of these groups per day. Different ones, 5 per day. Do that for 5 days a week. That means at the end of the week you did it, you posted into 25 groups this day. And what am I doing? I'm doing that blue post I said. Okay, and if you do that for just 1 month, consistently, 5 for 30 days for 1 month, you're going to have more incoming leads than you could handle without spending a dime, without going anywhere, without having to do anything besides spending about 15 minutes in the morning or early afternoon or whatever your time is and doing that into 5 groups a day. I like sometime in the morning because it gives it time for everybody to see it. And don't worry. That means at the end of the month, you posted what? 5 a day, 5 days a week. That's 25 at the end of the week, 100 a month. If you posted 100 a month, here's the good news. Some of those, the admin might never let you post it. Sometimes they get deleted or sent to a spam folder. It doesn't matter. Half of those are going to go through. And these are groups like we talked about that have 10, 20, 30, 40,000 people in them. So good news is you don't need 50 groups to really take off. But what you do need is just to have a couple and a couple to really take off. And you can start having people who are going to either comment on your posts or they're going to send you a DM saying that they have a property they want to sell. And the key to this is finding the ones that are off market, the ones that are directly to seller. Guys, these are the easiest way for us to generate leads. And I could target anywhere in the country without spending a dime. I know if I go to get leads in Miami, Florida, and I'm going to spend money on Google ads, your average cost per lead is usually $300 to $500. And it takes you about 15 to 20 of these leads to close a deal, which means how many thousands of dollars do you need to spend to get all of these leads? Guys, you're going to be able to do it for free just by doing this method. And these are when Ryan and Abby, when they talk about how they're doing these deals, when they talk about posting the blue ad, or if you guys go to our YouTube channel, Creative Finance Playbook, and you listen to our podcast, a lot of those folks are in our community, and you hear them say, I did the blue ad, I did the blue post. That's all it is. 5 Facebook groups a day, 5 days a week for 30 days. And then after you do it for the first 30 days and you got deals rocking, you're going to want to do it more often. I know you guys. That's why we're here. And if you do this consistently, you're going to have leads. And I'll tell you some of the things my most successful clients do. They eventually bring in like a virtual assistant, somebody that works for $5 to $7 an hour, who works about 10, 15 hours a week, and they just post it into groups for them. They ask the questions and they just get them the good calls. Because here's the thing, guys. If you got incoming leads, you're going to get a bunch of them. What do I do when I get them? What do I actually do? What do these conversations look like? Well, guys, we have our opening script that we give to you guys. It's in the chat. Make sure you get the link. Jen's going to drop the link right now. This is when we talked about, and Ryan said that the seller didn't want to talk on the phone. He just wanted a message. You're just asking a couple questions and the seller's making you the offer with the script that we use.
So I would like back it up again one more time. So kind of explain the 5 groups situation and then what are you posting into that group? And then from there, where the conversations take place. So it's super simple, but it's kind of like let's break it down step by step by step.
First step, joining Facebook groups. Here's one I just did this morning. This is a Rochester group. It's just Rochester, New York. The Rochester, New York group has 23,000 people in it. Go to the group. I joined this one probably a month ago. There's always new groups that join. Good news. And then when I go in there, I'm going to make a post. So in there, my very first post says, because I want to make sure They see I'm just a normal person. So my very first post I make in that group says, best must go to restaurants in Rochester. Okay, that's just what I posted. And guys, what happened was I had all these people tell me, what are the good restaurants in Rochester, New York to go to? Everybody likes to put their 2 cents in there. But what happens is now I can see how active that group is. When I make that post, are all of the locals talking about the good restaurants, or is it crickets? Well, now I know if I post in that group and I got a lot of people responding to the first one, I know when I go put in the second post, this one, I'm going to get some comments too. I just did this one this morning a couple hours ago. This is the blue post. Right now it's pink because you could change the background, guys. Be creative, but don't change the wording. The message has to stay the same. Super simple. Does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. It's that simple. And here's the thing, I know what some of us are thinking. That probably works, but how can I change it? You're not going to get the same results if you change it. If anything, make the background blue or pink. It doesn't matter. And I know what you're thinking. Well, what happens if other people see this post? It's okay. When you post into a Facebook group, it's only a small percentage of people in that group are going to see it anyways. So I post it in the same group every couple weeks, especially if it's an active group. If somebody says, Joe, you just posted this 3 weeks ago, I'm like, yeah, I'm still looking, right? No big deal. People might even say, you're a scam. I say, no scam, just a dude looking to buy a house. But their comments that they post, here's what we get worried. What happens when they comment? The more comments you get on your post, the more that boosts your algorithms. The more people in the group now will see it. So when somebody says you're a scam, I write back, not a scam, just a guy looking to buy a house. Now there's 2 comments there. When somebody says, I'm thinking of selling soon, I like their comment. I say, sending you a message, and I send them a DM. Everything. A realtor. We want to learn. Yes, Joe. Realtors are going to post and say, what are you looking for? What area? What budget do you have? Whatever their question is. I always say, I'm flexible. Send me anything that hasn't hit the market yet. Because my post says, has anybody have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm not looking for one in the market. Obviously, that's why I'm making my post in a Facebook group. You're going to have agents that reach out to you. They're going to ask you, what are you looking for? What's your budget? What area? Blah, 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 blah. Right? I always say, I'm flexible. Send me anything you have that hasn't hit the market yet. These are my responses. These are exactly how I handle these. And guess what happens? I get DMs. I get people leave a message. Now, here's the challenge. Half of your deals will be coming where they direct message you or you direct message them. Some of the comments are also deals too. A lot of us don't respond to the comments. I'm just looking at my DMs. But somebody, you might have Janet who says, thinking of selling soon. Like her comment, say sending you a message. A, because now there's 2 comments. She could see that you responded, so she's going to go check her DMs for your response. And I got more comments on my post, so it's going to make it more viral. Now, I'm going to tell you, please, please, please. You might have a lot of these groups, you don't get anything. You might get a couple handful of comments. Our record in our client coaching group is one group, there was 1,100 comments. So on one post in one group, big group. So if you beat that record, you just got to message me what the number was and a screenshot, please. Okay, that's my only ask. But I'm giving you the recipe, how you can get leads. So if I'm in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, heck yeah, I'm joining all of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania groups, all of the suburban towns, where they all have their little groups too. I'm joining every one of them. If I'm in Cleveland, Ohio, Cincinnati, I don't care where it is, guys. I'm joining all of those groups. And I'm going to be really posting in there religiously. And if you could just focus on doing that, and instead of going nationwide and trying a group, one in California, one in New York, and one in Florida, no, go deep into one area where you want to do your business. And if you just do that consistently, leads are going to reach out to you. Now, here's the next thing. If they do reach out to you, because it's going to happen, you're going to need to know what to ask them. That's why we have the link for our script right there. This is the script that our team asks, our clients ask. And by this script, and I know what you're going to want to do, you're going to want to change it. Just don't. Ask the questions one at a time. I'm going to teach you all a trick that I do. When a seller reaches out to me, I actually programmed it in my phone under shortcuts where I could put a prompt. So I put Q1 My first question just pops up automatically. I don't have to write the whole thing out every time. Hit Q2. My second question pops up. So if I hit Q2 right now, spacebar, it programs in my laptop too, right in the chat. Why you consider selling such a nice house? If I hit Q3, how soon are you hoping to sell? My script right there, guys. I don't have to sit there and remember it. Q1, Q2, Q, all the way down to 10.
How long did it take you to set up?
5 minutes. Because I have the script in front of me. I go to the shortcut spot, my phone. I decided I'm asking questions. So just label them Q1, Q2. Because when I hit that prompt in my phone, hit spacebar, the whole thing just pops up. Now, like Apple, I'm not a tech dude. I will tell you, I program my phone, and for somehow my iPad knows to do it, and my laptop does too now. Because they're all Apple.
Yeah, same.
They all talk together.
Yep.
And I love it. And I don't have to worry about programming each one of them. Just program on your phone and the rest
It's
does it.
about working smarter, not harder. And so that's definitely the way we can use AI, technology, and just automate some things for us in our business, because that's what this is. And if you start treating it like a business, then it's going to start performing like one too. So these are little tips and tricks that we've learned along the way that now you don't have to waste your time trying to figure out.
Well, and the factor is this gets real results. So if you're just getting started, let me tell you, if you're not focusing on income producing activities, you're not doing the right service for your business.
Income producing task, Joe.
Generate leads, talk to sellers, get on the phone with the best motivated sellers only. That's it. If you're not doing that, guys, none of it matters. So if you're trying to figure out
Your logo, your website, your name on Facebook, like all of that is wasting time. What you really got to get focused on is talking to people and generating these leads.
So once you generate these leads, I'm going to explain one quick thing, and then we're going to bring Grace in a few minutes. I'm super excited to talk with her. But what we're doing by these questions that I'm messaging, I'm weeding out, I'm qualifying these sellers to see if I'm going to get on the phone with them or not. And my questions are, and I have a whole bunch more that we like to ask, but they're going to tell me, what do they owe on the house? Believe it or not, they do. Like 90% will just tell you if you just ask the question. It's that easy. It's like question 7.
And it's not like deciding which question you're going to ask. You really should ask question 1, and then 2, and then 3, all the way to 10. So there's not picking and choosing which ones you feel like asking. Like you're going in and following this process.
Can you talk about the training that you did with our one team years ago?
Yeah.
They weren't doing it, and then what happened?
Well, I think humans, we try to reinvent the wheel. We try to think like something else might be better. And, you know, the fact of the matter is, if there's something that works and it works really well across the board for multiple people, then you really should just trust the process and not try to reinvent the wheel. This is not the time to try to figure things out. So question 1 through 10 should be asked in that order. And a couple years ago in 2022, we came down to Florida. We had a pretty big team. We had hired acquisition team, and they were getting paid $10.99. When they were able to find a deal and we closed, we paid them a percentage. Great way to start our team. But what we found was that we were generating a lot of leads. Sellers were talking to us, but we were not getting on closing calls. And when I went into the CRM, or if you just go look at a conversation that was being had with a seller, what we found out is that the questions were getting mashed together. Maybe she was combining 2 through 4, or she's skipping 5 because she didn't feel like asking. And so we weren't even getting the information. And the way that this script or these 10 questions are being asked is because the first couple questions are really easy, but they're also so important. Like question 2, why are you selling? Like that is like the #1 most important question that we need answered. And then of course the other things are really important too. And as soon as I caught that she was doing that and I showed her, well, hey, this is what I mean, a light bulb went off, and she, no joke, had 4 deals under contract the next week by that one simple fix. So if you're not getting deals under contract and you're not closing on your deals, then maybe you should take a look at the process that you're not following or that you are following. So just really keep that in mind. It doesn't mean that you're not better than someone, or you haven't figured it out. No, it's just, this is really simple and it works. And then once you've closed a couple of deals using this process, change it. Go ahead. But I'm telling you, those who just stick to the process of just asking that blue ad that Joe keeps saying, does anyone have a house for sale, not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We've had some clients recently who said, well, gee, I did change it a little bit and I went back to the way you said I should. And boom, all of a sudden he's getting all these leads. And then same thing with the script. If you're skipping around and, oh, well, I might hop on a phone call, or I just don't feel like asking that question, that's costing you deals. It's just the hard facts. So if you can be coachable and teachable and literally just stick to the script and follow this process, you'll have sellers lining up.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, like, you hit it on the head perfectly. So, bam. But it was like the thing, this was our own team. What we realized this was going on, our own business. And when we made that change, the small, not even change, just like making sure we're sticking to the process, everything changed. And so this isn't about shortcuts, but is really the shortest cut way I know how to do this because I'm not getting on the phone with every seller. Every person that reaches out, the old Joe, I had to call every one of them and talk about the horse and the neighbors, whatever. This is a way where I could ask some questions, and this is going to help me disqualify or qualify quickly. And let me give you an example. A seller reaches out, why do you consider selling such a nice house? Why are you buying? I get people to respond to that. How soon are you hoping to sell? Whenever I get my price. Guys, I will tell you that motivation on a scale of 1 to 10, I could already tell you he's trending below 5.
Mm-hmm.
I will promise you, I'm not getting on the phone with that person.
Well, you
Already.
used to, but
Well, I used to.
we learn not to. So we're telling you, learn from our mistakes.
Yeah, a ton of hours of my life I'll never get back was talking to people who had no motivation to sell, no desire to sell, and I'm trying to put toothpaste back in the tube, and I'm wondering why this is so impossible.
Yep.
If you ever bang your head against the wall repeatedly and then ever get a headache, but you don't stop banging your head, like that's what I was feeling.
Mhm.
But I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. And what I realized was I was spending too much time with unmotivated sellers. So if I get 10 leads, I don't have to talk to all 10. But when I do say, why you consider selling such a nice house? And the one we got on last night, she's like, well, my father-in-law passed away and we need to downsize. This house is too big and we're going to move into that house. So I want to sell. How soon do you want to sell? She's like, I could put it out a little while or I could move out sooner. And I'll just move into an apartment. So had a motivation, had an urgency to start getting this thing done soon, right? And that's what we found are the motivations. So when I'm asking that question through Messenger, I'm going to determine quickly if I get on the phone or not. Instantly, I'm going to know. And a handful of questions, but they're also going to give me the financials. And the way we do it is if I ask my wife to marry me on our very first date, I probably jumped the gun a little bit. Probably ask a little bit too soon. Wrong question, wrong time. Right? I probably should ask her for a second date before I ask her to marry me. So that's why in our script, we do get the mortgage information of how much they owe in the mortgage. But I don't ask it as question 1 because I'm jumping the gun. But when I've asked them questions in the way that we do it, they're going to tell you what they owe in the house, what they want for it, would they be open to seller financing, while they're motivated, what's their time frame, all of does the house need any work? And not just does it need any work, but they're going to start getting into some detailed things they work with just a handful of questions, guys, and that's that easy. So if you stick to the process, let the sellers make you the offer. Number 2 thing is it's a volume thing. It's a numbers game. You're going to post into 5 groups and say it doesn't work. Sure. That's why we say 5, 5, 30. Do it for 30 days. You won't say that anymore. But also, too, stick to that script. You're going to hear a lot of no's. Good news is you don't have to have a lot of yeses because you probably can't handle the volume.
Yeah, and the 5-5-30 to us it was, give yourself grace, 2 days off, but it's about being consistent with anything, right? If you're trying to lose weight, if you're trying to bulk up, like whatever the situation might be, like if you're consistent and you miss 2 days, it's not going to throw you off. It's just like out of the 7 days, were you able to perform 5 out of those 7? And then, maybe you can't post, and Facebook won't let you post in like 20 groups a day, but you can do 5. Everybody in this room, no matter, I don't care how busy you are, everybody in this room is capable of posting into 5 Facebook groups a day, copy, paste, or type out the house not ready post. And then from there, sellers, agents, other investors, people, they're going to say me in the comments, or they're going to say you're a scam, and let them say whatever they're going to say. It's going to help boost your algorithm. But those that actually have a house for sale that you can help, a seller, that's where you say sending you a message, and then you go to your DMs, your inbox there, you message the seller, and you start running that script. It's not overly complicated. Now, if you've got agents reaching out, I would start building your network. Yeah, send me what you have. I'm looking for off-market properties, right? Like this is a house that's not market ready. That's what your post says. Now, granted, they're going to probably send you some properties that are just sitting on the market, depending on the area that you live in, especially here in Florida. So be kind and polite. And then also take a look at your Facebook pages, everybody. We're going to get into it with Grace when she hops on here, which Looks like she's actually waiting for me to let her in. And we're going to take a look at, your professional business page. How are you really, broadcasting who you are and what you do? And then on your personal page, if I go to your page, is it a smiling picture of yourself or is it a picture of a dog? Like, this is a house that you're trying to buy, right? You're trying to buy rental properties, try to build your your portfolio. So you want to look as professional as possible. And I don't need you to go get headshots. You can have just a normal smiling photo. But if you want sellers to know, like, and trust you, give them something to look at and really just share normal everyday stuff.
And guys, what Jen was just talking, I went to a Facebook group that I posted my best restaurant. Had a lot of people comment in it. It's Navarre Beach Recommendations. That's the name of the group. Some town in Florida. It's got 75,000 people in it. While Jen was talking, I just typed up the blue ad. Does anyone have a house for sale that's not market ready? I'm looking to buy one in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Guys, that took me like 2 minutes. Now I'm going to hit post. Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now my post is published. And you want to know what's funny? I'm going to give you next level help here. You see in the group next to my name, it says top contributor. The reason why it says that is because when I put my best to restaurant thing in there, a few weeks ago, like this one had hundreds of comments. Like it just keeps going down. I knew when I posted what's the best restaurant in town, and everybody's like commenting. Some people are fighting with each other. That place is awful. Some people are like, yes. I mean, guys, I just posted the restaurant ad, and I knew that everybody was going to comment because they were talking about the restaurants and what are the good ones. I knew it's an active group. So I know when I go post my real estate post in there, a week later, I posted that May 1st in that group. So today is May 9th. 8 days ago. Here we are. Now I'm posting my blue post. I just did it. It took me all of 2 minutes to do. Now I wait for leads to come in. It's that simple. I didn't do anything that y'all can't do. And if you signed into Zoom today to come to this, you could certainly do this. I promise you. It's not that hard. But before we go any further,
Yeah.
we got one of my most favorite humans in the house here today, which is Grace. And if you don't know Grace, you're about to, but many of you probably already do. But we're excited to have it because when we met Grace a long time ago, she was a rock star doing amazing things and talking about one of the nicest people.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, great real estate investor. She gives back by having her own community with her partner Amelia, who's Wire, which we're going to get into that too, which is women in real estate investing. Even though it's for women, dudes pay attention because they're all doing amazing things and we can learn from these women because they're powerhouses. But women, like, what a great place to be, right? And so, Grace, thank you so much for
Thanks
coming
for
today.
coming in. I know you're a busy lady.
Mute her.
Oh, I thought I did.
Yeah, unmute you, Grace. Oh,
Thank you for having me.
oh, there we are. Well, thank you for coming on and spending some time with us. We got a lot of stuff to
I
go
don't
over
even
today.
know where to begin, right? Like I want to start like all over, but let's go back. So we met in 2021 and Grace, paint that picture for who you were and where you were at when we stumbled across each other on Instagram.
Yeah, I was right out of college, had a good job as an engineer and found real estate, and very quickly was like, all right, I cannot do this 9 to 5 forever. I'm young enough. I feel like I have a great opportunity to quit and maybe try real estate full time. But if I do that, I'm gonna need to figure out how to keep buying houses. So I had been following Jen and Joe on Instagram and posting my own stuff on Instagram and knew them. I had like 1 or 2 rental properties on my own and wanted to learn creative financing from Jen and Joe so that I could keep buying whether or not I had a W-2. And I did just that. Learned creative financing from the both of them over the course of a year or so, probably actually, I think 2 years. And now I have been a full-time real estate investor since 2021. I also have another business called Wire, which we'll talk about. But yeah, that was really the beginning of my whole journey and definitely was a scary step when I first started and didn't know how it was going to work, but I put in the work one step at a time and I figured it out. And now I'd say I've done about a dozen creative deals. It's definitely not my main thing, but it's a great tool to have in my back pocket and has served me really well.
Well, I want to say though too, it's like you've been working on so many amazing things. The wire community, your own business. Even when we first met, I remember you like, some of our calls, you were at your property, like painting or doing some of the work yourself. But before you got into real estate and I mean, talking about like you got into it young, what was like that thing that made you even think about real estate before you were even in it?
Yeah, when I was in college, I had a good job as like an engineering intern, and my sister was really on me about being good with my money and figuring out how to graduate debt free. And I knew I'd have a good salary. And so I was always like, what is it that I'm going to do with this money? What is it that I'm going to do to make sure that I can build a life like nobody else has? And so when I graduated, I was so primed to look for something. And then when real estate, I started to hear podcasts. My boyfriend, at the time now fiance, would listen to podcasts and I would listen to it and be like, I could do that. I could do that. And so I was just so primed and ready to do it. So I just drove straight in.
Well, like your attitude and how you address things, because we're going to come into it, because you've had some adversity. You've had even like your new project that you're working on. And it's just really amazing because your attitude at your age, like super smart. And I was always impressed from day one that like you weren't out buying the new car when, you had some rental properties, like you were investing it back into your business and driving your minivan. Like you talk about that. And it's tremendous though. But these were the small steps that you did to realize like if you set yourself up young, you could have a lifestyle that is like no other. And I am many times myself and Jen would be so jealous because here you are like traveling and going to live in a boat in Europe and like doing all these things. Like I remember you were in Mexico City when you were with us for a month, like doing your business remote. And I'm like, my gosh, like you were a huge inspiration for myself and Jen. We need to get our butts up and start traveling even more. So the fact that you figured this out way before us, my gosh, kudos to
Thanks
you.
for leading by example.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and I think it's good to be surrounded by people who are, I mean, you guys very much are a family first person. I feel like you guys are also not out here flashing everything that you could buy, even though you've done really well for yourself. And that's something I learned very quickly is if I can just keep my cost of living low. I drove my mom's old minivan for 2 years because I bought like 10 properties instead of buying a new car. I house hacked with my sister and my boyfriend. We split my mortgage 3 ways. I mean, I always lived below my means. I still do, and it will serve you so far in the long run. And like now, I've done well for myself, but like I always have driven a paid off car. I've always lived below my means. I've always focused on traveling and freedom over having the flashy things. And I think that's what's really fun about the real estate community, especially this side of the real estate community, is they prioritize that.
Well, so we ended up meeting 4 years ago. And I remember meeting with you, and you were actually my first like call of the day, which was always like a ray of sunshine because like when you came in, you were like, okay, here's what I did.
Mhm.
Here's what I have as far
She
as
had like a checklist.
questions.
So
Oh,
she, what she did and then what she had questions on. So she came prepared. It wasn't just like she came like, okay, like what are we doing today? Like you came and you ran the call. So I think that was really important that you were taking those steps.
I gotta unmute her.
Yeah,
But
you can't keep muting yourself.
yeah.
Sorry.
But she came in with like an agenda of like, okay, here's the topics of what we need to do. And you were the same example of one step at a time. You didn't outthink the process. You didn't change the process. You just stuck to what worked. And this is why I think like when you started catching on, especially with your brain, I know you start learning some of these basic things and you're going to catch on like wildfire. But the thing I give you kudos for, you didn't put all your eggs in one basket. Like you've done fix and flips, like you've bought on terms, like you have a multifamily unit, right? Like you're doing different things right now, even. So
Mhm.
Yeah,
I
it
want
was
to kind
scrappy.
of, well, exceptionally scrappy. So a lot of it comes into attitude, but when you were working your job and you were just getting started with us and you already had, I think, one or two rentals at the time, how did you find the time in your day and manage your time to be able to do what you did and to be able to finally break the golden handcuffs and like quit a really great job?
I think it comes down to priorities and knowing that I really, really wanted it and that it wasn't going to magically happen. I think where a lot of people go wrong is they think that if I just invest into something or listen to these people, it'll just magically happen for me. And you have to put in your time and your reps. It took 6 months for me to close my first creative deal. I started in April and then I closed three in October, November, December. But it took a long time because I would just do one step at a time. I would call people, have a terrible conversation and come back and be like, okay, I said this and this, like, what should I have said? But I just learned one step at a time and got better and better. And I wasn't waiting until I knew everything. And I just put in the time. I missed out on a lot of things with family and friends those first year or two because we were also DIYing flip properties and rental properties. So, we had a lot of time spent in that, but it was absolutely worth it for the lifestyle that I have 5 years later.
Oh yeah, and especially now what you've been able to accomplish, like, and that's what I say with everybody. You see it can be done, but it's setting your priorities. And that's the thing about you, like your brain, the way it works, it's so impressive. It's like you're calculated, you understand, like I'm gonna make smart, calculated decisions, which will, maybe I got to laser focus here and sacrifice some things, but then what the flip side of that will turn into down the road is like you're able to do the life that you want to do. And so you continually inspire me. Like I need to do more of that stuff because I find myself is like a workaholic. And my one downfall, I need to work on some better balance. And I think you do already such a great job of having that life balance and work balance and still be like super productive. What is that like now for you?
Yeah, great. This week I was just thinking, I'm like, I really haven't worked that much this week. Um, I now do a lot more work with wire than I do real estate because I built up to 30 rental properties and I'm kind of coasting, and trying some new things with some new partnerships within real estate. But it is incredible to realize it's been 5 years and all the money I have made has been because of me. All the time that I've created, all the travel I've been on is because of me and my decisions. And it's no longer a fluke. Like the first couple years, I'm like, I don't know, like, is this a fluke? Did I just have a few good deals? Am I lucky? I'm like, no, it's been 5 years at this point. I've made my own living. So I feel really lucky. And I'm somebody, and along with Amelia, my co-founder in Wire, I will always pick flexibility and more time over more money. And so I've been able to lead like a very balanced lifestyle where, yeah, there are 60, 70-hour weeks, but there's also a lot of 25 and 30-hour weeks. Like next week, I'm going to New York for Wire. All week, we're hosting some meetups. That's going to be like a very, very busy work week, but it's going to be so much fun that it's not going to feel like work. But then the next week, it'll be a lot slower and I won't have as much going on. So I feel incredibly grateful. I get to host retreats across the US for work, which is crazy. But all of this is possible through real estate because I put in the work, the investment, and the time to figure out how to do it. And I pivoted a million times. Whatever I thought I was doing 5 years ago is not what I'm doing now. It's changed and changed and changed, and that's okay.
Well, and the fact that you do run the most amazing retreats about
Mhm.
real estate. And I don't know personally, I know through my wife because she goes to a bunch of them and absolutely comes back. I know the first one you hosted in Orlando years ago, not your first one, but the first one Jen went to. And the person that she came back was completely different than the person she left. I had to like call and thank you and Amelia for that because I saw the transformation. And that's why the last one she went to in Utah, she was like this place they picked out, the stuff they got to do, like,
Mhm.
oh my gosh, it's just been
So
life
much
changing.
fun.
Yeah, so it's like,
And I want to say real quick, I dropped the links there for you guys, the Instagram, and then also there's a wait list to get into the community. So guys, you can go follow the Instagram. They also have a podcast. So there's so much value for all genders. But yeah, the women investing in real estate, the retreats, and then also being a part of that community. For me, what I love is that like I work with my husband. I love it. There's dudes in this industry. But there is something about getting around women who are supporting other women, and you can leave all of the, if you're married or the kids or whatever else is like, the dishes, the stuff, and you can just break it down like, where are you at and what can I help you with? And so, you girls, I know I've said a million times, but like the culture and community you've built is literally my favorite. And I've been to quite a few women masterminds or events, and I'm not knocking any of them, but whatever you're bringing to the table, you are getting it back tenfold to all these ladies. So if you're interested at all in hearing more about that, like check out those links, follow them on Instagram because they are so inspiring.
Thank
Well,
you. Yeah, we've spent 5 years crafting wire and it's pretty incredible. But in general, no matter what you're interested in, it's just so important to get around people who are doing what you want to do, whether it's rock climbing or real estate or baking. It doesn't matter. Like you've got to have the community to really show you all the different things that are possible. I'm from small town Iowa, so is my co-founder Amelia. If you made $100,000, that was crazy. Like 100K was like you're super rich. So for us to build our own community of people, even helping us understand all the amazing things you can do, like it is so mind-blowing and incredible, and you have to have it to expand your mindset and what you think is possible.
well, and you guys just do it and lead by example, and which is great. And I see somebody writes here, the best community of women.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan said how
Yeah.
earlier you weren't even here yet, but Ryan and Abby said that he heard your podcast where we were discussing this, and he was like showing it to Abby, and they listened to it like on the way to where they're going, and then on the way back they listened to it
It was the
again.
first time I've heard that.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard that either. But so it's the fact is like there's a lot of guys that reach out, say, I heard,
Mhm.
on the Wire podcast. So even though the retreats are for women, there's a ton of value you give. And I'll tell you what, the one thing about Grace and Amelia, they are no fluff. They
No
are
BS.
no BS.
An anti-guru.
They
I
are
will
at
say our podcast is pretty dang good. It's Women Invest in Real Estate. It's on Apple, Spotify, whatever. Some of our top episodes are with Jen and Joe. If you go to our website, womeninvestinrealestate.com, you can actually sort the podcast episodes by like financing and find all the creative episodes we've done with all sorts of people. And yeah, we like to get into it. We keep it really real and we talk a lot about what we're actually doing in our portfolio as well.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love it. So I want to kind of dial back. When we first got started, one of your challenges that you first occurred was posting in Facebook to get leads. I know that was one of the things you're like, don't like it, don't really want to do it, but then you started doing it. And since then, you've been able to accumulate a lot of properties, a lot. And that's nuts. Plus some of the other deals you did that you didn't keep that you flipped or things like that.
She's like the referral queen over here. And she tells everyone and everybody who she is and what she does and what she's looking for, and then she can pay them a referral. And we've actually done that a couple of times too. And so I'd love for you to share. I'm going to drop your business page if that's cool. Good Morning Investments. So if you guys
Yeah.
want to give that a follow, you can see her in action over on Facebook. But yeah, take us back how you were able to kind of overcome that fear of Facebook because it was just not something you were using. You had to dust it off because you hadn't used it in a while.
Yeah, when we first started, I didn't even have Facebook on my phone. I'm like, I don't even know what my password is. I haven't logged into that for years. And now I'm on Facebook all the time with my business page. I haven't been as active lately because I've now have a lot more connections, but those first few years, Facebook was huge. And if you ever are out there thinking like nobody cares about what I'm doing, people love real estate. My fiance and I always joke, and same with Amelia, that whenever we say, "Oh, I'm in real estate," or "Oh, I flip houses," the other person, without a doubt, every single time will say, "Oh, I've always wanted to do that." Always, 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 that is the answer. So people want to see what you're up to. They want to see your befores and afters. They want to see all the different things that you're doing. And I popped on right when Jen was saying, can't be a picture of your dog. It's got to be you, your face. Nobody wants to see a robot or a spam page. I hate when I go to a wholesaler's website and I cannot figure out if it's a VA from Pakistan or an actual local wholesaler. I want to see a name and a face. And this Facebook page has been huge. I will say I'm in a really small market, about 150,000 people. So I do think the word of mouth is a lot stronger there. But people want to know. So I just post updates about what I'm working on, what deals we're looking for. I've paid out referrals to tenants, friends of friends, family members, contractors, random people I've never met before who followed my Facebook page. I'm about to sell a flip on the 22nd. And the guy was like my number one fan on Facebook. His mom passed away, and he reached out to me and said, I have this property. I really want you to buy it. I want you to buy it. Here's the property. Here's what I'm asking. I bought it last year, and then I flipped it, and it is closing with an end buyer in 2 weeks, all because he was following me and didn't even put it on the market, came straight to me. So I'm not special. You guys can all do this, but I've also been doing it for 4 years. So be consistent. Don't use like clip art or stock images. Like Jen says, just go to your camera roll and use what you already have. Don't be fake, be real. You don't have to be an influencer or a expert on day one. Just come at it from a real, authentic, hey, I'm Grace. This is what I do. Follow along if you'd like, so highly, highly recommend. That was a long tangent, but some of my tips.
What an important one. So if you need to watch the replay on that part, because it was step by step that she's built it. And like she'd come back on every call and like, oh yeah, the plumber just brought me another deal, or the tenants walked across the street, and it's almost like no way, but it's
Yeah.
legit. And so you just tell everybody what you do. And can you tell us what kind of amount you need to offer for your referral?
So I coined this phrase, it has to be a dollar amount that makes an ex-boyfriend call. Or if you're whatever you are, an ex call. And it can't be $100. An ex is not calling you over $100 referral. They're gonna be like, is that weird? I haven't talked to them. Like, it's probably not gonna happen. If it's $1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000, maybe even 5,000 if you're on the coast, everybody is calling. Your audience is now a walking, talking billboard for you. I have people send me stuff all day long because they know that if I close on it, it's the easiest $1,000 they've ever made. So, and I have an ex-boyfriend who will send me things. Now that I think about it, it's been a while, so maybe I need to up that dollar amount. But it cannot be $100. If there's a good deal, $1,000 does not impact the deal. Just underwrite it with that $1,000 referral fee in there, and you'll be fine.
Bam.
So if everybody wants to learn, what Grace just said is legit gold. So and you hit it just on the head. And referrals, getting the word of mouth out there, organically branding herself as the go-to person where people won't even think of listing their home, and doing it personable, not craft photos, nothing like this. It's Grace. It's Grace being real. And this is why I've always loved Grace and Amelia. They are two of the most legit, real people that you'll ever meet in your life. Like, there's nothing fake about either one of them. So this is the really, really cool thing about how Grace handles it. But you've built a brand now in your own community of Grace is the go-to person. So besides referrals, so we'll take that's a big chunk of money you've paid out referrals. I get it because you did a lot of those deals.
But how much money?
But besides that, how much money have you actually spent on marketing without referrals?
I paid like $50 once for a little Facebook campaign. It didn't work, and that was it. Over 5 years, 30 rentals, 20 flips. I've paid like $50 for, and it didn't work. So essentially $0. I don't pay for marketing. I've never done a campaign with letters or cold calling or texting. It really is word of mouth. And another tip I'll give is if you're not huge on social media, there's so many other ways to get people talking about you. Host an open house for your last flip. Invite neighbors, friends, families, contractors, bankers. Put yard signs in front of your properties. I have a new build right now. I'm building a triplex, and I have a yard sign out in front. And one street back, a empty lot and a house went up for sale, and the realtor called us because they saw, oh, I saw you bought the very similar lot and you're building on it. Do you want to buy this lot? And so we were the first offer. I just signed it before I got on here. I don't know if I got it yet, but like we were the first people to offer because that realtor called us. That doesn't happen very often. Usually when you're a realtor, you sit back and you wait for the offers to come in. They are calling us because they knew who we were. because of word of mouth, Facebook, yard signs, all of that good stuff. So a newsletter, open house, please, please, please think about doing that. You could find private money lenders, contractors, bankers, deals, anything. And the one other thing I saw somebody did recently is I'm going to get a giant check, like a whiteboard check, so that when I do pay it out, I can make them hold the giant check and not the real check, because I usually just blur out the info on the real check and I make them send a picture. But I'm like, talk about something that gets people's attention and is super obnoxious, but like in the best way possible. So do that. Get a
Oh my
giant
God.
check.
I absolutely love that. That is, of course you thought of it, but that is brilliant. And now we're going to kind of stir it up a little bit, Grace. So you got started, you're rocking out in Iowa, but then you moved to Arizona.
I did.
So wait a minute, you got all these properties. How many of these are in Arizona?
None. I own this house and that's it.
Okay, so the house you live in, you own, but you got all these properties back in Iowa. You've got all these things going on. We're going to get to a minute. How are you doing this like thousands of miles away?
Good question. I was everything in my business. I was the cleaner, bookkeeper, project manager, property manager, everything. And after 2 years, me and my fiance were like, "Screw this. We cannot do this anymore." So he got a job in Tucson, Arizona. I told him, "Get a job somewhere cool." He was also an engineer. "If it's cool, I'll move. Don't care. No questions asked." He got a job in Tucson. I'd never been there. I didn't know a single person who lived there, but I was like, "Heck yeah, let's go. Sounds great. Desert sounds fun." We've been here 2 years now as of next week. And I just had to figure out how to do it from afar. Specifically, I had a property manager who I hired hourly to do the things that I couldn't do in person. I now have like a full-time handyman who helps me as well. But it's not that crazy hard. A lot of FaceTimes, a lot of pictures, a lot of videos. I was just on a FaceTime with my GC. He's walking through my new build. And I'm just on FaceTime, like he's trying to show me all the rooms. And I'm like, okay, yeah, looks good. I can't really tell, but great, thanks. Send me more pictures. But you'll figure it out. I mean, I made myself move 2,000 miles away so that I had to figure it out because I was so sick of doing every single thing in my business.
Well, and you started doing this in the beginning of your journey because like you were traveling, you were still managing your business while in Mexico City for a month, coming to your coaching calls with us, still getting like everything done, and then still having like amazing time while you're in Mexico City, really living the culture, right? And doing all of the things. And so it's remarkable once again, when I said earlier, like Grace is the shining example of the work life balance because she's still being super productive, living thousands of miles away from all of her things that are happening, making zero excuses.
And I think like the thing that I just had that aha moment actually is there's the difference between her and maybe someone else that isn't as successful is like you didn't take the whole month off, right? But you've been kind of embraced this idea of work-life integration,
Yeah.
work-life family balance. This doesn't really exist, right? But like if you can intentionally like go and work from afar, but then still come to a coaching call and get deals closed and do all of these things and still shut everything off, go enjoy yourself. And I think like that's the mentality that really all of us have embraced too, because there again, it's like if you want to grow, you have to work. And yeah, you can also reap those rewards. So I just kind of like realized that like, yeah, like you went away for a whole month. I don't think we talked to you much when you were on the boat. That would have been a little tricky, but
Yeah. I mean, I forced myself to take mini trips to test it out. And I'm a firm believer of like plan it, put it on your calendar, make it happen. Otherwise, life will always get in the way. It's never going to be a perfect time, but you will figure it out. I just always go back to if there's these other people doing it, I can do it. These ding dongs on the internet are doing it, I can do it.
And it all really, the very, very, very beginning of it all is really having the right belief, right? And the right attitude and the right mindset. And sometimes that's where we all have to start. We try diving into lead generation, we start diving into whatever, but it starts there first. And your attitude is what makes you so just darn successful, enjoyable to watch because like you put out amazing content with the wired community and all of this. But I want to kind of talk about like, so you had a major goal in your town. You wanted to buy a piece of property somewhere in this area. something comes across your desk, craziest story, but like talk about like having a burning desire, something happens, you pivot. Something happens, you pivot. And like you continue to just like push it down the road and make things happen. So can we talk a little bit about that? Because
Yeah.
it's happening now,
Yep.
live business, not hypothetical one days. Like this is what's
And I got more stories for you, Joe, as of like 2 nights ago.
oh,
But
giddy
yeah,
up.
Joe is referring to there's this neighborhood in Cedar Rapids that I always told myself if something comes up for sale, I'm gonna buy it, no questions asked. I have to be in this neighborhood. It's very up and coming, it's vibrant, it's fun. I want to own there. A abandoned house came up for sale for $25,000, and I was actually camping in Arizona on the top of Mount Lemmon, had no cell service, but I knew it had come up for sale, and I think I had put in an offer right before I went camping. So I stayed the night. The next day I drove up to the top of the mountain to try to get cell service to see if my offer got accepted. I think it didn't, so I put in a new offer, up to the price a little bit, and ended up getting this property for $25,000. And I was so pumped. Little did I know that it would take 2 years until I would ever actually do anything with that property because I didn't truly understand the potential and all the different things I could do with this property. So it was an abandoned house. At first, I thought I'll renovate it, make it a midterm rental. It's 3 blocks away from the hospital. It'll be great. Bunch of contractors are like, absolutely not. This foundation is terrible. You need to demo it and start over. So then I'm like, okay, if I'm demoing it, I want to build 2 mini shipping container houses and do a really high-end Airbnb for couples. I do all the plans, I get an architect to do it, and then essentially the neighborhood says, no, we don't want you to do that because we can tell it's going to be an Airbnb and we don't want that. To be fair, the neighborhood letter of recommendation that I did not get is not necessary, but I didn't want to fight them because I wanted to continue to develop in this neighborhood. So I was like, all right, whatever, I get it. It's probably going to be really hard to figure out these shipping container houses. So let me pivot into a new build because that's going to help. It's going to be way easier funding wise. It's going to be more recession proof, blah, 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 blah. So then I try to figure out how do I build on this property? And I end up stumbling upon a front duplex with a back garage with an ADU. So essentially a triplex. And probably 8 months of doing plans and figuring out feasibility. And keep in mind, I know nothing about development. I finally am framing right now. I was just on the phone with my GC. Like I said, he's walking me through all the framed rooms, all the braces are everywhere. So it feels like there's no room in there because you can't really picture what it's looking like, but it's framed and it should be done in a couple of months. And I also was supposed to get a big city funded grant that I didn't get because I messed some things up because I just didn't know any better. But I messed so many things up on this project, but I just kept going and pivoting because I had a vision and I knew what it could end up like. So it just goes to show you don't have to know everything. Obviously, don't do something stupid that's going to get you into hot water financially. But I had so many pivots in this project, but I'm still so excited with how it's going to end up. And I have a camera on this property. My GC put up a camera that I can control from my phone. Let's see if I can get it out right now. And so I can tune in whenever I want. Like I can be on my couch just hanging out on the camera. And so Tuesday night, I get on the camera and I'm 2 hours behind Iowa. And I get on the camera and I'm like, oh, the police are there. That's not good. So I can see there's the back ADU and then that's the front duplex. So it's dark, the police are there, there's a bunch of people surrounded, and I'm like, uh-oh, what's going on? So I look at my messages and my GC sent me a 2 minute long video of a guy trying to break in to the trailer there to get all the materials. So the police came because he has notifications to his alerts. So he saw movement, and my GC is an ex-police officer as well, thankfully. So he called Cedar Rapids Police. They got there within like 2 minutes and nothing happened. They write up a report. They try to resecure everything. They leave. And the guy comes back an hour later and tries to break in again. So my GC told me that he sat his butt in a chair on that site till 1:30 in the morning. Just sat there on the build site and just they never came back. So we had to resecure everything. And this is also after we got our tent power pole stolen, so we knew people were trying to break in. But again, just like so many things you can never predict. I might have to hire security for the until like doors and windows go in, but all in all, still a great project that I'm really excited about.
You are not letting anything stop you.
Nope. Let's see if I can show you the video, but it was definitely crazy. I was like, that is not something that I would have predicted. That takes some guts to try to break in there.
Twice in the same night.
Twice in the same night after
Uh,
police come.
Sometimes criminals are smart, sometimes they're not so smart. Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
crazy. Yep.
Maybe put
Anyway,
some
that's
spotlights
been
and
a
some
2-year project, and hopefully we'll be get it done in 2.5 years.
And in between there, it's not like that's the only thing you've got going on. Like you obviously you've got wire, but like you've got rentals, you've got flips, like you're not like just
Yeah.
stopping. We always say like don't get the one deal-itis because again, like you've got to be mentally strong, like hold your emotions like kind of steady, like have your freak out moment, like what the heck? But then like, okay, like what are the next steps here? What can I do? Do I have to hire security? Kind of go through that. I mean, this is a little bit wild. This is not usually a
Yeah.
normal
Yes.
situation, but you are like you said, stepping out of your comfort zone. And I know we've got a podcast coming out soon with you where you'll go into a little bit more about how you're able to connect with locals in the community who are developers and all of that. So again, like I just love that you put yourself in the right rooms and you're just constantly like growing and learning and implementing and never fighting along the way. Well, like, why should I do that? Like you didn't love the idea of Facebook, but because you took those steps, like referrals start pouring in. And, just use this as an example, everyone who's listening, fail forward. I'm seeing in the comments, everyone is just so excited that you're sharing your real raw story. It's just like, it's so impressive to hear how much you're doing at such a young age, but also like not allowing the fear to stop you, because that's really something people get afraid of.
Yeah, and I've had many a freak out where I'm like probably a good 2 or 3 times I've been like, okay, I really feel like I'm done with real estate. I can't do it. The most recent was when I lost that big grant. I cried for like 30 seconds and then I was like, all right, it happened. Like I can't. I was so upset. But then I was like, all right, as long as I do another project where I do get the grant, it's worth it. If I don't get the grant on one project and then I never do another project again, then yeah, I've definitely lost. But if I take this as a learning lesson and do many more successful projects, I'm good. It will have been for a net benefit.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, as I say, T Swift says, I cry a lot, but I'm so productive. So have your cry,
Yes.
but then dust yourself off, get back up again, and go figure it out.
are you quoting Taylor
I
Swift in
just
here?
did. She loves Taylor.
I like
There's
it.
we,
Yeah, I like
there,
it, Jen.
oh, it's always playing at my house, my daughter, my wife.
It's Brooke.
But no, here's the thing is though too, it's like you're learning from what happens, and a lot of times we learn from our wins, but some of the biggest learns are from our mistakes or that too. And if you don't learn from those mistakes and you just continue to make the same mistakes, well, that's some of the issues we run into as humans. So
Mhm.
Grace is realizing, hey, like now I know better, do better, and I know nothing's stopping you, your attitude, right? So it's just one small step at a time. So I want to dive into Wire because you saw like a need
Mhm.
for just you and a bunch of your friends, really, because you had a whole bunch of real estate friends as like a community to be together. What was like inspired you to create that?
Yeah, even how you and Amelia met, because like the fact that you're from Iowa is kind of crazy.
Yeah. So I really believe in the power of social media and I started sharing about real estate. I didn't know anybody in my actual life who did it. So I went to Instagram to find these people. And somehow I found this other gal from Iowa around my same age, also doing real estate. She was 2 hours away from me, but still, I was like, oh my God, there's two people in Iowa doing this? Like, obviously there's more than two, but it didn't feel like it. And I slid into her DMs. I'm like, you seem cool. We need to be friends. I need to know how you've accomplished everything you've accomplished. And I had it on my 2021 goals to start a women's meetup. And like most goals, I'm like, oh, I'll probably do that, in December of 21, like right before the year ends, or I won't and I ever do it. And so when I found her, I was like, you know what? Eff it. I'm gonna make that meetup because I'm not gonna wait all year and sit on my butt and wait for that to happen. So I asked her to come speak at this not yet created meetup. And I thought maybe like 4 people will come. My mom, her mom, and a couple of gals, and it'll be fun. I'll be totally happy with that. I posted about the meetup online. And like 35 people showed up, and I was mind blown. And it was so much fun. And I met so many other really cool women. And we decided right then and there, like, let's just keep doing this. We never ever thought it would be a business. Um, we kept hanging out, kept chatting, kept doing these meetups. Eventually, she's like, "Hey, we should do retreats." I'm like, "You're crazy. Nobody will ever sign up for that." She's like, "I already sent out sign up. 3 people have signed up. Like, we got to do it." I'm like, "Oh my God, this is crazy." And then fast forward now, we have hundreds of women in our community on our online wire community membership. We've done 10 sold out retreats across the US. We have over 100,000 downloads on our podcast. We wrote a book for Bigger Pockets. We've done a lot of really cool things, all thanks to our incredible audience of other really incredible women who invest in real estate, who come be a part of Wire. So it's been such a blessing and absolutely so much fun.
Boom. Oh my goodness.
Well, and I want to kind of take away, like, what is it like at a Grace and Amelia retreat?
It is a lot of fun. We really focus on
Wait a
full
minute. Why is Jen laughing so hard? She's like got that like chuckle right now. She must have had too much fun there. Well, I don't know what y'all doing, but I know she has
Because it can be intimidating getting in a room of women you've never met in real life. Maybe you met like a handful of them. So, maybe a couple people, or maybe it's your first one. And so the way they broke the ice the last retreat, may I share?
Yes.
They made us all pick a wig, like these wigs they order off of Amazon. And I'm talking like one had a mohawk, someone else had like rainbow hair, clown hair, like funny. It was just hilarious. And what it did was it removed ego. It removed any sort of like, oh, this person might have more than me or that. And it just like made us all like feel really silly and just be able to like let your guard down. Because that is
Yeah.
the tone they want to set from the beginning. And so I had to laugh about that because I had, of course, like a hideous wig and like have my wig on and I'm like, I'm Jen and this is what I do. Right. And so they just go out of their way to like make everybody feel at home.
And then those wigs maybe end up becoming a little bit of our personalities throughout the few days, and then they come out at night. Like we're not really sure. I will say, the funniest, the best laughs I have and the funniest people I meet are at wire retreats. Like every night just ends and everybody just cackling. But I mean, we do masterminds and we really focus on small group hot seats. So you can walk away feeling like I really know every single woman here. I could call them after this and they would help me. And yeah, it's all one big group of friends. There's usually 16 to 19 people there, and it's so much fun. And I always say Amelia is our resident comedian. She does a lot of entertaining. We play games. And most importantly, we talk about real estate, we talk about business, and we all level up on, what we want to do and what we want to accomplish.
I love it so much. Obviously, I've gone to two, highly recommend it. And if you feel like, oh, I don't know, yes, just go, just sign up. But I want to get into the book because you kind of like just, oh, by the way, I wrote a book. Like, hello, it's such a big accomplishment. And it's an important one too. So the self-managing landlord, you and Amelia were co-authors on this. How was writing the book and who is this book meant for? Obviously, someone who probably has rentals, or just kind of get into that a little bit.
Yeah, well, we started writing that book 2 summers ago, and Bigger Pockets wanted us to write about self-managing. And we first heard about that topic, we were like, oh, that sucks. That's a boring topic. But then we really started to think about it and we're like, we're really big on treating your business like a business and being CEO of your business. So we can really infuse a lot of that topic and those teachings into the topic of self-management. So we talk about how to self-manage like a CEO, how to systemize, write standard operating procedures, identify the different departments in your business, hire them out, delegate, and all of that fun stuff. And we actually wrote that entire book in 6 weeks. We had a 6 week deadline for the first draft. To be fair, it was two of us, so we wrote half of it each. We went every other chapter pretty much. But it was a lot of fun. I mean, I had so much knowledge about self-managing that I wanted to teach other people. We've heard incredible things from people who've read it because nobody talks about how do you go from DIY, doing it all, mom and pop investor, to being a true CEO. And I always tell people, if you own a rental property, you're the CEO of your business, whether you realize it or not. You might also be the cleaner and the bookkeeper and the manager and the admin, but you are also the CEO. If owning a business that houses people isn't serious enough to call it a business, I don't know what is. So we had a lot of fun with that book, and I think it's $25, probably the best ROI you can get when it comes to building a real estate business. It's meant for anybody who thinks they're going to self-manage or is considering self-managing. And I really believe that everybody should at a certain point. We don't think that self-managing is forever. It doesn't have to be forever, but I really think it's so important to learn how to self-manage so you have that skill set, that knowledge, and you can make the most money possible, especially if you're trying to quit your job. The biggest ROI you can get is by taking over management of your rentals because you're going to put a heck of a lot more money into your pocket every month.
Yeah, and if you're like, oh, I don't really want to read, but she's got like amazing, it's kind of hard to show, but like breakdowns of everything in here. I love that you share like a tech stack. Like there is a lot of, it's broken down. So you don't have to sit and read it in all one sitting, but like probably one of those things too, where if you're, oh, gee, I'm at this part of my business, like you go find it, you look it up, you put the little sticker on there and you go back to it. But like she really breaks it down, talks about Google Workspace, how to organize your SOPs, which trust me, when we first started, I didn't know what that even stood for, standard operating procedures. And I know like Grace, you've become like super organized with all of that. So any advice you can give people who maybe aren't organized yet, maybe they have a property or two, but like obviously grab this book and like, what is the number one thing you would suggest like getting done first?
I think write down what do you do every week, month, quarter, year. What are your recurring tasks? Because that will help you understand what your org chart is in your business. Oh, I'm the property manager, and I'm the acquisitionist, and I'm the CFO. And then start to try to stack those to-do items. So for me, like Tuesdays are my real estate days. I do all my finances. I'm paying bills every Tuesday. I'm looking over my bank accounts on Tuesdays. I'm doing private money lender stuff on Tuesdays, and I'm stacking that so I'm not constantly task switching from everything in my business, which creates chaos.
Yeah, switching tasks all day long it just fatigues you. There
Yeah.
are a lot of hats you have to wear, but you even taught me, I think it was the Orlando retreat, you were like, I only check emails at this time and I only pay bills at that time, like so that you're focusing your energy instead of like being a ping pong ball and constantly reacting at every little thing that comes your way, because there's a million, urgent things that are happening in real estate, but what's important?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
And
the
then that
fact
will
that,
help you focus on what you're really good at, your zone of genius, which is what's going to make you more money in the long term.
so the fact that you're able to accomplish an author, development, multifamily, quit your job, like what you went to college for, you're like, nope, did it, not going to do it anymore, all before 30, because you're not even 30 yet. Like, I'm just trying to like, okay, this is ridiculous that you're able to accomplish all of this in your 20s. So as a huge inspiration, there's no too soon or too late to start, guys, because I think of Grace 5 years ago. I didn't even know you 5 years ago. We met 4 years ago. You've already been starting to do a couple of things in the background before then. So the fact that looking back at the young lady that you were 5 years ago, knowing everything that you know now, what would be some like advice, like must do's? Like, what would be advice you would give that Grace when you're haven't even bought your first deal yet?
My advice would be surround yourself with people who are where you want to be. My friends and who I spend time with has changed drastically in the last 5 years, and that's okay. Um, Specifically, get a buy box. If you're trying to find your first deal, you need a really good buy box. I actually have a freebie I can probably find for you. And then also just know that you can learn and learn and learn, but at some point you have to take action. I feel like that's the biggest thing that I see from people is they don't ever take action. They read a million books, listen to a million podcasts, go to a million meetups, and they don't ever do anything. Everything is theoretical until you actually do it. So go out there, do your first deal. It's not going to be a home run. Make sure it's not going to ruin you financially, but you have to go do it. And you will learn so much from that first deal, and even more from the second and more from the third. So you just really have to get started. You can't just be a perpetual learner.
Well, and that's, I mean, perfect example. That was you to the T. Like, just what do I do one small step at a time? And what happens is momentum breeds more momentum. So that
Yes,
first rental,
all
like
about momentum.
it gets exciting the first rental, and you're like, holy cow, I have a rental house. Are you kidding me? Like I know when I got mine, it was just like I changed as a human, I felt like.
Mhm.
And then you get your second one and your portfolio doubled, right? Two. And you're like, oh my gosh. And then you add a third one, and then you start getting some momentum. Then you start dialing into what Grace shared below, her buy box. Buy box means it's like what fits in my box of things that I buy. And if it's not in that box and it's out of it, that's typically what I don't buy. So
Mhm.
getting familiar with what does work for you, and then also being equally as familiar with what doesn't work for you. So we don't
Sometimes you
spend
don't
time
know that right away. Like you got, you were hands-on fixing and flipping and at the house, like on your coaching call. And so it was really, crazy to see early morning. Like you look tired, you got your coffee, but like, man, you were putting in the work. And then you realize like, I don't want to be swinging this hammer
Yeah.
forever. And so it's okay to try something, like you said, make sure the numbers make sense that you're going to do come out on top. And then, really formulate that strategy. Would you say that you have a favorite strategy? I know you're into the new build, but do you have like a favorite? Like obviously we love rent to own, like that's our favorite. But so do you have one that you were just like, oh, this is like my favorite thing in the world?
I'm getting really excited about development. I did it backwards where most people like flip and then they realize, oh, I should be keeping these rental properties. I bought like 25 rental properties before I ever flipped something. I realized I have the wealth, I need the active income now. So I've been flipping a lot more lately and doing new builds, which is really exciting. But one other thing I wanted to add about the buy box is every one of you should download this buy box, put in your picture, your contact info, and a few bullet points. It has an example for you of what you should post and post it in investor groups. Because the first time I posted my buy box, and you can DM this to realtors, DM it to wholesalers. Like, again, this goes back to what Jen and Joe teach of getting in front of people, saying what you're looking for, and making them walking, talking billboards for your business. The first time I posted a buy box in a local investor group was we talked about going to Mexico. It was one day before I left for Mexico for that month. I went under contract on an 8-unit building on my way to Mexico. I had only ever bought single families. This was crazy. I was so scared. But because I posted a buy box in my Facebook group, a realtor found me and said, I think you should buy this deal. It matches everything you just said. I did a burr on the 8-unit, made them all midterm rentals, cash flowed like crazy. And fingers crossed, if all goes well, I'll be selling them on June 2nd for a more than not more than six figure, more than $100,000 profit. So super excited. And that was all from a buy box. Granted, it took 4 years for that to happen, but go download that and send it to people.
Yeah, that's like, but you just dropped like a huge thing. That's a big old check you're about to get.
Mm-hmm.
That not only that, knowing how you are, you're going to reinvest that into something that's going to even create a bigger move for you, right?
Yep.
So, guys, this doesn't happen overnight. Grace's overnight success is 5 years of hard work, behind the scenes things, showing up when nobody was watching.
Sacrificing, hustling, but then also making sure she doesn't burn out because that's a real thing. So that's where the wigs come into play.
Yep.
And the shining example of making it fun to do it. And I got
Yeah.
a lot of comments in here. Falling forward, just added Wire to my podcast list. Guys, we could listen to it too. So if you're a dude listening, not just for women, you could listen. There's a ton of knowledge and value and great people in that community. And if you're a woman listening, like I said, I know what Jen had a great time. You should be looking in this too, especially if you want to learn from some powerhouse people of what they're doing at all different levels. And so it's just really encouraging to see. And you're a rock star, Grace.
It looks like we might have
Thank
a
you.
question here from Steven. So I'm gonna unmute him. See if he's got.
Oh, Steven.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, bud, how we doing?
Good man, good. Yeah, I did have a quick question for Grace. How granular are you getting with your buy box that you put out there? Because I mean, I've tried to do that. I'm starting to narrow down. Like we're looking at, we're in 7 different states right now, but we really want to just get into 2 markets, is what we kind of decided. Every time I send a buy box, and it seems like the more criteria I have in there, the less response I get. But I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing because I'm only going to get what I'm actually looking for. But how much detail are you providing in that? And what does that really look like?
I would say 4 or 5 bullet points is great. Internally, yeah, the more detailed your buy box, the better decision-making framework you have for yourself. But you don't have to tell everybody that you need a 12% COC return and blah, 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 blah. But I would say absolutely area, asset class, renovation level, and purchase price are absolute minimum because that is all those things are very easily searchable on like a Zillow filter or when realtors set up those auto searches. So those are going to be minimum because if you're looking for a turnkey, that's a far cry from looking for a full gut. If you're looking for $100,000 property, that's a far cry from a $1 million commercial property. So I would say neighborhood, location, asset type, purchase price, and level of renovation, minimum.
You want to
Oh,
unmute Stephen?
hold on.
If you mute yourself, Stephen, and Stephen's a rock star in our community too. So shout out Stephen.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just when someone else is talking, sometimes I accidentally cut them off, so now I just mute myself so I don't. But yeah, are you getting so down to like the zip codes when you're sending out your buy box, or like how are you doing that?
If you're in a big area, I would. I'm in a small enough area that zip codes don't, I have one zip code I won't buy in, but I don't do zip codes because it's only 150,000 people. But if you're in, 500, a million people, absolutely zip codes will be very, very helpful.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Well, it
That
sounds
gives
like
me something.
Well, it sounds like what Grace is doing a great job of filtering, right? I rather not get all the stuff that doesn't fit my buy box. So maybe having a buy box, and obviously the more criteria you probably add to it, the more less and less, traction you're going to get from it. But it also too, when people do reach out, it's probably dialed into what fits you and what you're looking for too. So ideally what you're doing is she's kicking away all the not the right fit and only letting through the people who do make that.
Yeah, and anytime a realtor, a wholesaler, or an investor brings you a deal that doesn't fit your buy box, you, especially a realtor, because you don't want to waste their time if they're sending you deals, you have to say no and why. Do not ignore them. Say no, I do not buy in Wellington Heights. No, I do not buy over $500,000 because you don't want to waste their time and you also don't want to waste your time. If you have 15 emails coming in every single day with all these different deals, that is so freaking overwhelming. I want to buy or offer on half the deals that I analyze. I am not somebody who analyzes 12 deals a day and puts 14 offers out so that I get one every other week. Like, no, I know, and I will only put effort into it if I think there's a pretty high success that I'm going to buy this deal.
Spoken like a true CEO.
Yeah. Yes, maybe that's lazy, but I think where people get into trouble is you think I have to hit all these crazy KPIs to keep it going, and that's just going to overwhelm you and make you burn out.
And
I don't think
yeah,
that's easy. I think that's just being smart with your time and valuing your time, if anything,
Yeah. So
which is
give
very important.
feedback as to why it doesn't hit your buy box and change your buy box as you start to realize that things are changing in your business.
So Steven does a lot of term deals. He's actually doing developments in Mexico too.
Oh,
Did you?
yeah, you two should connect.
Yeah, you two should definitely connect because the thing Steven is doing is absolutely awesome. Just did a deal in South Carolina. Is now offering that. He bought that with seller financing. Beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood. Now working on the tenants who just saw, I believe, yesterday, putting their application for rent to own. So that's really cool. But meanwhile, like he's in Canada doing
Hmm.
deals in America, doing development in Mexico, all while remote too. So where in Mexico are your properties, Steven?
It's about halfway between Playa del Carmen and Tulum, in Acamel.
And what are you guys building there?
We're building 15 single family villas, all in the same development with, a big kind of, swimming pool, and some palapas and like a barbecue grilling area, and basically everyone gets a parking spot, and it's a gated community inside a gated community, just across the street from Aspuha Beach, which is actually the beach that they filmed the Corona commercials at, of them clinking the yeah, clinking the bottles. So it's a great area, tons of amenities, a PGA golf course about 5 minutes away. I think like 7 or 8 resorts that you can just buy day passes at for like $30. And yeah, it also does really, really, really well on Airbnb and short-term rentals. So
There you go, Grace. We going down there. She'll come down, come visit. We all gotta come down there, come visit when this is done. So, well, my gosh, it's super exciting, obviously, to have all of you here. But just sharing, and this is why I love having these trainings. But this is why I love having a group of my real estate investing friends who it's great to see what Steven's doing. It's inspiring to watch what Grace has built. And once again, guys, like this is the behind the scenes stuff where, yeah, Grace has got a good following, but she's not like trying to be an influencer. She's actually making the deals happen. Like the same thing goes for a lot of us. We're busy in our businesses, so
But she does put out really geeky great reels.
oh
You
yeah,
give her credit.
it is absolutely fantastic. But the thing is, like, she's so dialed into the business. This is what's really great about investing because you can make it fun too. It doesn't have to be all serious. And it's supposed to be fun. You're supposed to
Yeah.
enjoy the whole ride.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, thank you again, Grace. Any other questions before she hops off? I'm sure she's got places to go and things to do. Otherwise, yeah, go grab your book on self-managing rentals, hit up the Wire podcast, make sure you're listening there, and give her a follow over on Instagram because do you have a VA on your Instagram or is that you still?
It's me.
It's you. All right. Yay.
That's
Yes,
great.
you say hi, it'll be me.
Well, we dropped all your links down below, and thank you for sharing your buy box too, and something that other people here, you could have that same kind of template for your buy box. And this is what it's about, guys, learning what other people are doing, how to work smarter, work hard, but work smarter and not overly hard, right?
Yeah.
And that's really the key, and enjoy the process. So shout out, Grace. Wonderful to have you on here. And thank you so much once again. And guys, you need to check out Wire Podcast. You need to check her out on Instagram because this young lady is sharing, she is doing, and is not the fluff. She's the real deal. And if things are going great, she'll tell you. If things get a little messy, she's gonna tell you too. And it's just amazing to see happen. And that's super exciting. Thank you so much for coming on, Grace.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank
Grace.
you, Jen and Joe. Have a great rest of your live. If you're listening, take notes, soak it all in, and I wish you luck as well.
Yay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And guys, I got to tell Grace, shining example once again. She's an inspiration for many of us. But when she very first started, I remember her doing these projects herself. And so when you see her now, developments, living where she does, thousands of miles
Authoring
away,
books.
writing books, Wire community, like there's nothing stopping us from doing this. And like again, she's not even 30 yet. But what she did do, she got laser focused for 5 years. She made this work for 5 years straight and really put herself financially smart by not going out and buying the new car, but driving the old minivan for a long time. She did it financially smart, and now she's at a position where she can travel. She's doing things with her community on her time when she wants to with who she wants to. So if you want to join the Wire community, I know right now that it's is it closed for enrollment?
Yeah, they'll open
waiting
up
list?
doors in the summer, so get on the wait list for that.
Yeah,
But
there's
in
a-
the meantime, follow Instagram and all the places.
Yeah. So that's some wonderful things, guys. And if you've got some questions, we're going to get into some Q&A. I know a lot of you have asked about the coaching program too. If that's something that you do want to talk about, we could hop on a call. You'll talk to me. We could see if you'd be a good fit for it. But I will tell you, you'll see a common thing with all of everybody that we work with is you really have to be an action taker. We only work with folks that are coachable because Grace didn't want to do Facebook at first. Many other people didn't want to either. But then when they try it, it works, and all of a sudden you're getting results. And this is what changes your life: is doing things that are different from what you normally did.
Whoa. Sorry.
And sometimes we're just at a point where we're comfortable and we're cruising by. We don't realize how fast time's moving. But if you get laser focused on one thing and you really dive into it, this is where you can start having a different life. And I was able to quit my job at 42 years old and not have to have a W-2 for the last 5 years and continually be around my wife and my kids and travel and move to Florida and do what we wanted to do. And this has been the gift for us. So this is why we want to share you guys. Like it all starts somewhere, and it starts with that burning desire. It starts with the right mindset. So if somebody's getting started and they want a good read, a good book, what would be like 1 or 2 books that you would recommend that would be good for somebody like, hey, what's the right way to think about this and approach the situation?
I guess it just depends on what you're stuck on. If it's money, if you're like, I don't know if I feel like I'm worthy of making more than my average salary I'm making now, then I would find some sort of book on that. And I'm blanking on the one I would recommend. I'll have to find that. I'll drop it in a minute. I know you really put me on the spot here to like,
I know.
I don't really know on the top of my head. It just depends on what it is you're looking for. I would say Think and Grow Rich, but that's a heavy boy. And I don't know, I wasn't ready for it when I first bought it. It took me until 2020 when we went full time. If you need a kick in the pants, I would say Tim Grover. He wrote Relentless and Winning, and he was Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan's personal trainer. And I'm not really a sports follower into basketball or any of that, but I was really curious, like, how do people really lock in and not become just like a closer and like do really well, but a cleaner, someone who's just gonna like go all in and really that dedication of what it takes. And everybody, whether you like basketball or not, I'm sure you've heard of Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan. So those two reads are really easy too. I liked his simple language. I see Rich Dad Poor Dad. That's definitely a good one for financial. So yeah, I guess that would be the one you should read if you're looking for like, rich, like how do the rich think and how do not even poor, but like average people, right? Like what we're taught in school. So I was a public school teacher. We've all gone to public school for the most part, and now we homeschool. And like what we are able to teach our kids financially wise and a whole bunch of other things, entrepreneurship, all the things, is a lot different than what everybody in a classroom is going to be focused on because we're all kind of brought in, black and white, and this is the way we do things. And you go to a bank and you buy a house and you live in it. And that just doesn't have to be the case. There's so many options now. So just really starting with your mindset. Go-Giver is great. Really making sure that you're giving back. So if you're someone that's just trying to take all of the time and you're just like, what's in it for me? Can I pick your brain? And you're going up to people who are really busy, high volume earners. They don't have the time. So you have to figure out a way, like, how do I make that time to be around them so I can pick up what they're doing? And prime example was Brittany is on our team. She's like, I will work for free. And we were like, no, we'll totally pay you. But she was so dedicated to learn how to buy houses without banks. She was willing to put in the sweat equity in order to just learn education wise. And so if you want it bad enough, that burning desire, which comes from like Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, it all starts within. So I can think of some more books. I have a whole Amazon list, but it just depends on where you're at. I don't have like one real estate book I can recommend. And with these reads, it's literally every day. Just like you brush your teeth and you take a shower and you put on clean clothes, you need to be pouring into yourself at a higher level of the things that you're allowing yourself to think about. If you know everything about the Bravo housewives or every new trend that's happening and all of the things happening on the news and politics and all of this, then you probably don't have a laser focused mindset of what really matters in between your four walls in your family home and what you can control. So control the controllables and really make sure that you're focusing on being 1% better every day.
Well, and the fact is, it is too. Like we've made sacrifices ourselves.
Oh yeah.
My best friend Chris never calls me, but that's okay. I still love him. No, he's here. That's why I just had to have some fun. No, but when I'm talking about like the sacrifices, like I don't watch television anymore. Like I just don't. I'm really focusing on things that I'm either spending quality time with my family doing things, or I'm spending time like focusing on business. I did give up some of the things so we can live this way. And so for me, I really try to cut down on social media time. That was one of my challenges, and I've worked on that. Like, how do I put down my phone and let it go away? But I'll go back to what Brittany did. Because Brittany started off like just trying to give value. I remember when she came to us, this was the end of 2020. We just went full time, March of 2020. COVID happened. I just got a raise at my job. They ended up closing down my dealership. They said, you're go file for unemployment, and then we're going to rehire you in a few months back once the dealerships all open back up again. My wife convinced me to go full time. We're going to do real estate full time now. We've already fixed and flipped. We've already bought houses without banks and credit. I don't need a W-2 job to be bankable anymore. I could just buy all the real estate we want this way. We've already done these strategies and learned. We also, at that time, had a really great coach who was super helpful in our business. And one of the things he said is, listen, if you're going to be doing deals, if you want to go to multiple deals a month, You can't do this on your own. You're going to need help. And we brought in 2 interns, a 19-year-old pizza delivery guy and a 22-year-old bartender. And we showed these 2 guys what to do as an intern. And we went from doing 1 deal every year to 2 to doing a deal every month. Brittany came to us at the end of 2020 and said, I will work for you for free if you just show me what to do. She was a nurse. She wanted to quit. Her husband was in sales, traveled all over, never home. They've got young kids. She's working crazy hours at the hospital in emergency room. So you're dealing with the tough stuff.
Mm.
And when she came onto our team, it was absolutely amazing. What I realized was nurses, shout out nurses, but you have good bedside manner. You're used to dealing with people when they're really in a bad spot, right? When I go in the emergency room, I need some help. I need somebody who's going to say, I got you. You're going to be okay. And that's what she was great at doing. So when she was talking to sellers who had real estate problems and they were kind of in a tough spot too, she was soothing and just relatable. And she caught right on. She ended up doing so many deals. She ended up running basically our company for us while we moved.
Mhm.
She built up her own business to where now her husband was quitting his job. She quit her job. They get to spend time with their kids. We're actually now, she hosts her own meetups in Pittsburgh.
We'll be speaking June 25th.
If you're in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, we're going to be there at her meetup. We're going to be speaking there. And she's just absolutely amazing. But what we've noticed from all of these folks is they've just taken this little bit of time. And I'm going to give you a little bit of secret sauce about Brittany. She had 2 little kids at home. After working, sometimes she'd have to get on a call with a seller late at night, 7 o'clock at night. And she would have to lock herself in the bathroom while her kids are okay. They just want to know where mom is. And they're like banging at the door, like the dog's barking, like things are happening. But she still would go find that time to go into the bathroom, lock the door for just 10 minutes to talk to a seller. And she would say, hey, if you hear my kids screaming, they're okay. They just want to make sure that they can see mom, right? And she would build that into what she was doing. No excuses. And these were the difference of doing it, guys. And what I've noticed is none of us are like super special or came from a tremendous wealth or anything like that. Me, it was the opposite. I grew up kind of poor, didn't have stuff, didn't realize that you can get into real estate this way. I thought you had to be rich in order to do it. You know, we're all taught you need money to make money. But when you learn the right strategies, you could use other people's money, even seller financing, right? Where they're going to sell you the house. And instead of paying cash for it or going to the bank, you're just going to make payments directly to the seller. Why would they do that? Because I could pay top dollar for the house this way. I could pay full price for a house if I'm able to get great terms. I don't have to give you that low offer. And there's many times, interesting fact, 40% of all houses across the US are owned free and clear. There are probably a whole bunch of them in your neighborhood, probably a whole bunch of them in the areas that you want to buy real estate. Now imagine if you could overpay, not, and I don't mean overpay, pay a good price for the property, don't have to give them a lowball offer at half off, but make an offer on a property that if I could pay your price, would you be open to me doing it in payments? And then if it is, the 4 legs of the chair. Everybody want to learn today? Yes, Joe, we do. Okay, lesson. There's 4 things I negotiate on a real estate deal when I'm doing a seller financing. The first thing I look at is the cost of entry. How much money do I need to come up to the closing table with to buy the deal? That's down payment. That's closing costs. That is an insurance policy. Are the behind on payments or is it free and clear property? Right? But I add these things up, what's called cost of entry. I typically buy with no money down because even with no money down, everybody, I still got to pay closing costs and insurance policy. It's still going to be thousands of dollars, right? But if you had to put 20% down plus all of those things, it's way, way, way more. So I love seller financing. So my first thing, most important to me, cost of entry getting into the deal. This is why we typically buy with no money down. The second thing is what's the monthly payment? Am I able to cash flow? What does the cash flow look like after all the expenses? If it's a deal that it cash flows a whole lot of money, I'm loving it already. And if they're okay with no money down on a property that cash flows, I will tell you, you are speaking my love language. I'm getting fired up right now just talking about it. The third thing I'm going to look at is the term length. If I got a property I could buy this way, and I got a great payment that cash flows, how long can I do this for? I had some sellers that will give me 30 years. I've had some want it sooner, like 10 to 15 years. Okay. Who wants to hear the seller call that I made last night where the seller says, I will do 3 years and how I moved her from 3 years to 15 years? If you do, drop your email if you haven't already, because we'll make sure you get that seller call. Because you're going to hear how I did it. Joe, send me the paperwork. I want to see what it looks like. How did I handle that before I just sent her something? Because that doesn't work. It's all in that call. So if you want to get that call and you want to see what it sounded like, just drop your email below. Thank you, Stephen. He said it was such a good call, but that's what it happened. She wanted to do 3 years. I said, here, can we do this? When she understood why, she's like, yeah, I'll do that. So I'm going to go over this again. Down payment, cost of entry, my monthly payment, can I cash flow? How long will they let me do it for? And the last but not least, the fourth thing I'm going to look at, 4 legs to the chair. So 4 things we can negotiate on. The fourth thing and last thing is the price. And the interesting thing about the way we do this is the least important out of the 4 to me is usually the most important to the seller. And if you can make what's most important to the seller, which is their price, they generally don't mind or care too much about the rest of the other 3. And I will be honest with you, where you're going to make your money, it's going to be on the other 3, and the price is important, but how you buy good terms. So let me explain what I mean. If a property is worth 200,000 and the seller says, I want 200,000 for it, the old Joe, when I was looking for fixer uppers, I would say I can't do that. Like, I'm looking to buy it at 100,000, 120,000. And they're not going to go for that either on a turnkey house, and I wouldn't expect them to. But many times where I said I could do that if you're open to doing seller financing, where I would do it in payments. And if I could buy it for 200,000, no money down, I have a really low payment, including taxes and insurance, and they give me a really long term, I would gladly pay full price for that house. And I do it. But I still want to get a discount on the house, but I would gladly do it. Okay. And these are how you're able to create these wins for your business. So
Now, I know he just went super fast. So if you've got questions, drop them in the chat. I put in there, like, what did he just say? What are those 4 deal points? Did anybody take notes on those? There's 4 major points, 4 legs of a chair that you've got to really focus on when structuring a creative deal. So I was just seeing if any of you were paying attention. Remember, I was an English teacher. I taught middle school. So I think we've got a couple of nappers in here.
you taking a test already?
I think so. I mean, you guys came. So let's go. Like, are we retaining? We have questions? Where are we at? Let me know. We're here for you. There we go, Dwayne.
Dwayne, perfect. Cost of entry, monthly payment, term length, and price.
Boom.
1, 2, 3. Dwayne, you get some extra credit, bud. Great job.
Yeah.
That's the point of it, guys. Once you could figure out that's what's most important in that order, and the flip side of that equation is what's most important on the seller side is number 4 to me, and number 4 to all of you guys. This is what you're gonna do. So yeah, I could gladly pay your price. I'll buy it as is. I'll cover all the closing costs if you're open to me doing that with seller financing.
So just to step it back for a minute, that part, which honestly, that was the part that scared me to death, was all of the negotiations, the questioning, the seller talk. That he loves that part. But go back to, in order to even get to that part, you really need to make sure that you are posting your blue ads. Again, how many of you already drop in blue ad in the comments right now? You've already posted some blue ads. I've seen some people changing out their profile picture. I've seen some of you making it well known who you are and what you do on Facebook. So tell me below, did you comment or put on their blue ad? So you're posting into 5 Facebook groups. And then once those posts go out, you're just asking the 10 questions. Remember, Joe showed you Q1, Q2. You can program it in your phone. You grab the script for free off of our site. That's not the scary part. Those are like easy peasy lemon squeezy parts. And honestly, the next part, these 4 deal points, they're not scary either. It's just that's the part where you actually have to talk to the seller. And that's the part most of us start to get a little nervous, but we all start somewhere. I cried on the phone with my first seller when he asked me what the amortization schedule was. I didn't even know what that was. And I remember I hung up with him feeling so stupid, called Joe. He was at the car dealership. And he was so proud that I even did the call. And I was just beating myself up. But guess what? I'm still alive. I didn't die. So don't make it all about in you and your head and ego. Put it all aside and just ask the questions. And the beautiful thing is with our program, we love to do those calls for you. So I wish we had that when we first started.
Well, I know, because my biggest challenge too is like, okay, I got a lead. We've asked some questions. Now it's time to get on the phone. And I will tell you what, guys, as bad as all of you think you were, or as bad as all of you think you are, or as bad as you think you will be, I do promise you none of us are bad as me. Especially in the beginning, I would blab on the phone for hours. I would take a 10-minute phone call, turn it into an hour and a half. I would never buy the deal. I would know the guy's whole life story. Unfortunately, on one conversation, I even knew the gentleman's bowel movements
Oh yeah, it was about a 45-minute conversation during COVID about how this guy couldn't go to the bathroom.
only on Sundays.
I was laughing so hard. I'm like, why? Why is he telling us? Guess what? We didn't buy the house.
We didn't buy it, but I wanted to text him at least say, hey, it's Sunday. Like, how you doing today? Today's the big day. But this was real things, guys. So what we've learned.
Nothing was, like, looking
No,
for
he
it.
was serious. He could only go to the bathroom on Sundays because he had
The poor guy.
problems. But we learned a lot, right? But here's part of it why you guys don't have to with just learning the process. And this is where I wish in the beginning we had this help. And this is why we love to share it with you guys of some of the challenges we've had, how we've overcome those challenges to make it easier. And today, and in these days and times, it has never been easier to do this business. And I'm going to say that again for all my people who maybe had me on mute or had the volume low. This has never been easier than now to do this business. Why is that? I've already told you guys, you could get leads for free.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have social media back when I first got started. I didn't know how to find people. I didn't know how to link up with other like-minded investors. There were no Zoom trainings. There wasn't even YouTube when I first got started. So I'm going to talk about how old I am. It was challenging back then. And I still found my very first deal by calling code enforcement officers from every community in my town. From every town in my community. Every one of them, I just call them and say, hey, I want to buy a house in the town. Do you got any fixer-uppers? And they all said no, except for one guy. So I do. So I found my first lead and my first deal. Organic. I didn't pay any money for that lead. I got it by some legwork, just making some phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
But guys, it's about getting in front of people. So this blue ad stuff works wherever you want to target yourself to do deals. Number 2 point, knowing the right questions and conversations to have so you don't spend 2 hours talking to unmotivated sellers about
their
what
poop schedule.
about their schedules. Just ask the questions through Messenger now. Make it so easy that you only get on the phone with the 7, 8, 9, 10 on the scale of 1 to 10 for motivation. So you're only spending your time on income producing tasks, lead generation, qualifying or disqualifying, and then making calls with only motivated sellers. Because if you talk to 100 unmotivated people who don't really want to sell their house, you're going to say, Joe, this doesn't work. And you're probably right. If all you talk to is unmotivated people, it doesn't work. But where it does work, and it works really well, is when I find motivated people who have a real estate issue and something we could solve. And here's the challenge with what we do. I would love to say that when I talk to Steven or I talk to anybody else and Steven wants to sell the house and Steven says, yes, I wish it was that fast that we could do it on the very first try, very first day, very first conversation. I would love for that to happen. Once in a while, it does.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the majority. If you want consistent business, and that's what we talk about all the time, it's follow-up. Okay, because there's some of these leads, there's some of these deals. I've got one in my CRM. It's 2 years she's been in there. The lady we're waiting to close in her house, she's packing up. What's her
I
name?
know, Joanne.
Joanne.
Mm-hmm.
2 years. We've been following up with her. We have it under contract. She wants to move. She's now packing up her house.
We were up in New York in July of 2023 when you were talking to Lexi about that deal.
Yeah. And right now it's May 2025, 2 years later. And we're still talking about it because we haven't closed on it. But yep, hopefully we're closing soon.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's under contract. But that's the case, guys. Sometimes it takes a few months. Sometimes it takes a couple of years.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is to fill your pipeline up with leads. Motivated people, the most motivated, put them in a special category. Whether they say yes, no, or maybe, those are the people I'm going to follow up with. And then what I do is I make an offer, or have better yet, have them make me the offer. I counter offer. If I can make the deal work, I buy it. If I can't, I'll counter offer. And if that doesn't work, I'm just going to resubmit my offer every 30 days to those people until they either buy it or sell it to somebody else. Period. That easy. And if you could just get real good at that system, guys, and you don't have to spend money on lead generation and you're actually talking to people, it's not if you get a deal, it's when you get a deal. And it's just knowing these processes. And I got to say, this is the one big thing that's really helped us. We buy houses, yellow signs, like all of these things work. You just got to find your flavor, guys, and do it. And this is the key to success.
Mm-hmm. Well, can we even talk about how Chris was one of our referrals?
Yeah.
Would you mind, Chris?
Come on up. Uh-oh, he's coming up on stage. But we're going to talk about it because he actually knew somebody and referred them to us, and we bought the house. And
Yeah. And it was a bit of a delicate situation. So maybe take some notes here. When it comes to if somebody's passed away and now inherited a house, because that's what the situation was. Hi, Chris.
how we
Hi
doing, bud?
guys, how are you?
Awesome.
Good.
Thanks for hopping on today. And he is my best friend. I've known him since a very, very, very long time, since we were little kids. So he's seen me when I was dirt broke and seen all the stuff that we were doing.
And we moved to Florida.
And we moved to Florida, but did all the things,
Moved
right?
away.
Yeah, but we come back. We're coming back in a
Yeah,
few
that's
weeks.
right. I can't wait.
Yep. But I want to talk about your situation where it was actually Jill, Chris's wife, had a friend that we all went to high school with.
Yeah, sat next to me in homeroom class.
So, and she's best friends with your wife
Yeah, still to this day.
and had a situation go on. What happened there?
Her dad passed away first, I think. Then her mother passed away, and they were hoarders, and the house was in shambles. And my wife's best friend did not want anything to do with it because it was just filled, like, from every square inch of that property was just filled with just junk. And I think I think I recommended to her that you guys would buy the house, and I think you guys picked it up for a pretty low price and cleaned it out, repaired it, and then sold it.
Well, and it was neat too because Chris is like, hey, I know people
Mhm.
who buy houses. So here's the news, guys, is like share with your friends and your family that what you do. Because if Chris
Yeah.
didn't know what we did, he would have never even done that. So the one thing that I love is like he knew somebody who needed help. Friend was overwhelmed, just went through a really tough situation. And one of the biggest things we've noticed is like if I have a family member pass away, mom and dad, like I have this house, but what do I do with all of their stuff? And she was overwhelmed by it all. And I will tell you, I understand why, because they cleared out 3 dumpsters worth of stuff before we got there, and then we did 7 more dumpsters. And those were the big ones worth of stuff just to get it cleaned out.
What about the bees nests that were all in there as well?
The bee's nest, we had to remove the squirrels that were living in the
The
attic.
cars in the garage, needed to get redone, the roof. Yeah, it was a whole gut job. So she was just like, take it off my plate. And she was very, very grateful. And I think too, is like, as we shared the story on socials, it was really important too, like, because it was her childhood home. So we really tried to do that in a very, tactful manner. And she even came at the very end when it was all done and did a walkthrough and was like, just so happy to see it brought back to life the way like she remembered it when she was little. So then you got to remember, like, there's a lot of memories, there's a lot of attachment, and the stuff is so overwhelming to those who get left with it.
Yeah.
And it created a win too, because obviously Chris and Jill, good friends of ours, I was more than happy to give them a check for the deal. And I will tell you, we spent the summer remodeling that house. This wasn't just throw a new kitchen in there and be said and done. I mean, roof on the house and garage, whole garage being rebuilt, the whole inside of the house being put back together. The beautiful thing was it had really good, strong bones. Beautiful house. All the woodwork and things it had inside had so much character. Just sometimes, how it goes. You what one little thing slipped, the little scratch on the wall, and it turns into 2 things, and it turns into so many things. And sometimes when you're alone, it just gets to be overwhelming, and then you get one of those modes where you're almost paralyzed and don't do anything, and so you just live that way. And so when we see these on pictures, when you see these are real people living these ways in some of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the country, I can't believe some of the deals we've done in some of these high-end neighborhoods where houses were like this. So if you think it's a really wealthy neighborhood and it doesn't have houses like this, they do. If you think it's a middle class neighborhood, it's got houses like this too. Even the low end doesn't matter. People in all different ways will still live like this, guys. So, and she wasn't broke.
Mm-mm.
She wasn't like financially broke. So it
No,
wasn't.
I think she passed away with over $1 million.
Yeah. So it just sometimes becomes a lack of other things, and it's usually just overwhelmed.
Mhm.
And so I could see that happening. So we were able to help out a childhood friend, and your wife used to spend slumber parties in that house and things like that,
As a kid, yeah.
and hang out there. So it was great things for us to help the community, the neighborhood.
And-
Obviously,
I was gonna say too, and Chris, you guys were just talking about houses the other day when you were chatting. You know, some house might need to be looked at.
oh yeah, one of the houses that used to live in the neighbor's house.
Yeah, he wants to get out of that neighborhood. No, the my old house.
Yeah. And not for nothing, when I spoke to Chris yesterday, I also hit him up. I said that I'm so happy you're here because I said, you know what? I feel like I actually owe you some money, but you got to send me a deal. And it's been so long since I've been able to pay you. I feel bad. So we need to find a deal that I can buy that I could pay you a big old check on. And what I'm going to do this time is I'm going to double the first one. And being best friends that we are, he definitely hit me up for more than $1,000, which I totally respect and admire of him. But I was glad to do that because once again, we made a few bucks on the deal. It's not a home run or nothing, but we did make some money, and I was glad to pay it out to, wonderful people too.
Well, maybe Chris, are you gonna start doing this blue ad? I mean, you were on Facebook. I know you were off for a bit, but you're on it. I see you posting.
I'll talk to you guys when I'm done listening to you guys.
Yeah, but the fun thing is you live in one of the hottest zip codes
I
in,
know.
in North America right now. We did it earlier today, but all the different counties around the country, and in Monroe County, there's only 402 houses for sale. There are 700,000 people in Monroe County, New York. There's 400 houses for sale with
My boss is looking for a house too, and he can't find nothing. He wants to buy something he can rent out, and all they're finding right now is houses that are just dumps, and in the budget that he's looking for is in the city, in the bad parts of the city.
Well, I got a deal for him if he wants one in Albion.
I'll let him know.
The house worth is 170 fixed up. We have it under contract for 38,000. It's gonna need probably 50,000 worth of renovations, but you could be all in for 100, and it's worth 160, 170.
Did you
If
hear
don't-
that, Jeff? Yeah. He's already interested.
I'm gonna forewarn you. There is some.
Did he post something about that?
He says he's seen it posted up on Facebook,
Yeah, I posted my own page. It's the
Yeah.
house with the pictures of the penis.
and he knows how to fix everything. So
Well, you're not
It
going to
might
want to
be-
do this one. You'd rather hire people, so you don't have to do it. But I mean, it's in a great community. It's on public sewer and water, so it's not a well and septic or nothing like that. It's in town, and I mean, we got comps that show you could make probably 50 grand on the house flipping
I
it, or
think
just
that's
be
only
into a
about
rent.
25 minutes away from here, 30 minutes away.
Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make sure I send you over the stuff. But there's guys, tell you, there's deals out there, even in the hottest markets. And these are the things that we've been able to do is find these deals, connecting with investors. We have a wholesale deal closing this week. We found cash buyers in these areas who want some of these fixer-uppers. And we're doing fix and flips. I've got one hit the market 24 hours ago. I got one we just sold, but we haven't even closed on selling it yet. So as you come across some of these deals, the good thing to do is link up with cash buyers who want some of these, who'll pay you a finder's fee for them, right? So this is what we love to do is make some wins. And this guy who owns this house out in New York, house needs a bunch of work. He is overwhelmed, doesn't have the time to do it. We put the property under contract. I'm realizing I'm still not done my other flips yet. I've shared it with some other investors who might want to buy that deal. And I got others who, some are going there today. But this is the news, guys. It works in the hottest neighborhoods. It works in some of the places like Florida where the market is slowing down right now. And I actually got one of our friends here, Carol, who is in our coaching group, but we were working on a deal just yesterday where a seller has a house in Ocala, Florida, beautiful house, beautiful neighborhood, and he just wants to be done with the payments. And it doesn't need any work. It's a gorgeous house. And he just says, hey, I've already moved out. I just need to get the payment off my back. So what's happening in Florida is different in New York, but there's opportunities in all places. And this is why we're coming today sharing. So it doesn't matter what city you're in or where you want to buy. If the market's slow there, if it's hot there, there's no excuse. Like we're finding deals personally in both, and you guys can too. But the top of the funnel, start with lead generation. So I'll make sure, Chris, that we talk today. But you start getting some leads. And if you post into 5 of these groups, doesn't matter what city you're in, you do that 5 groups a day, 5 days a week, and you do that for 1 month, you're going to have more incoming leads than you could handle. I mean,
530, right?
That's it. That is that easy. But I'll tell you guys, one of these deals, you link that up with a cash buyer, what would a $10,000 check do to your life? By getting a big finder's fee, a $20,000 check or more. They're out there. I know many people have had six-figure checks just by getting a property under contract and finding a cash buyer. This could be life-changing money. And I've seen it so many times. It's been absolutely crazy for our own business and many others too. And this isn't something Joe and Jen invented. Good news is smart people did this a long time ago. But what we found were some of the biggest hacks is lead gen, which nobody else really talks about the way we do. And we've been around some really smart people who have got huge businesses. I explain this and like, oh my gosh, their heads explode. But then also too, like how to make into real world examples.
Yeah.
And I want to kind of go over a deal that we just put under contract to talk about
Lexi was
this.
texting about another.
Oh, did she? Possible deal in Holiday, Florida. Is Carlos around there? Doesn't really cash flow. Hole in a roof, but selling for what is owed 160. Besides, the home is updated, super nice. Rents in the area are 16 to 1800. PITI is 700. No HOA. But it's got a hole in the roof. What's the ARV? Is the seller only able to speak Spanish? Question mark. I don't speak Spanish. Lexi doesn't speak Spanish, but she's asking if Carlos is around, who's in our coaching group, who also speaks Spanish really. Does a great job. So sometimes he could help us. But I'm going to talk about a deal that we put under contract. Let me pull up DocuSign. We just did it at 7:18 last night.
I don't know anything about this.
Well, you're about to learn right now. Let me pull up the seller's name. Oh yeah, Michael. I'm gonna pull up the deal. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna show you guys real stuff of what's happening, not just make believe. We ain't had time for that. Not today, we don't. Oh, son of a gun.
Here, want to use mine?
Can I? Oh, no big deal. I got this. I want to pull them up in the CRM. I want to look. Anybody want to see pictures of a house? I think a whole bunch of people are roaring yes. So I'm going to show you a real deal that we are doing. Oops. Here we go. Perfect.
So live action just got written up last night. So oftentimes there are sellers that are busy working during the day. So one hot tip, if you're still with us here at 2:33, make sure that you are posting those blue ads on Saturdays and Sundays, especially. I know a lot of us like to take time off. I do too, but if you're really hungry for a deal and you want to help people and you want to talk to a seller, for some reason when they're home on the weekend, they're like realizing all the work they need to get done, or maybe they're just like, I don't want to be here anymore. And so that and holidays, I've noticed, are very, very busy for us. So make sure that you're posting your blue ad and be able to work, quote unquote, because let's be honest, you're just messaging someone back and forth. It's not that hard and it doesn't take that long. So
Well, and the whole point of it too is we get a lot of our leads on the weekends. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we get them and it works really well. But let me tell you, the amount of leads that we get is absolutely crazy. Okay, I'm going to share screen. Let me open up my Zoom. Okay, I'm going to share screen. It's our CRM. You guys are actually going to take a sneak peek right into our business. This is our CRM. So this is Michael right here. Michael wants to sell his house. We put it under contract yesterday. There's the address right there in Elmira, New York. Fun fact, small town, southern tier of New York, but the clothing designer Tommy Hilfiger was born and raised there.
you're always full of fun
I've
facts.
got fun facts out there. You know what? So he messages us. This was on April 18th. We sent him a message. This is actually me doing it because it's got my initials here at 7:58 in the morning. So I get up early and I'm always the first one in my CRM. This morning I was in my CRM at 5:30 this morning because that's what time I wake up. For some reason, I always go right in there. Here's the address of the house. We message him, nothing. 8:01, we even call him a couple hours later, no response. Now this is Camille, my virtual assistant. She takes over, calls him, messages him, nothing. But you can see when somebody ghosts us, this is one of our strategies. Everybody want to learn? Yes, Joe. You're talking to a seller and they ghost you. First name question mark. I've said good morning. Tell me about your property. Is this the address? No response. Call, no response. We hit him with the first name. He responds a couple hours later. Maybe he's busy at work. Do you have a second for a phone call? Michael, first name question mark. He just responds to that every time. We'll ask him some questions, doesn't respond, but he does respond to the first name question mark, as you can continually see here. Do you have a few seconds for a phone call? Nothing. He calls us. We have a 2-minute call. It's probably just leaving his name and phone number because I could see we missed his phone call. Goes to our Pat Live, which is an answering service. We start missing him a few days. Now, guys, you can see this is a couple of days of us playing phone tag, going back and forth. He does an inbound call there, lasts 12 minutes. Now we've got some information. We've got an appointment set with Lexi, or this is actually going to be Iris, who works on our team. Iris gives him a call, lasts for 25 minutes. So shout out Iris on our team for having this chat with him. We're going to take a look as soon as I can. In the meantime, but this is what our conversations look like. Okay, guys. I'm still interested in buying your home. He's been just really sick lately, so he's been disappearing. I'm sorry to hear that. Some emails. How have you been feeling? A little better. Now he sends pictures of his home. I'm going to show you this property, guys, of what we're looking at here. So he bought this property 4 years ago. This is what it currently looks like right now. So the seller needs to sell. He's overwhelmed. It's got all this stuff in there. He just wants to have a clean break. He bought this house for $60,000. He still owes the bank $33,000. My wife is seeing this house for the first time. So if you see her taking a deep breath, it's because she's never seen this before. I have, so I knew what I'm getting myself into. Yeah. Other than that, though, if I show you pictures of the house before he bought it, it looked really nice, but it's mostly all stuff.
Yeah. So what is your plan?
Well, he's okay with terms for the rest of the loan. He only owes 33 grand on it. And I think the payment all in with taxes and insurance is like 500. And this thing rents for probably 1,200. So my plan is to buy this thing, get somebody in there to just take out all of the stuff. Because if you look at the walls, it's probably going to need some paint. But it's just going to need all the stuff to get out of the house. And if you could look by all the junk, it's actually, if you pull it up on Zillow before he bought it a couple of years ago, it's a nice house. Does it have the funky looking carpet? Sure, it's got like that color carpet, but the stuff needs to get cleaned out.
Little paneling.
Here's the exterior of the house. Got some stuff even out in the yard. So guys, if you're driving around, you see a bunch of stuff out in the front yard of a house, high shrubs and things like that, you instantly know there's probably the inside might look at that too. You also could tell one thing, these pictures are probably older because there's what? Leaves on the trees. In upstate New York, there ain't no leaves on the trees right now. So this is a picture from the last summer. That's not even a recent picture. But I could at least get ideas like these vines, power washing. But you could see this is not a terribly bad house that we're going to buy for a total of $43,000. That moss on the roof is probably going to need to get replaced. But this is the deal. So can you still find homes in this country for $40,000? Sorry about all the clutter. This is it.
Yeah. So again, like people do feel really bad, even though it looks like,
I know.
like, oh my gosh, like even as somebody who does this for a living, I'm like, wow, this is a lot of stuff, but like he needs help.
He needs help. Yeah. You can't even get through the house. And we bought a lot of these houses before. So will this cost some money to get it cleaned out? You're going to spend a couple $1,000 to get all that stuff thrown out. So you're going to put some money into it too. My live-in tenants are very messy, but we're going to be buying this vacant. He wants to close over the summer, copies of the mortgage statement, payments all good. Let me know. Here's 4 pages. And then Lexi gets on a phone call with him last night, answers any questions he has, writes up the deal. We put it under contract. Literally, it took from the 18th of April to go through this. So for me, what I'm looking at is buying a property, going to do some remodeling to it. We're going to clean it up. We're going to make it presentable. We're going to make sure it's all good. And then we're going to offer it rent to own. And if I could cash flow on that property, this is going to be a long-term thing. But guys, if I could buy properties for $40,000 and put a little bit of renovations in them and cash flow $500-600 a month versus some of these properties I look in Florida, that are 500,000, 600,000, and they don't cash flow, I'll take these little cheapy ones all the time. So places like Pennsylvania, places like Ohio, places like upstate New York, places like Arkansas and Oklahoma, and a lot of these places right now still have affordable real estate that cash flows. Some of these high expensive markets, like Florida, and there's a little bit of a challenge right now. I'm not going to lie. I have a lot of sellers who said, "Hey, come take my house. You could have the keys to it," but they don't cash flow. And these are some of the things that we run into. So, guys, when you're finding your territories, it depends on what you're looking for. Me, I want cash flowing properties. If I could buy a house for 40,000, but I'm not coming up with 40,000, I'm just giving the seller some money down. I'm going to take over his payment, clean it out, offer that rent to own, and then now I got to set it and forget it. And this is the properties that we love to do. And you're just accumulating these in your portfolio. And over time, it doesn't seem fun in the beginning and just getting one. It is fun. You start getting 30, like what Grace has, or more, and you're making an average of $500 per door. What does that start to add up to per month and start to add up per year, right? And you can start hitting six figures a year. Can you quit your job? Right? You're not going to do it off one property. You're not going to do it off 5 of them. You're going to need to start getting a whole bunch. So it's one at a time, and putting 20% down isn't really cutting it. So these are the details that I've noticed over years, the live deals that we're doing right now. Some of them are wholesale, some are fix and flip, but my favorite by far are these creative finance deals.
Bam.
Bam.
Woo. So yeah, so I drop my Instagram because I like to go in my stories and I try to share live time. I try really hard to make it shareable there. So when we are in the middle of deals, I can kind of walk you through what is happening. So stay tuned on this one. We'll call it the Elmira House. Steven, what's going on? And I see we
Hey.
got Jeremiah in the house.
Oh, we're having a party.
Party time.
Want to mute Jeremiah too?
Yeah.
I don't want to take up too much time, Joe. I'm just wondering if you could give me the refresh of how I try to get more money out of my tenant buyer. I got their application back and it looks great. But I do want them to try to up that option deposit. So I was just wondering if I can get a refresh on that from you.
How much money do they have down now?
13,000.
Okay, so they have a $13,000 non-refundable option deposit. And what we found over the years is the more they put down, it does a few things. A, the more they put down, the better of the renter they're going to be. 2, when they are ready to eventually buy, if they execute the option, the more they have down, the smoother that's going to go. And I'll give you an example. The first rent to own we did, our renter moved in, gave us $10,000. I couldn't believe I got a $10,000 check plus first month's rent. But years go down the road, they go in to buy the house. And when I show the lender that I've already received the 10,000, they said, that's great, but they actually need 13,000 to close. We're short $3,000. So they had to save $3,000, and you can't just have it in your checking account. It's got to be there for like 90 days before they could actually qualify that to go for the loan. The challenge for our renter was keeping $3,000 in a checking account for 90 days and not spending it. That went on for a year, bud, of them having the money, showing the money, but couldn't keep it at $3,000 or more. I'd call them, I'm like, stop spending the money. And they wouldn't. So that's what kept on prolonging them buying it. So it also helps us and helps them if they are ready to buy. So the more money they put down, the better it is in many circumstances. So for me, hey guys, I really, really like you. I got back the application, and you kind of were right. Your credit is a little bit banged up, but I think I could make some things work here. But my big question is, before we pick you, if we pick you, we typically want, $20,000 to $30,000 for that deposit. How close to that can you get if we pick you? And I'm asking a question, and I'm having them make me the offer. Because ideally, I do want 20, 30,000 to put down. This is not a $50,000, $60,000 home for this home. This is a really nice, beautiful home you got there. What's the selling price of it?
289.
Okay, 389. Right? So in that range, though, I still want $30,000 down.
Mm-hmm.
So my two questions are, how close to 30 grand can you guys get? I like you a lot. And they're going to give you a number. Your goal here is to see how close that you could get. Sometimes I might have to remind them. I've had somebody actually sell his truck, and he did. And he had an extra truck, and he's like, what happens if you guys buy it? I'm like, I'm not going to need a truck. but here's a dealership that will write you a check and buy it from you without you having to put a sign in your front yard. Just go there and have them appraised. And that's what they did, and they did. And they cut him a check. He had some money on his own, and he gave us that cash plus the cash he got from the truck. Now he had like 15, 18 grand, whatever it was. Okay, but so these are where we try to help. Like, do they have a boat? Do they have a four-wheeler, a jet ski, a side-by-side, something that they could have a value? We used to talk about big screen TVs back in the day, but they do not have a lot of value anymore. But what do they have also? Camper, RV, whatever that could be. Also, they could borrow from their retirement towards a house. So I'm just going to jog their memory or just at least give them examples of things that have worked before, because all of those have worked for us. I haven't taken like an RV or a boat, but I know people who have, and I would if I found the right deal. But what do I want a boat for anyways? I live in Florida. But seriously though, I would go over that. I would revisit that. See what the number is, if it could meet your threshold or what you're comfortable with, number one. Number two thing I look at is what's their income. Do they really qualify to make that payment every month? Do they have high income? What's everything look like? Because if they have a high income, they can give me some money, great. But my next question is, well, we also have our down payment assistance program. So anything that you pay above your rent will get added to your non-refundable option deposit. I have some families giving me 200 to 300 over every month. I've got some that do even more than that, like 700, 800. So if I pick you guys and you do $16,000 down, which is still not enough, how much over the rent can you do every month to help that number grow? Because anything they pay above the rent, it's a separate payment. It's not lumped into one. That is a separate whole form that we have in the portal. So if you use it, it's right inside the portal. But that form just says, I'm going to pay you $300 a month extra, and that's going to go towards my non-refundable option deposit. And the reason why, if they do that, $300 times 12 months, that's 3,600. If they give you 17,000 down, well, in 1 year, now that balance is 20, right? In 4 more years, they're going to be at 30 grand. So it could start really adding up over time. And that's what a lot of our renters do. So even if they have a big deposit, I'm always still going to ask, because I've got properties that we've been renting for, 1,300 a month, and they're still paying 700, 800 over that. And that's extra cash flow, guys. It's all non-refundable. But if they do purchase it, it's going to go towards the purchase. So I hope they do. I'm getting great money for it in the meantime, and we're helping them, get one step closer to, getting them to be a homeowner. In the meantime, they're in a beautiful location, beautiful spot. They take care of the maintenance and repairs, and life is good. So I'm going to move them up on that down, the non-refundable option deposit. I want to see how close to 30 grand they could come. I'm also going to see how much over they could pay. If they say I can only pay 13 grand and I can't afford anything over their rent, can they really afford it? Because when they buy it, what's the payment going to be? Right? And so this is where we need to just kind of make sure we're crossing all the T's and dotting the I's.
For sure. I really like that, if we pick you guys.
It's true.
Well, you didn't pick them yet.
Yeah, I know. If.
Right. Well, because
Yeah.
what if you get on that phone call and they say, oh, guess what? I spent all the money. I went to the casino last night, and that 13 grand, I got 4 grand. Well, thank goodness I didn't pick you, right? 'Cause
Always be showing.
So yes, ABS. If you find the right people and they say, I've got 13 grand, I got 15 grand, I got 40 grand, don't matter. Until the day they sign and give you the money, always be showing it. And I'm going to give you an example. And meanwhile, we're going to talk about Chris, because he's here. He was there today with me.
Oh gosh.
You want to talk about a flashback story, guys? Real? I'm going to give you a good one. Anybody ever see the movie Scarface from the 1980s? Do you remember the drug deal that went down in the hotel room where his buddy got hit up by the chainsaw in the shower scene? Really graphic. Well, if you've seen the movie, felt like that was me at one point. We had a property. We're offering it rent to own. A show, it's a mom with her son, and the son's a grown up. They go see the house. Oh my gosh, we absolutely love it. They had like 25 grand down. We set up the showing. We do the background report. Everything is great. We send them to the attorney's office. They go do the paperwork at the attorney's office. And then the attorney calls me. He was like, hey, really weird. So your people came here, signed all the paperwork, but they didn't give us any of the money, and they said that they were going to give it to you. I said, nope, that's not what we talked about. They're going to give it all to you. So he says, well, call your guy. So I called the guy. He's like, hey, yeah, we need to meet you at the house. And I'm like, oh boy, what's this about? So I call up Chris.
It's during the pandemic too. So
Yeah,
it's
during the
creepy.
pandemic. So I call up Chris. We go to the house
Without me.
without her because I don't know what I'm walking into, right?
I didn't want him to go.
She didn't
but
want me to go.
I thought him and Chris would be better, I guess.
So we get to the house and the guy walks in and he's got his mom and he's like, I'm like, so yeah, what's going on? He's like, well, I didn't want to give the money to the attorney. I was like, so you got the money? And he's like, yeah, I got the money. And he's like, but there's a problem. I'm like, what? He's like, it's all in this paper bag. And it's all like hundreds. And I'm like, oh, hell no, I can't take $100 bills. Like, you're supposed to come in with like a certified check. And he's like, yeah, but I can't do that. Like, I got cash. And it was like 25 grand plus like first month's rent. It was like almost $30,000. The guy's got like a bag, like an envelope. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, he's like, you got the stuff. And I'm like, you got the money. And we're going back and forth doing one of these things in the kitchen. It was so awkward. And I'm like, you guys, I can't take this money. I don't even want it because now whatever you did to get that money, I'm in cahoots with you now. And if I take the money, who's to say you didn't tell me there's 50,000 or there's 10,000 or I don't know what's going on, but there's some shenanigans going on here and I'm not going to be a part of it. Because also too, if they do want to execute the option to buy the house, the bank is going to need to see that I received a check or a money wire that I've already received. I can't be like, well, here's this picture of me in 30 racks of, the money the guy gave me at the house in the kitchen, and there's me with them all in the picture. Like that doesn't work like that. So unfortunately, I said, I don't got the stuff. I was like, where is it? Oh, it's close by. And he's like, well, I got the money close by too. Like the whole scene, like if you watch the movie again, like I felt like that was me and the dude. It was sketchy as can be.
You got the stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's what it was like. So lo and behold,
So a normal person would not have gone to the house. Like if it was just me, I'd have been like, no, you go through the attorneys and otherwise there's no house. And that was just what it is. But you and Chris were feeling adventurous, I guess. Again, COVID. So
Chris raising his hand.
oh yeah,
Let him in. But we didn't know what was happening. The attorney's like, hey, you're gonna have to call this guy. He's like, yeah, I just want to meet you at the house and we'll go over all the money and all that. And I was like, just seemed suspicious, but okay, right?
So I remember that day specifically. He came in smelling like weed. He was probably going to start growing weed in that house. So it's a good thing that we got rid of him because there was going to be problems with that tenant. Is that the same house that somebody tried to start a fire in the house?
Yeah.
Yeah, they and then tried they were known for doing that to properties. They would get renter's insurance and then just start like a bacon grease fire on the stove.
Well,
we don't know for sure.
we don't.
We know for sure.
They admitted it. They did tell insurance companies that that's exactly what happened. Is they left bacon on the stove and then left the house and just let the whole thing burn down. So yeah, it did burn. Didn't burn down, but it did have a fire. So part of the lessons, guys, have good insurance. Have proper insurance, full replacement insurance, loss of rent. So while the house was being remodeled, insurance company paid for it. We were even collecting rent while the house was being remodeled. And then good news was because they had renter's insurance and said, yes, they did it. Like a week or two before Christmas, we even got our $1,000 deductible back. And didn't go on our insurance, it went on their insurance. But yes, it was kind of ironic that they just put an insurance policy on the house like 6 months before or 5 months before it having this accidental fire. But you live and you learn, guys. So yeah, real estate, it is a lot of fun. You do meet a lot of great people. You have a lot of experiences. But guys, guess what? That same house has been remodeled for a second time because we did it the first time.
And we have had not one, not two, but three
different renters that do rent to own in that house.
Yes.
And originally we bought that house for $36,000. And that thing now is worth probably $200 to $250, believe it or not, Chris. I don't know how that's possible. But it's true. That's what these things are worth. So Stephen, meantime, don't collect any cash at the house. Make sure they do it with the attorney. Give all the money to the attorney in a check or a money wire. And just make sure that, hey, I want to make sure this is going to work for you guys. So I need to make sure you have enough money to actually qualify too. I don't want to put you in the house. You fix your credit, you fix all the things, and the lender says you need 25 grand, and meanwhile you've only given me 13, you're never going to qualify. And then we're stuck in a stalemate. You can't purchase, I can't sell it, and now we're stuck. And I don't want to put any of us in a bad spot. So how close to 30 can you get, Steven?
Got
And
it.
then how much over can you pay every month consistently? Because it can't be one off here or there. It's like got to be consistent. So how much can you also pay above rent every month, Steven? And then I'm going to review this with my partner. I'm going to back to you, see if we can make this work somehow.
Okay.
Is there a family member, a mom, grandma, dad, cousin, brother, sister, kid that'll lend you some money, whatever, right? And that's where we're going to want to hit them up. And so they get close to that $20,000 number, especially if they want to pay a couple hundred over every month. Oh, giddy up.
Yes, sir.
So great job, bud. And then keep me posted. I'll obviously be on Monday's call anyways, but if you need anything before then, just hit me up.
How long are you staying on this for?
4 more minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna call him right now. Maybe I'll be wrapped up by then.
Cool. Well, good. Good luck. Keep me posted, please.
For sure. Thank
Maybe
you.
we go a few minutes over, but I also got some backup today, guys. I got my son Bradley here today.
He just texted me to see if he could come in, so.
High five. And I'll tell you what, Junior here is my co-pilot when it comes to so much stuff that we're doing. And he was born into real estate, Bradley. How old are you?
10.
10. When you're not helping mom and dad, what are some of your favorite hobbies that you like to do?
Make YouTube videos, maybe do stop motion. It's where you just like get like a toy or a figure, and then you just put it in one pose, and then you move it slightly. Then you keep taking pictures so it looks like it's moving on itself.
So your YouTube channel, how many views has your most popular video got?
I don't know if it moved up at all, but last time I checked, it was like 86 or 7,000.
86 or 87,000?
Completely kicking her.
He is completely kicking my butt. I make videos on how to buy houses. He makes awesome like animation or really stop motion videos with his figurines, and his YouTube channel crushes it. He'll put out a video, and in a couple hours you'll be over 1,000 views.
Not every video.
Not every video. A lot of your videos don't get much either, huh? But you know where you're doing a wonderful job, and I'm going to talk about this, guys. The reason why your channel is doing so well, you've only been doing it for how long? 2 years?
2 years now.
Okay.
Yeah, I started my channel like 2023 February 27th, I think.
Okay. And how many videos do you put out a week?
Depends.
Usually.
I mean, about most likely 10 or 11. Last week I put out like 23 or something.
So legitly staying consistent at what he does is building up a YouTube channel because that's his fun. Now, when you help mom and dad in our real estate business and it's time to go to work, and usually it's because you want a figurine for your YouTube channel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you need some money, huh?
Yes.
And so when
Or
you
a
need some
game.
money and you want a figurine for your YouTube channel
Or a game.
or a game, usually come hit up dad for some cash.
Yeah.
And what do I say?
Sometimes no.
Sometimes no. But do we also talk about how you could work for it and earn it?
Mm-hmm.
And what do we have you do?
Follow up or lead managing recently.
So wait a minute. Follow up and lead management recently.
Yes.
So you're following up with sellers that we've talked to before that we haven't bought their house yet, right?
Yeah.
What do you do there?
Well, I usually go back, let's just say if I did it right now, I would usually go back to sometime like October, September-ish, and then I just like find a bunch of these old like people that we just ghosted or they ghosted us. You just say hello, wait, no, you just say their name, let's just say Mark with a question mark.
So all you're doing is finding a bunch of people who've been ghosting us, not responding,
You ghosted them.
or we ghosted them, but no, most likely because we didn't follow up, right?
Mhm.
So what you're doing now is you're getting them re-engaged by what we talked about earlier today's training, sending them their first name with a question mark,
Mm-hmm.
which then you do that for how long? An hour or two?
Mostly 2 hours.
2 hours. How much do I pay you an hour to do it? Before your raise.
Okay. 10.
Okay. So
and then
$10 an hour. So you work for 2 hours, you get how much money?
20.
How much allowed do you spend?
Well, if you're talking about like before the raise, all of it. But now, ever since that, let's just say I wanted something for $30, I'd have to make $60. So then it's like I just made $30.
So you make 60, you're allowed to spend 30, and you're supposed to do save
Some of it is like fun, and then some of it is for saving.
saving, right? So when it's time for you to get a real estate deal, you've got some of your own cash. And I don't know many 10-year-olds that got more money than you because you work for it. So when your friends say, hey, you have all these cool toys, it must be nice your parents spoil you, what do you tell them?
I work for them.
All of them,
All of them.
right? Unless it's like birthday or Christmas. Once in a while, we went to Disney, so you get a little something there, but that's what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the new position? You got a
Lead,
little bit of a raise.
lead managing.
Okay. So lead manager means you're going to be talking with sellers, asking them questions, and you're helping me find out, are they motivated or not? Right?
I've seen a lot of not motivated people out there, so stay motivated.
Yeah. So we got to find out, why do they want to sell their house? Do they have a good reason, or do they just want to kick tires, right?
Mm-hmm. Some people are like desperate to sell their house. Other people are like, honestly, I just don't care.
But I don't care if I sell my house unless I get my price, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how long have you been doing this for? Not the new job. We just got that done recently.
Like all of the creative finance?
Yeah.
7 or 6, 7 or 8.
So you're talking probably at least the last 2 to 3 years you've been doing this.
Mhm.
Okay. So you've been doing it since you've been 6, 7 years old, maybe probably close to 7 or 8. You're right.
Mhm.
And at first you weren't getting any money. You were just doing it. And then you were starting to do it more, but you also wanted things. So we came up with a payment of how you're going to make money.
Do what more?
Well, you want to do follow up more and you wanted money for it.
Oh yeah, you used to not pay me for that.
I know. Well, some of that was your internship. Yeah, your training. But now that you're doing that
At
and
least
you've
there's
gotten,
a free trial.
it was a free trial. I could find out if you're good or not, and you were pretty good. That's why you're worth keeping around, so we could start paying you some money. But now you've gotten so good, you've actually worked hard enough to get a promotion, get more money.
I'm a manager now.
You're a manager now, a lead manager.
That counts as a manager though.
You are, because you're in control of the leads. And now what happens is you help Lexi do her job better because you're helping all of these people who maybe we haven't talked to in a while. We need to find out, do you still have a house for sale? And if they do, or I have them talk to Lexi. And if they don't, what do we do to them?
We usually just do not just D&D them, and then you just like,
Let's put them on D&D.
yeah. And then other times if they're saying no, stop, shut up, I don't want to sell my house, just delete them.
Yep. Once again, if they're not motivated, it's time to say goodbye, right?
Mhm.
And then we put them on D&D, and then we abandoned, right? So now we don't have to see these people anymore,
Mhm.
right? So when people say stop, we stop. And if they say I sold my house, we see if they did, and if they did, we stop. And if they still have a house for sale, now it's time for Lexi to get involved and let her do what she does,
Mhm.
which now you're making her life way better. The one thing that we need to get a little bit better on, and it's not your side, it's my side. I need to let Lexi know when you're working.
You
Because
do.
not always. Sometimes she gets
Figures it out.
she gets
So it's
surprised. She's
why
like,
am I getting bombed?
yeah, she's like, why am I getting all of these messages all of a sudden? And then she kind of puts two and two
She
together.
didn't like prepare for it, you know?
No, it's kind of a surprise. And you know what? We all love surprises. Well, that's what Lexi gets sometimes. Right? So in the future, surprise, surprise is right. We're going to really work hard in understanding first follow-up, now lead manager. We're going to find out who are the good people to talk to, who are the people that are just sold or wait, say stop, right? And then you're going to get real, real good at that spot because the next position for you, the next level will be you actually talking with the sellers and helping Lexi is almost like a Lexi assistant.
Let's say I'll do that when I'm a teen.
A teen?
Yeah.
Well,
'Cause
bud,
see, people are gonna be like, why is this kid talking to me?
you know what? We'll do a voice changer for you. You'll know.
Voice changers are weird.
I know, I'm just teasing. But no, but you know what? Maybe you turn into like
He said they're
Lexi's.
gonna be like, why do you sound way different in real life?
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe Lexi will have you as her assistant, and you'll work hand to hand with her, and she'll make the call, but you're going to help her with all the other steps too, which that's already going to be the next step. So one small step at a time. So if anybody's listening here and they're curious, bless you, dear, where they say fortune is in the follow-up, where you make all of your money is in the follow-up, what kind of advice would you give them to do?
I don't really know.
Would you tell them just to do it?
Just do it.
What if they're scared to do it?
What? Don't be scared. It's pretty easy if you're starting out.
Did anybody ever come over and beat you up because you followed up with them?
No.
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 Did anybody ever yell at you following up with them?
Yes.
Okay, what'd you do?
DND'd them and deleted them.
So no harm, no foul, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is why you're turning into a powerhouse at 10 years old. So he comes to the meetups, he comes to the classes, he works with mom and dad. So this is one of the benefits of why I love homeschooling our kids, because guys, you're in charge of your kids. You're in charge of their education. When they go to school, they're going to learn some stuff. When they come home, they're also going to learn some stuff. But if you could get them involved with something this, even in this beginning part of it, there's no age that's almost too young unless, you know, they're tiny. But I mean, he's been in it since day one, coming to the properties, seeing the properties, coming to do it, and now getting into the side of it, talking with the sellers more. And not only that, we're going to take it a step further.
Someone said I can be Darth Vader talking to sellers.
Yeah, exactly. He made this video. PCR cake, I put a property under contract.
Yeah, we just posted.
And I had zero money to my name. And I put it together under contract. First house I ever owned. Fast forward, I meet my wife in 2008. Now we're getting. So he makes that video for today's event. He recorded it at us at a meetup when we were in Orlando, and then put the wording in, and then save that. And then he also gave me this one for fun. Right. We're having fun with it. And that's the whole point, is it's having some fun. Look at he's smiling away over here. I love it. And the fact that I get to work with my son, my wife, and my daughter is like the coolest thing in the world, and all these amazing people.
You can go play your games.
All right, you go play your game, buddy. You're a rock star. Thank you so much for coming. Hey, say goodbye to everybody. Tell them keep
Bye.
rocking out.
May the force be with you.
There we go. I absolutely love it. Well, guys, this has been a wonderful time today. I'm glad that all of us were able to hop in. Hopefully you got some good notes. You got some golden nuggets. You got to see some amazing people doing some amazing things in real estate, all the way from the age of 10 years old on up, guys. And so this is the exciting thing about real estate, is how do you get yours, right? And this is what we love to do. We do this training once a month. And the big keys, once again, get leads, talk to sellers. It's that simple. Nothing else matters besides those two things. And if you could just get good at getting some leads where you don't just break the bank and spend a lot of money, and then you could just know what conversations to have, guys, put that script in your phone. Do what we talked about, how to do it under shortcuts. My gosh, you could have a conversation with somebody, a messaging in a couple minutes. Know should I call them or not within a few minutes. And if it's a real good one, get on that phone, guys. Meantime, for more help, more education, definitely join our Facebook group. We drop a lot of great stuff inside of that group. Creative Finance Playbook with Jen and Joe. Definitely subscribe to the YouTube channel, Creative Finance Playbook. Pop certified, or Spotify, Apple, our
Been a long
podcasts,
5 hours.
but not all of it, right? But join our group. Definitely follow us on Instagram. Jen dropped hers there. We share a ton of stuff there. Same thing on Facebook. Shoot us a friends request, guys. If we're not already friends on Facebook, send us a message. But if you want to get more of this, and this is great, but if you want us to dial into your business like we're helping some other people, and you want to talk to me about what our program's like and see if it's a good fit, guys, we've already dropped the link before. Get it in there and book a call with me. Let's see if it's a good fit and see if we could help your business. But I will say it just takes one small step at a time. And here's what I think about this blue post. I'm going to end it here. This blue post to me is like a lotto scratch off card. You could scratch it off, and most of them, it doesn't work out, right? You end up tossing the scratch off card in the garbage, but it costs you $5-10, whatever it does. I don't know, $1. I don't even know what they cost anymore. But one scratch off card could really change your life. And I have seen it done way too many times. If you want to check out our YouTube channel and our podcast, you listen to all the people on there. These are people that are in our coaching community, most of them, not all, some are attorneys and things like that, but most of them are. And when you hear them talk about how I got my deal from a blue post or posting, guys, it's happening all over. If you're tired of waiting on the sidelines or you're watching this stuff happen and you're like, well, how do I get involved? It just takes a couple small little things, process, lead generation, how to do it all without you trying to figure it out as you go. The most expensive way to learn something is trying to figure it out on your own. That was my biggest my biggest failure. I did my first deal in 2000. I didn't do my second deal to 2008. 8 years of me trying to figure out my own. 8 years of sitting on the sidelines. 8 years of that time, I was doing other crap anyways. If I did this, like what Grace is talking about, the portfolio I would have had before 30, but I missed out during my 30s. I didn't buy my second property, besides my house, till I was 30. You don't have to wait that long. So if you're in your 20s, your 30s or 40s, or you're 80 years old, doesn't matter, guys. Getting started, still dialed in, laser focus. And if you could focus on this for a handful of years, you could see some great examples. Somebody like Grace and many others, if you could focus on something for a handful of years and sacrifice a little bit, what the rest of your life can be life-changing. And it just takes that one deal. And like what Abby mentioned earlier, things started getting serious for their real estate business when they got that first deal. And when Ryan came, when he came upstairs and he was explaining the deal to her, and she was like, really, that happened? It could just happen that quick, guys. So make sure you're just taking those steps. You guys are awesome. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure you're giving us a like, follow. If this was awesome, guys, we're going to have more of these next month. So we have some more guests coming on. We got amazing things happening. Steven, we'll make sure we connect real quick. I'll give you a ring after this. And guys, he can do 25K down. What the heck?
Wait, now we gotta unmute
Yeah.
him.
Whoa.
I saw him on the phone.
Whoa.
Oh.
Hold on. We're going the extended version too. Guys, we couldn't get it all done in 5 hours. I apologize.
It's my fault.
We're going overtime today. Okay. What the heck just happened in that phone call?
I did exactly what you told me to do.
And what did he say?
And he said, he's like, well, we were hoping to just put down, 13 to 15, but I think we could come up with an extra at least 10K. I was like, so do you think we can get it close to 30? He's like, I think we can probably do 25. I was like, okay, well, if we do 25, do you think you can put at least a couple hundred extra bucks towards it every single month on top of the rent? And he's like, yeah, we could probably do $200 or $300 every month on top of the rent.
This is why I love real estate, guys. Like, what kind of business can we flap our lips for a few minutes and make that kind of money? But also, too, like securing everybody better on the deal.
Well, I hope everyone just heard you asked him what he did, and he said he did exactly what you told him to.
Well, that's why Steven's a rock star.
Because you didn't invent this.
No.
Zero money into the deal. Oh, Jeremiah, I'm gonna do it earlier, but
We actually got paid for buying the deal.
What happened? Jeremiah, we're on mute you too, bud.
Hey, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can't take any of the credit, but yeah, we were able to get into this deal, zero money out of pocket in terms of Steven's money, my money. And we were actually able to make 10 grand on the front end as part of an acquisitions fee and repositioning private money lender. So leveraging OPM has been part of this deal as well. So it's been a huge win-win all the way around. So
you got paid a bunch of money to buy the house. You get the renter to go from 13,000 to 25,000. They could afford $200-300 over. This seems like we almost had this like rigged.
I know we have this staged.
Yeah, you guys aren't even in our program. You're just paid actors.
You're not the special guest. Like you're just popping in to chat. You asked him a question. You went and did the thing. We all saw you on the phone having the conversation. And wow, I don't even know what else to say.
I know to say, put it in writing. Let's get that sucker
Great.
down. Yeah. Say,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
you know what? I talked to my partner. You're approved. We've picked you. Right. Congratulations.
Because that difference is going to help with the skin in the game, whether they're taking care of the property, if they get behind on rent, like that's going to make or break.
And do you have that video that he sent you yesterday? Can you show me? Can you show that real quick? This is when they locked up the house because you are in Canada, house in South Carolina. You showed the house virtually. And when they locked up the house, Jen showed me the video yesterday of them locking the door.
Yesterday or the day before?
Or 2 days ago, was it?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so I did the FaceTime thing with them, and then they're like, "Hey, we would just want to chat amongst ourselves in the kitchen for a minute and just kind of just visualize what it'd be like to live here. Is that okay?" And I was like, "Totally." I was like, "Just send me a video of you locking the door when you leave."
And here's what they sent.
All right. I just locked our house. I mean, the house. The house. Thank you.
Okay, so when they say I just locked my house, the house, what'd you do? You knew once again the people loved the house. So part of knowing when they do the virtual walkthrough, do you hear the oohs and ahs? I love it. This is our house versus yeah, it's okay. Right? Because if you talk to the people like, yeah, it's okay, they would have gave you 13 grand. But you got that call. You knew they loved the house. You knew maybe if there is a way to get more savings, if there was, they were going to try to make it happen. And it is too. So talking about A+ execution. So I love these guys. Jeremiah, Steven, legit rock stars. If I'm watching this and I want to follow Jeremiah and Steven, do you guys want to drop your socials or where they could find you too? Just to be able to follow you guys. Cause like you're both like Jeremiah is crushing. He just quit his job. Maybe I shouldn't even say that, but he did. Had a really awesome job and quit it. Came down with Florida. We were hanging out a couple weeks ago. I just opened that beef jerky, by the way, Jeremiah.
It's so good. I
It
can
is.
tell you.
Oh, time out, time out. That's venison jerky.
My kids are like, that is bussin',
Mhm.
which means that's a really great thing. And I loved it too. So it's,
Well, I guarantee I'll bring you some more down when I come down. Can I give you a quick shout out, Joe? Because there's something I want to talk about real quick here.
yeah.
In working with you guys. So, you know, I've done a lot of deals, kind of they're local. The last couple of deals I've done have been more virtual, trying to leverage boots on the ground and not go to the projects. But this deal being in South Carolina, he's in Canada, I'm in South Carolina, or excuse me, I'm in Alabama, he's in Canada, the deal's in South Carolina. Like, yeah, could we get on a plane or do a 10-hour drive? Sure, but is that optimal? No. But you gave us the confidence to be able to do this, you know, just by being resourceful. And I wanted to share a kind of the irony in this is going into Facebook groups, not just for the blue ads, but finding resources, going into investor networks there and seeing who people are using for something simple as like the landscaping. And so I took like comment threads, dropped it into Chat GPT, and it gave me like who the top 2 people were in that area doing landscaping. And that led me to this young guy that's a firefighter full time, but does landscaping on the side. He took care of our grass, our mulch, tree trimming. He went in and took additional pictures of the house. He removed the old furniture out. And, you know, you just being in a community like yours and being able to bounce things off you guys and give us the ideas absolutely gave us the confidence to be able to be resourceful like that. Because I never in a million years would have thought of doing a virtual deal like that until coming to your program and just, you know, all the things that you shared. So just want to give you a quick shout out. No, it's not scripted. You didn't pay me to do this. Just want to give you guys credit where credit's due. And so thank you, because we plan to do a whole lot more of these.
Well, you have so much money. I don't know if you'd even take our money.
I know now you get 25K.
but seriously, thank
Aw,
you.
thank
But
you,
it is true though. You know, it's never been easy to connect with other humans. And as far as like what social media could bring together, you would have never found this person 30 years ago.
Guys,
It's
right?
amazing.
How we all connect is all virtually here. So the power is real, and we appreciate your kind words for sure. And we're so excited. We know you're just getting started, and there's so much more to come. So where can people find you? I know you got your phone number right on your screen, which is awesome.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I'll drop it in the link here and expect more to come. Feel free to reach out if you just want to chat. And if you're somebody that's sitting on the fence of, you know, walking away from your W-2, would love to talk to you about that as well. I'm living in the moment.
You made it happen just a few weeks ago. And I mean, you weren't working like, I mean, you had a serious job, like doing some big things, and then was able to walk away and to do this. Like, holy cow. When we talked about it, you know, a year ago, it was like a fantasy. And here it is, like real world stuff happening for you now. It's just incredible to watch you guys, what you're doing. And like, we're just getting started. Y'all are just getting started. So it's really super exciting. So guys, you definitely need to be following these two because it is super awesome what they're doing, and they're all just getting started. It's going to be awesome.
4 weeks ago today.
Yeah.
Bam.
Oh
There
my
we
gosh,
go.
that flew.
Yeah. Holy cow. I always thought it was like 2 weeks ago, but month.
Yeah.
You've been free that long, buddy. I love it. And
No, it's a great feeling too.
so I'm gonna give Jeremiah. He is our egg and jerky plug. His stuff is absolutely amazing. He came down with like real eggs, not the stuff you buy at the store. And now I'm sad that he's not here all of the time. But holy cow, that stuff is amazing and just great people too. So there's a lot of
Thank
great
you.
stuff to follow, guys.
I love our community. Oh.
Seriously, it is. It's the best culture
Well,
ever.
that was a great overtime segment. Thank you too.
Yeah, that was totally amazing. Great job. Next step, Stephen, schedule the attorney's visit for them to do the paperwork. Let's make sure they have the paperwork. They know how to get it all squared away. If you need any help, it's in the portal. Let us know, but let's get that done like ASAP. Still show it. Still always be showing.
We took new pictures today to update the listing. So
great job. And I would let them know, hey guys, I have other applications. So, you know what? One thing I just want to kind of mention, we have they should leave a deposit. In ours, we have a special like receipt that you should definitely use in there. I'll make sure that you guys have it. It should be in the portal, but I want to make sure that you guys do that because maybe the attorney can't get them into next week and they want to give you a $5,000 deposit to hold it to make sure that nobody else comes and scoops it up because until I've got money in house and a deposit, like I'm always going to be showing it and like first come, first serve. I've had too many people like, oh yeah, I'll take it. I got all this money. And then next, it's like they start disappearing.
It's the weirdest thing.
The weirdest thing. So if they're serious, let's get a deposit. Let's schedule a time for you guys to sit down in the attorney's office. And the more they put down, the better the deal is too.
absolutely. But every time I listen to you guys though, and I just do what you tell me to do, it typically works out.
I want to make you a bunch of money, buddy. That's what we're here for.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then obviously we're gonna be connecting next week to work on your ads and we'll get that cleaned up too. Cannot wait.
Yeah, I'm excited for that as well. I'm gonna listen to you there too.
We're gonna just do it live. It'll be done by the time we're done. So awesome. All right, you guys have an amazing day. Thanks. So many special guests today. Jeremiah and Steven popping in, Chris popping in. We had Grace here. We had Ryan and Abby in the house. Like what an
Bradley
amazing
came
day.
through,
Bradley
yeah.
came in.
And some of you literally clocked in at 10 a.m. So shout out to all of you who've been with us all day long. I hope you took some great notes. You're taking action more importantly. And if you've got questions, you know where to find us.
Awesome. All right, you guys have a wonderful day and have a wonderful weekend. Take some action. Post at 5:30. Start this weekend because you're going to get a whole bunch of leads like this week.